Morning and welcome to the July 15th, 2023 County Board meeting. I am Board Chair Christian Dorsey and I'll be presiding today, and I'm joined by my colleagues, Vice Chair Garvey, as well as board members DeFerranti and Karen Tonis. Thank you all for those who are joining us in the boardroom, as well as those who are joining us remotely through Microsoft Teams. A few announcements before we begin with today's meeting, which will start with public comment. Masking is indeed optional. If you would like one, we do have some available in the atrium before you enter the room and here at the clerk's desk to my right if you are already in the room. Some members of the public, as well as some county staff and others who will be presenting today, will be doing so as part of our hybrid meeting model and will be joining us through Microsoft Teams. For those who are intending to speak today at the meeting, for those who are in the room, you will come up and the lectern can be adjusted to a height that's suitable for you by pressing the up or down arrows, which are located to the right of the microphone. If you have documents that you'd like to submit as part of your testimony, please hand those to our clerk and be sure to include your contact information on all documents. If you are joining us remotely, please keep your microphones muted and your video cameras turned off until you are recognized to speak. You will then unmute yourself by pressing *6 if you are on the phone, or by clicking the microphone button on the toolbar if you are using Microsoft Teams. We do have a Spanish language interpreter who is available for the public comment portion of our meeting. At this point, would our interpreter please introduce herself to everyone?
Good morning, Sandra Rodriguez. Buenos días, Sandra Rodriguez.
All right. Occasionally, board members throughout the meeting may leave the front of the room. It doesn't mean that we are leaving the meeting, just going to stretch our legs, but we can follow the proceedings of the meeting from behind us, even if you can't see us. With that, we are going to move on to our public comment speakers. And as a reminder, purpose of public comment is for individuals to alert the board on issues that have not been the subject of a recent public hearing or scheduled for an upcoming public hearing. To ensure that we hear from a range of topics and don't get into an ad hoc public hearing, we do have a one speaker per topic rule. This helps ensure that we can efficiently manage the main purpose of today's meeting, and that is to get through the agenda, which has been duly noticed and publicized. And also, it respects the time of others who are waiting to speak on items that have been scheduled in advance. We do appreciate everyone's help in adhering to our meeting procedures and being fair and respectful of everyone. If you are part of a coordinated group here today, we ask that you identify one representative among you to raise your topic, and you can also, that representative can let us know that there are others in the room who may share their views. Importantly, we have a lot of other ways to engage the county board beyond this one meeting, which only occurs every month. You can always write to us at countyboard@arlingtonva.us if you have written remarks that you would like to share with the board. But if you desire a dynamic and deeper conversation that doesn't have any time limits, we do invite you to participate, particularly in Open Door Monday, which is held on most Mondays. We still have several upcoming in July, and more information on that can be found on our website, or you can check with our clerk or deputy clerk who are in the room and outside in the atrium. With that, let's move on to public comment. Ms. Jacobs, would you please call our first speakers?
Yes, our first speaker is Peter Evans, followed by Charlotte Malrich.
Podium works. Good morning. I'm Peter Evans, and I'm here this morning to talk with you about gun safety again. When I first appeared before you last November to talk about gun safety, I was here to complain that the county wasn't doing enough to promote a culture of gun safety in Arlington County. I'm here today to claim some progress, celebrate as a result of support from the manager's office, as well as the police chief and the school board. We now have two very good Arlington County websites that promote gun safety information, including provisions of the red flag law, but also, maybe more importantly, the secure storage requirements for firearms. I apologize for not putting my contact information on the handout that I brought in, but it looks like this. On one side, it's gun data from the police department. And while I'm glad to say that the police department was very forthcoming with the useful information, the sad news is that the information shows that we're going in the wrong direction. Gun thefts, gun confiscations have increased over the last 5 years, but most especially gun offenses have increased almost more than 180% in the last 5 years. So while we're making good progress, and I'm here to help celebrate, we have more to do. Thank you for your time and attention this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Our next speaker is Charlotte Malloridge, followed by Audrey Clement.
Good morning. I work for Arlington County, and I'm a member of AFSCME, speaking on behalf of my union brothers and sisters who work in Arlington Economic Development and Cultural Affairs. I'm here to raise the alarm about the crisis in the arts here in Arlington County. Ever since the attempted elimination of county-supported theater arts in Arlington in 2018, the community has been besieged by cuts and divestment. Heritage arts groups have seen significant unexplained cuts in support. Community theater in Arlington was once the envy of the region, but their support has been curtailed under current management at Cultural Affairs, and the Arts Commission has been systematically weakened. The joint use agreement, which also garnered national awards, has been threatened. The facilities that are operated jointly by Cultural Affairs and Arlington Public Schools have not seen investment since 2015. This poses a risk, safety risk to the community and Arlington Public School students. Staff at Cultural Affairs have had their hours cut, positions have been eliminated, and promises made by management have been broken. A hostile work culture has been created by management whose true intentions are not to support the arts, but to continue the work started in 2018 to see that these programs and the staff are eliminated entirely. Management's harassment, retaliation, and racism go unchecked in Cultural Affairs. There is no accountability. HR has been complicit in protecting management over workers. These county employees, the only place left for them to turn is AFSCME and you, the Arlington County Board. Many have been told that they are not allowed to speak up, which is why I'm here, and they all fear retaliation if they do. Please protect these workers and arts in Arlington and keep us a national model for government support.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Esther Nunez.
Welcome, members of the board and the county manager. I'm Audrey Clement, the independent candidate for county board. The contrast in fundraising between the two candidates in Arlington's recent Commonwealth's attorney race is stark. Virginia campaign finance data show that winning incumbent Parisa Degani-Tofty raised almost $1.5 million in two races since 2019, of which less than half of 1% came from small donors contributing $100 or less. Josh Katcher, who challenged her in 2023, raised more than $323,000, of which 23% came from small donors. Degani-Tofty got $1.4 million from big donors, 70% or almost $1 million from out-of-state George Soros PACs, 12% from other PACs, and only 18% from people living in the district, that is Arlington or Falls Church. Katcher got more than $273,000 from big donors, 69% from in-district residents, 16% from other Virginia residents, and only 15% from out of state. Katcher's opponents made much of the sparsely documented fact that he got money from former Trump donors, as though voting for Trump were a crime against humanity. Yet what could be more undemocratic than buying an election with out-of-state money, as Degani-Tofty clearly did, not once but twice. It's obvious that since most of her well-heeled donors don't live here, they will not suffer the consequences of their votes. Those who oppose Soros bankrolled elections across the United States have been labeled anti-Semites, including Donald Trump, who boasts the most pro-Israel record of any president to date. Following that line of attack, anyone who voted for Katcher, who himself identifies as Jewish, is also an anti-Semite or worse. Go figure.
Our next speaker is Esther Nunez, followed by Maria T.
Good morning. So Esther's on the agenda, but she was going to share about the Barcroft apartments, so we're moving that to Tuesday. And so I'm going to speak about the Farmville Detention Center. So,
Are you on the list?
yes, I spoke with the gentleman outside. I think maybe just the spreadsheet did not get
Oh,
adjusted.
okay.
What, can you say?
And what's your name?
Okay, so I'm Emily Lipinski with Legal Aid Justice Center. I'm part of La Colectiva. And so I just wanted to share some of the context that our immigrant residents are facing. So the Farmville Detention Center was closed due to litigation about conditions and mistreatment of folks who were detained there during COVID, and it has reopened. And since then, we have seen an increased number of transfers. What's significant to note is that when this happens across the country, when immigration detention centers open, people get transferred there that wouldn't have otherwise been transferred there. So they get filled, just like we've seen these trends in other settings. So this is an increased risk for Arlington residents who otherwise wouldn't be in immigration detention. So it's a risk to families, it's a risk to community stability. And so this relates to ending all voluntary collaboration with ICE, and so removing the Section 7 of the trust policy to allow no discretion with the police department to collaborate with ICE. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria T., followed by Beatrice Mejia. Maria T.
This is Maria from Columbia Gardens. I'm gonna give this to the floor. So, this is a letter from the Columbia Gardens with their petition. I'm gonna help her because, it says, "I am here today to deliver this letter on behalf of the Columbia Garden community demanding additional support to remain and return to Arlington. Some of us were forced to leave the county and want to return. The county has said that there isn't funding to give additional support. We know there is funding. The funding just has to be deferred from policing to housing, mental, and education. We have a petition demanding you invest in community, not policing or Amazon. Rents are at all-time high, but our wages don't increase. This reality is your making by letting Amazon into our communities and giving them subsidies. We know that having Amazon in our community increases the cost of living, only benefits companies like Jair Lynn, and displaces us." Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias.
Our next speaker is Beatrice Mejia.
Buenos días a todos. Estoy aquí para hacer valer mi derecho de ser escuchado como residente de Arlington.
Good morning to all. I'm here to make my, as a resident of Arlington, heard.
Hemos dejado muy claro que queremos terminar con toda la colaboración voluntaria en Arlington.
We have established very clearly that we want to, in Arlington,
En la votación de la política de la confianza, todos reconocieron el hecho de que la política de confianza aún no era una protección completa y aún necesita mejoras.
So in the meeting for the meeting in June, Christy Darcy, no? That our protection, that the protection needs to improve.
No, mi hermano.
Okay. En la reunión de junta de mayo.
Eso. Todos reconocieron el hecho.
Everyone recognizes that confidence of the politics is not complete protection. It needs to be improved. Okay.
Yeah. En la reunión de la Junta en mayo, Chris Dorsey mencionó que todos los accionistas estaban de acuerdo y satisfechos con la póliza de la confianza. Este es un ejemplo de que todos ustedes no están escuchando a la comunidad, porque somos accionistas en esto.
Okay, so in the meeting in May, Christy Darcy mentioned that everyone was in agreement and satisfied with the confidence of politicians. Okay, I'm sorry. Mentioned that all stockholders agree and were satisfied with the trust policy. This is an example that you are not listening to the community because we are stockholders in this, whether you like it or not.
Les guste o no, no estamos de acuerdo y exijo saber quiénes fueron las personas que dijeron estar de acuerdo en la reunión en mayo y hablaron en mi nombre y en nombre de la comunidad.
And we are not in agreement. I demand to know who these stockholders are that they mentioned in the May meeting.
El Departamento de Policía es el que causa mayor daño a nuestra comunidad, por lo que necesitamos una política que nos brinde una protección completa contra el abuso de la vigilancia de ICE, al poner fin a toda colaboración voluntaria con ICE.
The police department is the department that causes the most harm to our community. So we need a policy that gives us complete protection from abuse of policing and ICE by ending all voluntary police collaboration with ICE.
Estamos impulsando estas dos actualizaciones en la póliza de la confianza que agrede la disposición para aceptar un rango de diferentes identificaciones y eliminar la sección 7 de la póliza de la confianza para tener una protección completa contra el abuso de ICE, al poner fin a toda esta colaboración voluntaria con la migra en Arlington para garantizar que nuestras comunidades permanezcan seguras. Es urgente que la Junta del Condado de Arlington tome medidas sobre estas mejoras, porque a partir del 10 de julio, el centro de detención de ICA en Farmville ya no tiene ninguna situación que les...
Thank you.
Okay.
Interpret. You can interpret.
You can
interpret.
So we need a policy that gives us complete protection from abuse of policing and ICE by ending all voluntary police collaboration with ICE. We are pushing this to updates to the trust policy, add the provision to accept a different range of IDs and eliminate Section 7 of the trust policy to have a complete protection against ICE abuse by ending all voluntary police collaboration with ICE in Arlington to ensure that our communities remain safe. It is urgent that the Arlington County Board takes action on these improvements because as of July 10, ICA Farm Bill no longer has to provide information on facilities, transfers, numbers of people there, and no longer has to follow the same protocols. This means more arrests will happen.
Esto solo significa que nuestra comunidad inmigrante en Arlington y en todo Virginia está en peligro de ser encarcelado. Gracias. He pasado cartas transcritas para que puedan comprender exactamente lo que
Thank
mencionamos.
you.
Some letters so you guys can.
Mr. Chair, that is our last speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you to all of our speakers for joining us this morning. Appreciate your taking the time to participate on a Saturday morning. Mr. Evans, thank you for giving us your assessment of the work that has been done to date to make our community more aware of ways in which they can better promote gun safety and also protect themselves if they believe that they are in contact with someone who has weapons and should not. As you do note, the issue of gun offenses as well as police confiscating guns is dramatically on the rise, and that is something that is certainly a national epidemic that many of us have spoken of on the dais many times before. Ms. Garvey, you'd like to speak to that?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank Mr. Evans, too, for his work for coming in previously, and I'm working with our police department, and I'm glad that we've gotten better. There's still a lot of work to do. I think we are finally getting some movement towards sensible gun legislation in this country. It's going to be really slow, but it's people like you that are going to make it happen, and I want to thank you for your work. Thank you.
Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Evans, for your work since November. I know there's progress. I know there's more asks for additional local progress. I do think it's important just to state that the decisions in November, because of Richmond's authority in this area, will have a huge impact on whether this issue starts to be addressed in more substantive ways. It is a huge challenge when you worry that you cannot keep residents and visitors safe in our community. We must act to make sure that Richmond has a different sense of what needs to be done.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Evans, thank you so much for your persistence on this. You help this community, not only this board, understand that gun-related violence and gun-related problems are not a extraneous issue for Arlington. We sometimes get to think that this is a marginal issue. We are a very civilized place. We don't have this problem so much, but in reality, the reality is really starkly different than that. From the data that you compiled from the police report, basically every day we have to deal with guns in our community, and I don't even want to know at this moment whether these are legal or illegal guns. I assume that we have a good part of the statistics are illegal guns. So that's really sobering to see, and that just puts on our table the sense of urgency to do even more about this. Thank you so much for bringing that up, and we will stay in touch for more.
And if anyone would like to reference the resources that Mr. Evans brought to our attention, they are located on our website. The exact URL is kind of long, but I've tested this myself. All you need to do is go to the homepage and type in firearms, firearm safety, or gun safety, and you will all land at the exact page that Mr. Evans was referencing. So it's a great resource for our community to look at the various ways in which they can protect themselves and also protect others who may come into contact with firearms and who are at a risk at having them. Thank you. Ms. Malarick, thank you for coming. Is that Malarick or Malarich? Okay. Thank you for sharing your concerns, one on the cultural affairs programming and the investments that we make in a community in them. I would encourage you as part of our annual budget process to participate fully in speaking out on what the proposed budgets are and to recommend any particular increases. That is a great way for us to, on an annual basis, really determine what are the appropriate levels of investment as well as number of employees to devote to our cultural affairs programming. As to the workplace issues that you brought up, I see that you're here with your union brothers and sisters, and one of the things that I would encourage you to continue to do is to use that vehicle to surface any workplace issues that you have with management. I think in Arlington, we have successfully now concluded three agreements with different bargaining units, and I know that there are more that may be in the works, and so we're beginning to stand up this new regime where we can have regular ongoing employee management discussions about workplace issues, work rules, and more serious issues that you brought to our attention today. So I won't speak any more about that until we have, maybe some more conversation as part of those processes, the budget, as well as collective bargaining. Mr. Karantonis and then Ms. Garvey.
I think Ms. Garvey was first.
You were recognized.
Okay,
go ahead.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Malarick, thank you for coming here. I take a note, and I agree with the chair that yes, this is a budget issue. This is something that we talk about the budget, but you said that I heard something in addition to that. I heard about some sort of sliding, in small portions, sliding away since 2015, you said. So I'm very interested to trace that back and see how this happened. Sometimes in the budget process, we don't capture the dynamic of a development, and we don't capture, and then we don't necessarily capture also the cumulative consequences after a while. So therefore, I think that it's a good and timely testimony that you provided, and we had also your email. So I take note on that. On the issue of the work-related issues, I agree with the chair here that this needs to be work with the union and management first. But we are grateful for you bringing that up here in public. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I want to thank Ms. Malarich, I think that's what you said, for coming in, and with your colleagues here. It's correct that, you know, there's a structure for you all to work through, and I encourage you to do that as well. However, I realize I'm kind of overdue for a briefing, which we do, board members do from time to time, and so I'm going to request a briefing just on our general arts philosophy and what we're doing, because I need to be brought up to date on that. I haven't done that in a while, so I plan to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Malarich, and your AFSCME brothers and sisters for coming in. I associate myself with the chair's remarks with respect to investment. You mentioned, I think, 2018 perhaps as well, and so I want to just work through it. I will note that today on our consent agenda is equity grants for the arts of $100,000, and then Tuesday we will be investing in Signature Theater. That is not meant to fully respond to your concerns, but it is meant to indicate that it is much on all of our minds, and investing there is key. And I do fully support the collective bargaining process that can address your other two items. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clement, thank you for joining us in person, and it seems like you've done a very thorough campaign finance analysis of the Commonwealth's attorney's race, and while I found it interesting to listen to, I'll humbly suggest that maybe a better outlet for it, other than this board meeting, might be a blog post or an op-ed as well, since I feel like while it was interesting to hear, there's not really much that this board can do about it, but we do appreciate your time. Emily, and I'm sorry I didn't get your last name, just didn't hear it, but thank you for coming and expressing the views which were later amplified about Trust Policy Section 7, as well as the Farmville Detention Center's increased level of operations, combination of state and federal issues wrapped up within our local authority with the trust policy. Mr. DeFerranti, who ran point on that, is going to speak generally to your comments as well as to those of Ms. Mejia. So why don't we do that right now?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, Emily, you well aware and mindful of Section 7 as well as the concerns. I would say, as a general rule, except in that very limited circumstances, we do not collaborate with ICE. We made significant progress thanks to you and many advocates. There is federal and Virginia law that requires that we take certain steps with respect to databases. Certainly, we desperately need comprehensive immigration reform at the federal level, but we have to comply with Virginia law. I would just note, with respect to Section 7, we did do extensive community engagement and heard a variety of voices across our Latino communities as well as our immigrant communities broadly, but that does not deflect your concern. Hear it, and there were some safety issues implicit there that we engaged with stakeholders that led to where we were with respect to concerns about human trafficking and other items. But I'll just say, in addition, a thank you for the work, because I think in no small part, thanks to advocacy, the Sheriff's Office has taken significant additional steps, both through the trust policy process and since then, that I think are pretty critical to how we do not want to be collaborating with ICE in any but the very most limited circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti. And since I was referenced in the remarks quoted as saying all stakeholders agreed, I can't recall back to May, so if I did in fact say the words all, even though that doesn't sound like anything that I would ever say, I apologize, because that is certainly not the characterization that I would have wanted to have portrayed. As Mr. DeFerranti just noted, there were other stakeholders as part of the conversation, including La Colectiva, who agreed and understood that the times that Arlington would get involved in any way, whether directly or tangentially, with immigration and customs enforcement would be extremely rare and limited and in the most extreme circumstances. So the policy was designed to make sure that we narrowly spelled those out so that ICE could not be weaponized as a tool to harm communities, put a chilling effect on our communities of color, or otherwise engage in an agenda of oppressing members of our community who do not deserve it, and to use Arlington County as a tool of immigration enforcement, which is something that is the purview of the federal government. So that is the spirit with which we crafted that policy. We noted then, and we note ongoing, La Colectiva's disagreement that that even exists in any form. We do appreciate that, and we appreciate hearing you yet again on this issue. Mr. Carantonis.
Just very briefly, Mr. Chair, I concur with what has been said, both by you and Mr. DeFerranti, with regards to what is the intent and the spirit of how the policy should work, and also the legal frame of how the policy should work. However, I think that it is absolutely true that to the immigrant community, especially the immigrant community that is not documented, the pressure is mounting, the fear, the stress is there. It has consequences. It has consequences for the quality of life for a lot of people, for the safety and security of their livelihoods. And therefore, I think it behooves us to, at the very least, to be able and to continue to monitor closely on how, the legal exchange with the federal government here happens. So I want to get back to the sheriff and to the other involved officers to see, what they report about how we are doing so far after we approve the trust policy. Thanks.
Thank you. And to Maria T., thank you for coming. And I am sorry that you were one of the Columbia Gardens residents who was not able to be helped as that property was sold for redevelopment and the residents displaced. As you, I suspect, know that there was a significant intervention by Arlington County to try and relocate all Columbia Gardens residents to nearby, and by nearby I mean within walking distance, to other affordable properties in the general price range that Columbia Gardens properties rented at. We were able to help a great many of those individuals either find housing in Arlington or to ease their transition if they chose to move outside of the county. I'm terribly sorry that you were not one of the families who could be helped, and we encourage you to connect with our Department of Human Services if there are any opportunities to further help you with your desire to stay in Arlington. Seeing no other comments, we thank all of our public comment speakers for joining us this morning. At this point in time, we're ready to move on to our regular agenda. And first, we will consider our consent agenda. We had a pretty big number of items on our consent agenda this month. Ms. Jacobs, have any of those been pulled?
Yes, items number 18 and 22 have been pulled.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Garvey.
I'd like to move adoption of the consent items without items 18 and 22.
It's been moved to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
And it's been seconded by Mr. Carantonis. We very much appreciate that. We'll move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it 4-0. And so we will hold a public hearing on items 18 and 22, which were pulled from the consent agenda at the start of our recess board meeting on Tuesday, July 18th. That public hearing will begin no earlier than 6:30 p.m. If you want to speak on one or more or both of the items that were pulled from today's consent agenda, you can register on our website, the County Board's website, starting today. If you do not have access to a computer, you can call our office on Monday at 703-228-3130, where you can register to speak at the public hearing. With this action, however, the board just voted to approve dozens, many dozens of consent agenda items, including minor site plan amendments, use permit requests, ordinance amendments, requests to advertise, and more. These items were put on the consent agenda because they were thought to be non-controversial, but that doesn't mean that they aren't important. So I'm going to take a few minutes to highlight a bunch of items in particular. One, there have been an expansion of quality childcare slots in Arlington, which has been part of our ongoing childcare initiative efforts. And so we, with the actions today, and potentially with an action which will occur on Tuesday with one of the items that were pulled, the board has added 47 slots as of today, and potentially many times that more on Tuesday. And the ones that were approved today are located in the Glen Carlin and Westover Village neighborhoods. We've also approved 3 complete street capital projects for our Neighborhood Complete Streets program. These are projects that are in the Highland Park Overly Knolls neighborhood, adding a block of missing sidewalk. In the Arlington Mill neighborhood, improving 2 intersections with updated curb ramps and reduction of pedestrian crossing distances on 8th Road South. And in the Arlington Heights neighborhood, building curb extensions so that we can relocate street lights to provide greater clear width on the sidewalks and making those paths more accessible. We also have item number 37, which is the Crystal City Metro Rail Station East entrance. The board approved a comprehensive agreement as well as locking in a guaranteed maximum price to design this entrance to the metro station, which we have studied, which will increase not only greater access to metro from the growing residential population in Crystal City, but as you also know, there's a lot of other daytime activity which has come to that area, and this will further aid those connections as well as connections to the bike trail and the VRE station and the Crystal City to DCA connection, the pedestrian connection, and also be a critical piece of infrastructure with the realization of the Route 1 multimodal improvements that are being coordinated by VDOT. The Arts Equity Grants, item 38, board has approved recommendations from the Arlington Commission from the Arts, which include $90,000 in direct financial support to 5 arts organizations. Specifically, these grants will support projects like AHC's Green Valley Community Mural at the Shelton, Arlington Independent Media's Youth Journalism Initiative, and Emma Vielan Sanchez's documentary on Bolivian immigration to Arlington. Item number 41. There is the Art Student iRide program, and after an incredibly successful pilot, the board approved an agreement between the county and WMATA to expand the Art Student iRide program. The program previously allowed Arlington Public School students to ride art buses at a discounted fare, but will now allow all students to ride free on select Metro bus routes within the county with the use of those student iRide cards. And as we have often talked, the way to ensure that we have adults who are familiar and comfortable and use transit is to start them off young. So it's a program that's very exciting. Item 49, the county has just added nearly 7 acres to our open space inventory with a purchase of a contiguous tract of land along a tributary to Pimmet Run between North Glebe Road and National Park Service land, as well as land, and this land has come to us from the Commonwealth of Virginia through VDOT. This acquisition will preserve natural undeveloped land that has had historical and cultural significance to our county. This area was heavily impacted by fortifications related to the Civil War, and research indicates that this tract contains part of an important African American community that was known as the Bottom, which existed from the 1850s to the 1950s. The board also has authorized the advertisement of public hearings, future public hearings on several items. These include item 51, which will be heard in September by both the Planning Commission and the board, And if approved, ultimately, this would amend several sections of our zoning ordinance to clarify permitted uses, maximum commercial densities, and maximum height provisions for buildings with elder care uses redeveloping within the Pentagon City Coordinated Redevelopment District and other adopted planning districts as shown on the general land use plan. Item 52 has two components relating to an amendment to our general land use plan meant to, a lot of words here, hold on. So this is going to, this affects the Wells Fargo Verizon site plan application, and we will have public hearing dates related to this in the future, but those dates have not been set yet. And the board will consider the changes to the general land use plan in advance of all of that, and no earlier than September of this year, but the date has not been targeted. We'll then move to item 53, which will be heard by the board in September, and this would amend our Arlington County Code to conform with state law updates that occurred in March 23, requiring motor vehicle operators to stop for pedestrians in crosswalks. Previous state code, and thus our county ordinances, only required that operators yield the right of way to pedestrians, but not completely stop. This change would bring us in conformance with state law, but also is very consistent with our Vision Zero safety efforts. All right. Item 29. This is the number of items related to updating our consolidated plan, as well as, this is an add-on, so don't worry, you haven't lost anything, to our consolidated plan, as well as the regional fair housing plan. We've talked about this at the board level before, but we have been engaged along with 7 other jurisdictions in the national capital area through our Council of Governments in an update to the regional fair housing plan. And this is the first time in 25 years that we have actually come together to do a regional effort. Typically, this is done jurisdiction by jurisdiction. And the value and the benefit of doing a regional plan is that it identifies things that are significant issues across the region, and by surfacing them at the regional level helps us better coordinate attention to ensuring that housing is available in sufficient supply, and also is not denied to people who are in protected classes and who are otherwise vulnerable, and to make sure that you're not just doing this jurisdiction by jurisdiction, but hopefully having greater scale by doing this regionally. Component of the plan also includes specific priorities in Arlington, which advance what are Arlington's practices for ensuring not only sufficient supply of housing, but that it also be inclusive and available for everyone. I'll also ask Mr. DeFerranti to speak on this as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, both for your comments, as well as I think the board's well served by your expertise in this area and COG's revision. I think this qualifies as something that where the last week has helped us just share the work we've done, show our math, communicate the work that we've done. Our Housing Commission had a number of recommendations, and recalling, we also had a plan several years ago, I think 3 or 4 years ago, that we wanted to add to and make more robust. This plan, I can tell you I've been working through it, is addressing some of the concerns that the Housing Commission has raised on the frequency of housing testing, for example, and surveys, a larger percentage, and really focusing on surveying our CAFs. There are 2 specific concerns that were raised in addition. One has to do with concerns about retaliation by property management, and we want to be clear that that is absolutely something that our Housing Arlington, we are concerned with. The CAF strategies report, which is specific to landlords and tenants and making sure we're protecting tenants, discusses actions that we want to take with this. So it's not in any way meant to not address the concern. It's just we are addressing it in our overall work on housing. Secondly, there was a concern about LGBTQ plus discrimination, which is certainly concerned. Discrimination is already against the law, but we have taken steps, and we are going to take additional steps in this area. There's a shared concern of this board that young adults, LGBTQ+ young adults, are at risk of homelessness. So we're going to continue that work as part of our overall homeless strategy. Mr. Dorsey and I and colleagues, just for your awareness, we're also going to meet with staff, and we could do 2x2s if you're interested in this area as well. It's a very important body of work. There's also issues with respect to seeking to further integrate our schools that we would want to engage with Arlington Public Schools on. So appreciate the concerns raised. We are working on them. We take them seriously.
Thank you. And I'll just add that, first of all, we've had several staff within our housing division who've worked on this, and they've done a tremendous job, particularly with the Arlington portion. It's a lot of work. Couple of hundred pages of plan and associated maps that are available as part of this item. And despite that level of depth and detail, it doesn't say everything. And that is because, well, you know, it would probably then be 500 or 600 pages, but also because this plan is not meant to supersede or otherwise consolidate all of the work that we do when it comes to inclusive housing and being affirmatively advancing the needs of various protected classes who have housing challenges and needs. Those plans are and actual workflows exist within our Department of Human Services, for example. They're also governed by state fair housing law as well as federal fair housing law. And this plan doesn't seek to restate all of those things or put them in one central place. So unfortunately, it doesn't say everything that there is to say about fair housing, but hopefully gives people a broad enough overview of what Arlington's strategic priorities are moving forward. Okay, I think we're now ready to move to the last consent agenda item, and I'd like to note that we have a new parks facility that has been named after a notable Arlingtonian. In the Highview Park community, we now have Alfred Foreman Senior Field. This name request came from the Halls Hill Highview Park Historic Preservation Coalition and was unanimously supported by the Historic Affairs and Landmark Review Board as well as the Park and Recreation Commission. Alfred Foreman Sr. was an Arlington native who grew up in Highview Park and who contributed immensely to our community. He worked for DPR at the John M. Langston Recreation Center for a quarter century, and he served on our Sports Commission as an advisor to the county board for a decade. He was heavily involved in volunteer neighborhood events, and he coordinated and officiated one of our community's treasured events, the annual Turkey Bowl, for more than 40 years. In addition to this naming, the Historic Preservation Coalition is also going to be seeking a grant to finance the creation of a banner for the name of the field and a marker that provides information about the extraordinary life and contributions of Alfred Foreman Sr. And so I'd like to thank and congratulate the Historic Preservation Coalition, our county staff, as well as advisory groups, but most importantly, the family of Alfred Foreman Sr., who still live in the Highview Park neighborhood, for helping us preserve the memory of this extraordinary Arlingtonian. With that concludes my consent agenda remarks. A little lengthier than usual, colleagues. I appreciate your patience. And I believe we're now ready to move on with our scheduled agenda items. Madam Clerk, would you please call the first item?
Items number 56A through C, items related to the Ballston Holiday Inn development at 4600 Fairfax Drive, which includes a site plan amendment to expand the site area and to construct a multifamily residential dwelling building with modifications to the zoning ordinance requirements, as well as an ordinance to vacate and an ordinance for an encroachment.
Thank you. Mr. Schwartz, would you like to direct the staff presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the board. With us this morning, we have Adam Watson, Jane Kim, and Mike Haluski, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Watson.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Morning.
All right, I'll be presenting on 3 items this morning. The first is the site plan amendment or the redevelopment proposal for 4600 Fairfax Drive. Next are ordinances of vacation associated with that application and an ordinance of encroachment as well. So this site is located just west of Ballston off of Fairfax Drive at 4610 and 4600 Fairfax Drive. In terms of our general land use plan and our zoning, this site has a club designation of medium office apartment hotel and zoning of CO 2.5 mixed use district. The applicant is not proposing any changes to the GLUP designation or the zoning. In terms of existing site plan, this site was originally approved with Site Plan 57 back in 1967 for the development that exists today of the Arlington Center office building to the south and the Holiday Inn Hotel to the north side of the site. To summarize the applicant's proposal for the site plan amendment, they are proposing to expand the site area by approximately 4,600 square feet and construct 3 new multifamily residential buildings. Building number 1 is shown here on the image on the right-hand side of the screen, is the larger of the buildings down there, 7 stories, 420 units total. Buildings 2 and 3 are triplex-style multifamily buildings, which would each have 15 units. In terms of parking, the overall proposed ratio for this site would be 0.92 spaces per dwelling unit. Building 1 is served by an underground parking garage that can be accessed only off of Fairfax Drive, and that building would have a parking ratio of 0.91 spaces per dwelling unit. Buildings 2 and 3 have individual garages that are accessed from the new proposed alley along the western frontage of the site and have a zoning ratio of 1 space per dwelling unit, although in addition to each individual garage for these units, they also have an additional tandem carport for an effective parking ratio of 2 spaces per dwelling unit. Down the middle of the site, running north to south, is a 12-foot wide shared use path with a public access easement to be granted with that, and that would be fulfilling our West Ballston connection recommendation and the MTP bicycle element. As I mentioned, they're going to be constructing a new alley and a road to serve for loading and for parking for buildings 2 and 3 and also emergency access. And that new road connects to North Woodrow Street and to North Wakefield Street. And there is emergency egress for emergency vehicles only onto Fairfax Drive. In terms of zoning modifications, the applicant is requesting some additional density, reduced parking and loading ratios, and density exclusions for below-grade mechanical and storage space. We also have, a couple of vacations and encroachment as well. The area shown on the image at the top of the screen is area to be vacated for incorporation into the site plan for density purposes. And then on the bottom part of the slide, we have encroachment for future steps or stoops and part of a transformer vault of the project under development by the site plan. Moving on to talk about staff's analysis of this project. First up, I'd mention our GLUP Note 23. This note speaks to having appropriate transitions in building height to adjacent residential neighborhoods to the south and to the west. This note really applies more to the Peck Staples site, which is why I have it in gray. However, we thought it was appropriate guidance for the applicant to take into consideration as well with this development proposal. The zoning ordinance for the existing zoning district, CO 2.5, allows up to 115 dwelling units per acre as a base and up to 16 stories in height for a maximum. The Ballston sector plan, which is shown, the illustrated plan is shown on the right-hand side of the screen, the site plan preceded adoption of that sector plan, so that we don't have any specific guidance for this site in the sector plan. However, this general area, again, is recommended to be an area of transition to lower density neighborhoods where we're looking for more appropriate tapering of building height, buffering, vegetation, plantings, walls, et cetera. Lastly, we looked at the MTP. We looked at the streets element and the bicycle element in terms of trying to reduce our stormwater runoff. And also, as I mentioned earlier, the bicycle element to develop a north-south off-street multi-use trail connecting essentially to Wilson Boulevard to the south and Fairfax to the north, where you can get onto the Custis Trail on the north side of Fairfax or the Bluemont Junction just west of the site. We had a robust public engagement process, and this project really evolved substantially over the SPRC. These images are showing you sort of the evolution of the site layout from the online engagement to SPRCs 1 and 2 and to the current proposal that we have before you today. And just to highlight a couple of these improvements, again, this 12-foot wide shared use path was not really part of the original proposal, which actually isn't even shown on the screen, but was added through staff input and community discussion. We are getting greater building heights tapering towards the western edge of the site, as we now have a 7-story building stepping down to 4-story triplex buildings and then ultimately down to single-family detached homes to the west. We have complete sidewalks and streetscapes on both sides of the new road. We eliminated a surface parking lot that was originally proposed in the southwest corner of the site, enlarged the landscaped area and widened the sidewalk along Fairfax Drive, which is also an important trail connection. And then overall, a 11.5% net reduction in impervious surface area over the existing development. In terms of zoning and policy compliance, this proposal meets the zoning requirements, including land use and building height. We feel it furthers the sector plan goals and the GLEP goals as well in terms of providing an appropriate building height transition and buffering, which you can see from the image at the top of the screen. You have an existing 12-story office building stepping down as we're moving here to the right to a 7-story proposed building, 4 stories, and then again down to the single-family detached homes. We also feel that this furthers the goals of the MTP and our stormwater master plan by providing the shared use path through the site, expanding the sidewalk or trail network along Fairfax Drive, reducing peak vehicle hour trips, and also reducing impervious surface area. This is an example that I think illustrates some of the improvements to the public realm that will be coming through this development. So on the left-hand side of the screen, the top of the image, we have existing conditions. If you're standing on North Woodrow Street looking north, you're looking at essentially a parking deck with surface parking and 2 buildings, and the proposal would be, again, for a new multi-use trail for public use. On the right-hand side of the screen, we have the existing conditions along Fairfax Drive, where you have at least 4 curb cuts today, a large portico share, minimal landscaping along this path, and then I think the proposal is illustrating, again, that we're going to be getting a 12-foot wide sidewalk there with significant improvements to the street trees, and then a reduction in half of the number of curb cuts that exist today along Fairfax Drive. In terms of community benefits, the applicant is asking for additional density for fulfilling our green building incentive policy. So we'll be getting LEED Gold at the 0.25 FAR level. That would include 20% energy optimization, a post-occupancy Energy Star score of at least 75, and then all of the baseline prerequisites of the green building incentive policy. In terms of our community engagement process, we began almost a year ago with our online engagement at the end of July. The applicant, as I mentioned on the previous slide, significantly changed the design and layout of their proposal, and so we talked about that conceptual layout at our first SPRC and then went into 2 subsequent SPRC meetings to discuss all of our typical SPRC topics that are listed here on the slides. Ultimately, we went to Transportation Commission at the end of last month, where this project was recommended unanimously for approval per the county manager's recommendation at a vote of 9-0. And we went to Planning Commission last Thursday, where this was recommended for approval again at a vote of 5-0. We did have 3 abstentions at that meeting. So just to sum this up, we support the applicant's proposal. We think it's going to substantially improve the site over the existing conditions and advances a number of key county goals, which I've listed here, including a new multi-use trail fulfilling our MTP recommendation, vastly improved streetscapes, particularly along Fairfax Drive, sustainable building design, reduced impervious surface area, improved building height transitions as we're moving from 10 and 11-story buildings to 7 and 4-story buildings as proposed, new housing in a transit-rich part of the county, and then again, overall reduced vehicular trips at those peak hours. And with that, we recommend adoption of the items before you, and this concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. We're now ready to hear from our applicant, Ms. Puskar.
Good morning. For the record, Kathy Puskar with Walsh Colucci. I also want to mention Nick Cummings from Walsh Colucci, who also assisted with this application. I have with me this morning Andrea Gerhardt and Mary Beth Avedizian with Hoffman, and also our consultant team. It's about a year to the day of when we started the engagement process with the community. And as they say, we've come a long way, baby. So looking at the existing aerial, as you can see, this site today, which we all know, is a very car-centric development. It was in Site Plan 57 with the office building built in 1969 and the hotel built in 1987. So back then, the car was king. Surface parking, above-grade garage, multiple curb cuts, and no permitted access through the site for bikes and pedestrians, at least not inviting access. So here we are today. What we have done is taken this site and transformed it into a bicycle pedestrian-focused site. You can see the new trail along Fairfax Drive, which has a buffer to Fairfax Drive, 12-foot trail. And then you can also see the bike ped trail that runs north-south through the site with landscaping on either side. We are developing a multifamily building with the triplexes, reducing impervious pavement, providing a green roof and bioretention planters on the multifamily building and triplex. I would like to note while we're looking at this slide that we are creating a new private street which provides connectivity to Wakefield and Woodrow. And there was a question at the Planning Commission about construction access, and we mentioned that we would be working with the county through their approved process, and you'll see conditions 10 and 13. Condition 10 speaks to the maintenance of traffic plans that we need to get approved and coordinate and share with Bluemont and Ballston Park, and then also condition 13 that requires community outreach before we begin construction. We will have construction vehicles from both Fairfax Drive and from the south. But once again, we'll work through those details with staff and be prepared to discuss with the community prior to the commencement of construction. And I won't stick on the details too much because I think Mr. Watson already hit them, but I will note the sustainability bonus and the items there. We did talk about bird-friendly materials. Our architect is aware of the requirements and is going to develop that measure as we work through the plan. I will also mention that we have a almost $1.8 million base contribution to the affordable housing, as well as public art and the utility fund. Just wanted to highlight the ground floor of this multifamily building to show you that we have our lobby and amenities Fairfax Drive. We do have a number of utilities along Fairfax Drive that preclude us bringing the building right up to the street as you would normally see. And we also need space for emergency vehicles, short-term drop-off pickup to get through the site and back out onto Fairfax Drive on a right turn out only. And you'll also see the parking garage entrance here, which was a big revision from our initial proposal in that all of our multifamily vehicular traffic is coming off of Fairfax Drive, except for our move-in, move-outs, and our loading that you see along the new road. In addition, we've strategically located the bike storage on the top left corner of this image so that you can have direct access in and out of the building to the trail, which leads to the Bluemont Trail. Further, we have walkout units along that shared use path and along the new road to really engage those units with the streets adjacent to them and the shared use path. We're also introducing a relatively new concept of a triplex. This qualifies as a multifamily unit because we don't have a common party wall from the ground to the top floor. You'll see that intervening unit A in the middle there. So we think this is a unique, diverse product type. It's an ownership product to mix with our multifamily rental building, and we think it provides good opportunity for additional purchasers. So focusing back on the pedestrian and bicycle prioritization, you can see here the porosity in terms of pedestrians and bicycles being able to get through this property from the neighborhood to the south to, once again, Fairfax Drive and the Bluemont Trail to our west. You can also see here that our access and loading, access to the triplexes is the only regular traffic that is coming from the south. and then the multifamily drop-off pickup and emergency vehicles that I mentioned from Fairfax Drive. So this is our little way of showing you where we are and where we're going. And you'll see here, we do need to have emergency vehicle access to the triplexes, but we have worked with staff very closely and the fire marshal to create a scenario where we're allowing that access for the fire department, but precluding that access for other vehicles. Next. And this, once again, is just a blow-up of the area to show you the improvements at the entrance. We have reduced curb cuts. That far right curb cut is right turn out only. So we're really directing most of the vehicular traffic to the signalized intersection. And here we are on the south end of the project, and you can see kind of those odd, the hammerhead and the cul-de-sac, and we will be eliminating those in favor of our new road. And that new road, as Mr. Watson mentioned, has sidewalks on both sides. We also have bike sharrows, once again, to invite and encourage that porosity of bikes and pedestrians through our property. And then here we are today, looking at that connection from the neighborhood to Fairfax Drive. And you'll see what we have created is a 26-foot public access shared use trail that is also surrounded by landscaping on either side. Speaking of landscaping, this is just an exhibit to show you the few trees we will be removing along our western boundary. It was important to the neighbors and to us to try and preserve as much of that existing planting as possible to maintain that privacy that they experience today. We're also adding a number of trees along the site. We do have some concerns in those areas dashed in red. We are committed to planting the trees. We think they're a benefit to the property, but we also know we have significant existing utilities in those areas, and so we're going to have to navigate that with staff to make sure that we can plant trees while not harming those existing utilities. There have been questions about what are we planting here, and I'm probably not as eloquent as our landscape consultant, but I'm going to try and channel her. So the plant list that we've selected represents those plants that are native to Northern Virginia, and they're selected based on soil moisture, light exposure, and location so that they're well suited to the urban microclimate in this location. The goal of the landscape design is to provide something that complements the building architecture and also provides a biophilic effect through the site in terms of sight, sound, smell, and touch. We will include not only perennials, but shrubs and trees to support birds and other insects such as butterflies and bees. And those plant selections will prioritize those plants with long-lasting blooms. So in our planting beds, we will try to provide mass plantings, which will support pollinator activity as they are attracted to clumps of flowers. And we will also try to maximize the planting areas with good sun exposure, once again, to attract those adult pollinators who prefer to feed in the sun. And of course, all of this we are balancing with our need to meet the county's tree canopy requirements. Catch up here. Okay, just a few slides to show you the images of how far we have come and what a great project this is. You can see how we taper down towards the west from the building at Glebe and Fairfax Drive to our multifamily building, down to our triplexes, and then our single-family neighbors to the west. This is an image of us looking west along Fairfax Drive, and you can see those additional plantings that aren't there today, and the entrance to our parking garage that has been set back to really try to highlight the lobby and amenity area that is in the middle and towards the west of the building. Here's a view looking down towards that shared use path. Once again, that 12-foot path along Fairfax Drive. It's pretty brutal out there today for pedestrians and bicyclists. And so we really think that is a very healthy improvement, as well as that connection to the south to the neighbors along Wakefield and Woodrow, excuse me. And this is looking from that angle. So we're now on the new road looking towards Fairfax Drive. You can see the triplexes on the left and the multifamily building on the right. Both the triplexes and the multifamily units having access with entrances to that shared use path to really provide eyes on that area. And just a look at the triplexes. And thank you very much. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And we have several of our advisory groups who I believe have presentations they'd like to make on this item. We'll start with our Planning Commission. See Ms. Bagley and also see Mr. Striner in the room. I don't know if you are tag teaming it or just here for moral support, but welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the County Board. For the record, again, my name is Nia Bagley, representing the Planning Commission in place of Commissioner Wuvar, who was unable to attend, and Commissioner Striner is here shadowing.
Moral support, too.
So we heard this item on the 6th of July. The project had been chaired by former Commissioner Hughes, who queued us up in the following topics: stormwater, phasing, sustainability, and affordable housing. While there were a number of miscellaneous comments that you have in the staff report on these topics, some of the major ones were under stormwater. It was mentioned that it was a 10-year storm pipe. Is that enough? And staff assured us that it was. Phasing, the applicant has covered some of the things that were brought up there. Sustainability, there were questions about EV accessibility in the triplexes, and one of the commissioners recommended potentially throwing it in as a part of the condominium sale package. So still questions about that. We did talk about native plantings as well as bird-friendly glass. Again, the applicant has told you about that today. The most passionate part of our conversation was on affordable housing and why it was an on-site contribution versus, or why it was a cash contribution versus on-site. And by and large, the commission felt that this project had come a very long way and commended the applicant for being so responsive during the process. In the end, we voted 5-0 with 3 abstentions for the affordable housing issue to recommend your approval. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bagley. We appreciate it. And I believe the Housing Commission is also having comments on this.
Yes, they should.
Are they joining us virtually?
Yes. Don't see Ms. Edwards online just yet.
Okay. I do see that we have C2E2 in the room, who I also believe has a presentation. If you are ready, I'd love to take you now, and we'll see if Ms. Saul Edwards can join us before we have the discussion with our public.
Can one of you?
Let's see, can we make room and give
Thank you.
Mr. Greenwood a chair? Thank you.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Mark Greenwood. I'm appearing here on behalf of the Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. I'm here to provide the Commission's perspective on how this project serves the county's energy and environmental objectives. I guess I should start, though, with a process issue. We discovered last night that the documents that we typically produce, which we did, a checklist and a cover letter, and we have sent that forward, apparently didn't make the cut in terms of being an attachment to the agenda. And we would hope the members of the board receive those documents. And I see some nodding.
We've got them, don't worry.
That's a good sign. I can't guarantee that you read them, but that's a good sign.
The documents that we typically produce.
Okay. We would just then ask that those documents be part of the record for this proceeding. Okay. So turning to the substance. Under the criteria developed by the Commission, this project was scored at 60%. While this is a relatively low score, I want to highlight some positive steps that the applicant is taking that I think are worth recognition. As with many other SPRC sites, we focus heavily on building electrification because it is essential to achieve carbon neutrality. This applicant has committed to important electrification steps, Notably, the adoption of heat pump HVAC technology for its triplex townhomes and for the multifamily apartment building, with the latter including an electric backup system, which is not always done. There are two areas, however, where we hope they can do more. First, the most recent energy report for the project indicates that gas cooking ranges will be installed in the triplex townhomes. We urge the applicant to opt for all-electric cooking appliances. Induction cooking is becoming more popular and available. In addition, scientific research has indicated that gas stoves emit hazardous air pollutants, such as nitrogen dioxide and benzene, which is a known human carcinogen, as well as greenhouse gases such as methane. Second, the report indicates that the applicant currently intends to use central gas-fired condensing boilers for hot water in the apartment building. At the same time, the report indicates that heat pump technology is still under consideration. Consistent with their own conclusions that heat pumps can reduce site energy, source energy, and greenhouse gas emissions, we urge them to select the heat pump option. Consistent with other SPRC projects reviewed by C2E2, we have also recommended that this project provide an EV-ready electrical system for 50% of the parking places in the apartment building. We also recommended that EV chargers be installed in the garages of the townhomes. We believe these measures are warranted in light of the strong push for EV vehicles within the private and public sector. Various projections from government and industry sources indicate that EV vehicles will make up between 50 and 65% of vehicle sales in 2030. Experts have noted that this trend is being encouraged by the Inflation Reduction Act's tax incentives for EVs, as well as recent proposed EPA regulations, which will be setting strict new emission standards for gasoline-related chemicals in model years 2027 through 32. Finally, I would like to address this project's approach to stormwater management, an issue that we unfortunately seem to witness on the news every day in the stories about disastrous flooding from around the world and around the country. And some of those in my neighborhood still remember Arlington's own confrontation with flooding in Westover 4 years ago this month. The good news here is that this applicant has committed to a series of constructed measures to control stormwater runoff from the site, including a detention vault, a green roof linked to bioremediation planters, and the replacement of an inadequate county stormwater pipe. We believe, however, that the applicant should take one further step by providing the public with an explanation of the environmental results it hopes to achieve with these actions. Specifically, we ask the applicant to work with experts in the county stormwater program to prepare a user-friendly explanation to be circulated to the public about the amount of stormwater that will be retained or detained on-site from these measures, and how those actions relate to the amount of stormwater likely to fall on the site during a serious storm, such as the 10-year and 100-year storms, which are used as policy benchmarks by the county. And with that, thank you for listening.
Thank you. And I believe that we have located Ms. Saul Edwards, so we're ready to hear from the Housing Commission.
Thank you, Chairman Dorsey. I'm actually got myself on record for the Arbor, which I believe was number 57 on the consent calendar, but I can tell you that you should have in your records the Housing Commission's position on the Ballston Holiday Inn project as well.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. We'll look forward to hearing from you with that later item as well. And we do have.
Thank you.
We're now ready to move to our public speakers. Do we have any, Ms. Jacobs?
Yes, our first speaker is Bernard Byrne, followed by Catherine Koch.
Mr. Byrne. You are muted, sir.
Hello?
Now we can hear you. Please proceed.
Project last final filling. Below the roof has a few plantings.
Can you please speak into your microphone?
I'm of this project lacks biophilia. Although the roof has a few plantings, despite what this applicant claims, there is no green roof. No plants thanks for the roof or balconies or parts of the grounds or ledges, and there's only a few plants on the roof. The project devotes too little space to pollinator habitat and is a poor bicycle transportation plan. We should not reward more essentially this project. The applicant has provided for the first time today the species locations, the species of shrubs and ground covers and perennials. This is the first time I've seen it. I didn't have time to review it. However, it appears that there was swamp milkweed there. This is the wrong milkweed. It grows in wet areas, requires a lot of moisture, is a poor communicant, poor competitor, and usually dies. The eastern monarch butterfly population has greatly fallen. The U.S. Forestry Service and Xerces Society state that the migration depends upon the presence of common milkweed, Asclepias syriaca. This grows in natural areas in Arlington. Swamp milkweed does not. Require the applicant to install common milkweed in this project. Otherwise, they won't do it, and this project will not help monarchs. All unpaved open spaces and tree trenches need to contain common milkweed and other nectar plants to support pollinators. They don't do that at this point. Create no mowed lawns. There are some here. The north-south shared use path does not connect to major streets or to trails at its south end. It will receive little use. To comply with recommendations of bicycle elements and to reduce impermeable surfaces and to increase pollinator habitat. Reduce the width of the path from 12 feet to 8 feet. This criteria will have little use, and 12 feet is simply too much, and it's a lot of impermeable surface. 8 feet is certainly sufficient. In addition, there's a 4 feet wide pedestrian walkway right near the buildings. 12 feet, you might have 16 feet of pavement going through the center of that property. A 26-foot wide alley on the west side of the site parallel to the trail. The alley dead ends at its north end and will connect to the little used neighborhood street to the south end. The alley will have little traffic, automobile traffic. Speeding cyclists can use this alley if they learn the route as you remove that chain, which makes it less shorter. Pedestrians leisurely cyclists will use either the trail or the redundant 4 feet wide paved walkway near the triplexes. This project has so much pavement and so little.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Your time is concluded.
Our next speaker is Catherine Koch. Catherine Koch?
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello? Thank you. I live in the Hyde Park condominium, an owner here along Glebe Road, and this project, before it is approved, has called my attention, given me the opportunity to address with you an issue of North Glebe Road. The county approved buildings along this way over the past several years have made it an ugly, claustrophobic, and metallic glass, basically, claustrophobic walkway. I give up a car on retirement for the environment, and I urge that I note that the aesthetics of this project, in addition to the points made by the two previous speakers, are ugly. And I don't know what the future, thinking of the members of the county architects and the county board is for what they want to have be at least this part of Arlington. But I urge you not to approve this project as is. There's and among other things, all of the buildup on Glebe Road has made it impossible because cars pull out on the side streets like Fairfax so they can see what's coming because there's no vision anymore for the side streets, and even though there are traffic lighting help. But please do not approve this project until it is reviewed. I hope that in the future the county board will consider aesthetics, wanting to make Arlington a place where people want to live. I also note that all of this buildup on North Glebe Road in Ballston is basically the dreamed of or intended occupational they're unoccupied. So it's overbuilding for, I don't know, county money, I guess, for schools. But in any event, please do not approve this project, at least until the gas cooking matter is resolved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments. The discussion is now with the county board. You know, colleagues, I think the staff presentation as well as the applicant's presentation has, I think, given us a thorough overview of the project. So at this point in time, I'd love to get a motion on the table if Ms. Garvey is ready for it.
I'm ready for the Arva, but I can do this one too.
Oh, is this not you? I'm sorry. This is Mr. DeFerranti. I apologize.
That's fine. Although we could switch, that'd be interesting, but I'd be happy to have Mr. DeFerranti take it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just 1 second. This was, in fact, I'm happy to make the following motion, which is the county manager's recommendation that we adopt. It's in 3 parts, A, B, and C. First, that we adopt the site plan ordinance attached to the staff report for SPLN 21-0008, Site Plan 57, to expand the site area by approximately 4,635 square feet and construct up to 450 multifamily residential dwelling units located at 4600 and 4610 Fairfax Drive, with modifications of zoning ordinance requirements including additional density, reduced parking and loading requirements, density exclusions, and other modifications as necessary to achieve the proposed development plan. Second part, move B in the staff report, which is to approve the ordinance of vacation attached to the staff report to vacate 1, a portion of an existing easement for public utilities purposes, 2, existing fire lane easements both on property belonging to Ballston Hotel Associates and Snell Arlington Center LLC, known as 4600 and 4610 Fairfax Drive, with conditions, and 3, a portion of an existing easement for public street and utilities purposes on property belonging to Snell Arlington Center LLC and out parcel B LLC, known as 4600 Fairfax Drive. In addition, authorize the Real Estate Bureau Chief, Department of Environmental Services, to execute on behalf of the County Board the deeds of vacation and any other documents necessary to effectuate the ordinance of vacation set forth in attachments 1, 2, and 3 attached to the staff report, subject to approval of all documents subject to form, as to form by the county attorney. The third piece of motion is the county manager's recommendation on Part C, enact the ordinance of encroachment attached to the staff report to permit encroachments into an existing easement for public street and utilities purposes of 2 front steps and stoops and a portion of an electrical transformer vault on property belonging to out parcel B LLC and Snell Arlington Center, known as 4600 Fairfax Drive, with conditions.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Ms. Garvey. Discussion is with the board. Mr. DeFerranti, would you like to start?
Sure. I guess the presentation's very helpful. I wonder, I guess the biggest question I have is slightly more overall policy related, and it's something that maybe the manager can get back to us on, over time. It's regarding the residential policy, because electric vehicles, the desire to step up in electric vehicles would be covered by our green building policy. And I did a little looking. I think there's sort of an automatic update that's supposed to be coming now, but there's also a process for stepping up our standards. And despite the comments, I know that C2E2 saw some good things. Of course, the desire is to keep moving forward, and I want to just make sure that we're sort of providing notice and the right process, but still continuing to move forward. So I feel like it's in the next 3 to 6 months, maybe 9 months, that we would see an update to the residential building policy. Is that, do I have the ballpark on that right? And
I'm going to ask Mr. Fuzzarelli to address that, because I think he has more immediate knowledge.
Thank you. And if you don't know a precise date, I'm fine with that. I just want to remember and keep us moving forward.
No, good morning, board, and thanks. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. DeFerranti, just to make sure I'm understanding the question correctly, are you referring to the upcoming or recently initiated update to the Green Building Incentive Program?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Just wanted to make sure we were talking about the same thing. I think, I'm not sure if my colleague, Ms. Jane in DES has any further updates. My understanding is the Environmental Services Green Building or Environmental and Sustainability team has recently initiated work on that. I don't have for you this morning a specific time frame in terms of when even preliminary recommendations might be ready to be brought forward, but I would expect that work to gain momentum in the later stages of 23 into 24.
Great, thanks. I guess this is one where I really, that's absolutely fine for now. If you have a sense that you could follow up via email on that would be wonderful. Didn't intend on putting anyone on the spot, but I do want to keep measuring it because, old adage, what gets measured gets done. So that's my question. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to just sort of continue along the same line. I found myself, I'm planning to approve the motion. I think it's great. It raised a lot of I think these policy questions that Mr. DeFranti brought. I mean, are we pushing the envelope enough on our green buildings? I think probably not. We're going to be moving forward on that. And I think I'm going to be asking for a lot of, I think this feels like a summer of briefings. I think I'd love just sort of preliminary briefing of what staff's thinking about a little bit on the green buildings. I have some wonderful pictures of a building in Vienna, Austria that is covered with trees and plants. It's even better than that Bosco Verticale in Italy. It looks pretty cool. So there's some really neat things going on, and I would really like to sort of see us pushing the envelope a little bit. Also, this issue of heat pumps, it seems to me that makes sense, but we can't require, a building to do more than what we are currently requiring, and I understand that. I did have a question, I think, Mr. Watson, for you, actually, on the point that was briefly raised that caught my ear on the 10 years, the pipe, stormwater pipe that's for the 10-year, I think, flood. Could you talk about that a little bit? Because are we talking about the old 10-year that we've been doing that really happens every year, or are we talking about newer, or is it just simply it's a small area and we got to keep kind of what we have?
I thank you for the question. I am going to defer to my subject matter expert here, Ms. Kim from Department of Environmental
But Ms.
Services.
Kim is here today.
Yes.
So the design of the stormwater management plan is based on the 10-year storm, and that is per the Chesapeake Bay Ordinance and not something that we can require to change at this point. In addition to that, this project also went kind of above the normal site plan requirements in analyzing the overland relief path, which is the path of water during a flooding event, so a 100 or 500-year storm. And so the existing site has a path where water will flow during a large storm event along the western edge, and this project has now will put in infrastructure to capture some of that water as it would flow during a large storm event, and then to more slowly release it back into the stormwater system. And so that is something that we worked closely with the applicant and our county DES stormwater team on getting that information put into the site plan in this early phase. This is typically something we would maybe look at during the civil engineering plan phase or further in the process of development. And knowing that this community is very concerned about stormwater management and flooding, it's something that we looked at early in the process and and the applicant has come up with a design that our stormwater management team finds acceptable and one that will work and mitigate any adverse impacts to downstream properties. And so the project does provide that flood kind of relief, and their engineer can probably speak to it a little bit more eloquently than I can if you would like more information. But that is something that we, especially with this project, did take the extra step to have the applicant analyze and provide that information, and then we did loop in our DES staff to make sure that what they were saying makes sense and that they're not just kind of presenting information that we can't quantify. And so I foresee that conversation will be something that happens with most future site plan projects. And that's definitely on our radar. And internally within DES, we are talking with our colleagues
in the various stormwater groups to make sure that, we have a unified way of looking at site plan proposals.
Thank you. Very helpful. I'm really pleased to hear you talking more about thinking about 100 and 500-year floods, because I think that's what we need to be kind of ready for. So thank you. Did I understand you said the Chesapeake Bay ordinance requires the 10-year flood, which is an old, I assume what they call a 10-year flood was calculated years ago. So as they say, it's probably more likely 1 year. But is that, we can't do anything beyond that? Is that a limit that we have? We have to go with the Chesapeake Bay ordinance. We can't require anything better than that?
Yes, that is correct, to my understanding.
That's very helpful. And then working with the applicant, we're actually trying to do what we can to do much more than that. It's just that we can't perhaps require it. But hopefully everybody sees what good sense. I see lots of head nods, what good sense that makes. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Views about that.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for bringing this project here. I also want to mention the Planning Commission, who I believe heard this project on the 3rd of July on the eve of the 4th of July. So that says something about their dedication. And I believe it was a more than 2-hour meeting. So that's something important. So in honor of that, I want to pick up on some issues that were discussed during this meeting and add something. First of all, and this is a question first for our staff. So the parking ratio of the main building is 0.9, if I understand it correctly. Is this correct? A little bit more, or 9?
Yeah, it's 0.92.
0.92. So we are going to hear another site plan in a place that is less transit accessible. Just after that, number 57, which is 0.8. Why is this difference? And I want to insist on one thing that is, for me, a policy issue. So we have here a fantastic idea, the combination of these triplexes, the row triplexes, and a major building next to them with a lot of parking underneath. And the triplexes come with their own parking, which I don't believe it's an ideal thing. We could have a far better triplex, ownership product here, ownership design, if we just asked the future owners to just park their car just next door where we have an entire building, and we wouldn't have to put the triplexes on top of parking garages.
I think that's probably better directed to the applicant.
It's both.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. First, let me say I have never had a client build more parking than they think they need. It's really expensive, right? And so in this particular project, yes, it's proximate to the metro, but it's also proximate to 66. And so they anticipate that they will have people who live in the building who are both taking transit, but also perhaps working towards the west. And so the parking ratio that they have is based on their market studies of what they believe they need for this particular project. I will note that there are some visitor spaces included because we have a number of units.
21.
We want to make sure that when we have visitors, since we don't have a street grid like you have perhaps in other areas where we can park on street because of Fairfax Drive and just the nature of where we're located, we do have some visitor spaces in the garage. As to the parking for the triplexes, I just have to say from a marketing standpoint, people still want their parking space, and it's really hard to market a condo, home ownership opportunity and expect that people are going to kind of walk back and forth in the weather, in this heat, whatever it may be, and not park in their own garage. And so perhaps that will become something more common in the future, but right now for marketability, we need those spaces.
Yeah, I see that. I understand the motivation, but we are at a point where I think it's a selling point if you gain space and actually you vastly improve the design of the building. And I'm referring now to the triplexes. And you know that your parking is literally like across the little alley there. And that's easy to do. And I think this is something to, I just approach our staff and the Planning Commission and environmental and C2E2 to pay attention to these details. This is really important. By the way, this is livable space that is now dedicated to 3 garages per unit. So that was, it's just a matter, and frankly, also again, on the design discussion, because there was some brief discussion about the design of the building. I have no major issues with the design of the main building, but this is a gateway to Ballston, it's a gateway to Arlington. Many people come to Arlington through this exit, and seeing a side and the siding, the presence, the presentation of these ownership buildings, I think would benefit from a better treatment of their exterior facade, exterior envelope with more diverse materials. That's the very least observation I can make. I have no comment on the issue of gas stoves versus electric. I think that nowadays it begins to be really very old-fashioned. I don't believe that any marketing insight would suggest that a gas stove is a better proposition than a induction stove. And by the way, I think that the note, especially in a multifamily building where the air you breathe is also the air your neighbor is breathing, and benzene goes through all cracks and it's in all nooks. It's an important thing to think about, how you present the building as a healthy building, as a building that promotes the health of its inhabitants and takes care of that. And I believe that to those who will be paying the significant price for these Tetris triplexes, I think this is a good argument to make, to say that we did everything we could to make the building as healthy as possible. Finally, if you allow, Mr. Chair, a second line, the issue of affordable housing. And I am asking staff here first. So there is a contribution of $1.7 million. That's according to the ordinance, and which we haven't been able to modify many years as much as we tried to in Richmond. So what was the level of negotiation there, and why didn't we get any on-site affordable units, or why did we are getting only the cash, which is always the easier pathway, and not units?
So I would just say this really isn't a negotiation. It's under state law and the zoning ordinance, the applicant has a couple different options to fulfill the base affordable housing zoning ordinance requirement. So they could make a cash contribution, which you mentioned. They could do CAFs on site, I think 13, and they could do it off-site nearby or just off-site generally. So those are the options that are spelled out to them. They actually don't need to select the way of fulfilling that until permitting, so after approval. That is usually the way that the base ordinance works. In this case, there's no additional density request for affordable housing.
Thank you. Maybe the applicant would like to elaborate on this. So did you try to get any units there? The reason why I'm asking that, and you heard it at the Planning Commission as well, and I align myself with the comments and the sentiment there. It is important in places like Ballston to have as much affordable housing as possible. Every little unit counts, because this is the place where we typically is the most efficient place to locate affordable housing because of its transportation options there. The overall burden of living, cost burden of living for a family of moderate or low income is effectively lower if we can locate them there instead of a further away place in the county.
Thank you. I will echo Mr. Watson's comment that the zoning ordinance allows that choice of the base affordable housing contribution on-site or off-site. In this particular project, if you note from the first iteration of the project, we actually reduced the size of this project through the process to address other initiatives. We also prioritized the sustainability bonus. And so in this particular instance, the client did choose the contribution I think that the production of housing in and of itself addresses the county and the COG regional goals for increasing housing supply, which also helps affordability. But I understand your question and concern. I would say that to the extent that anything changes, it should be through a coordinated, comprehensive, inclusive review versus on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Pascal.
I'll just include summary comments in terms of my perspective on this. You know, public hearings by design are designed to elicit criticisms and critiques. So I'd like to come from a point of praise and say, hey, this project is a substantial improvement over the status quo. Thank you very, very much. I think from an aesthetics and a safety standpoint, as both presentations have outlined, this is a value added to the community, and of course, bringing hotel or converting hotel units into residential units is very consistent with our overall supply side strategies when it comes to housing production. There are a few things about this project that I'm particularly fond of. The shared use path, while not providing direct connections, as Mr. Byrne outlined, does actually, as I believe our Transportation Commission noted in their letter to us, and I'll associate myself with their observations, it provides for a less stressful way to navigate north-south going on Glebe Road, as well as connections to the Bluemont Trail, which are a lot easier. And even if they are not absolutely direct, creating low-stress riding opportunities is very much, I believe, going to lead to an increase in these connections being used by active means. So I appreciate that as well. I certainly always appreciate the comments about sustainability and whether we're doing the best that we can. And Mr. Greenwood, while a score of 60 may seem relatively low on the C2E2 scale, it's actually kind of high. You don't have a lot of projects that get very much above that. And taking all of your concerns and criticisms to heart, I would like to just speak about them from a different point of view. With the number of garage spaces that are being made EV, or that are being used for EV chargers, that's 15 in the garage at the outset, with up to 57 being ready. I think it's important to put real numbers on this, because if you think about the number of EVs currently in use, it seems a little less concerning than I think sometimes when we think about the percentages of 4 and 15%. Many people may be aware that there are all kinds of issues with the EV market which are not controlled locally, which are very much going to affect EV take-up. A lot of the product that people desire from an EV perspective is not incentivized through federal tax credits. Therefore, we see a softening of EV sales broadly until we get broader policy to align with, I think, some of our sustainability goals. It seems to me that the numbers that Arlington County is currently working with applicants to deliver make sense for where we are now. And whether or not it makes sense 10 years from now, I actually am not terribly concerned with, because if developers are going to want to be competitive in attracting residents who may desire charging facilities that are not being supplied, they will have to provide them at their own risk. Providing an excess today doesn't really do anything other than drive up the costs of housing, which is something that's a little contrary to where we want to go. That said, I do appreciate always C2E2 making sure that we look at this from every possible perspective to ensure that we're doing the best that we can. And I'll just comment on the housing piece, just my perspective. Whenever we have an opportunity to consider a request for bonus density, that is when we are aggressively in pursuit of ensuring that that bonus that is awarded, that is the community's density to give, also provides benefits in the form of affordable housing. As has been discussed, the base affordable housing contribution comes with it a couple of different options. If the on-site option is not selected, that money that is made available can be used not only for equivalent 60% units elsewhere, but also to drive down the price or drive down the eligibility so that we could actually help people at lower income bands elsewhere. So while There's reasonable minds may desire on-site units with every affordable housing contribution. I do want to make sure that everyone knows that when we even receive the base contributions, that does provide for the ability for us to house people in Arlington who are income constrained, and in some cases, the cash can provide the ability to deepen the subsidy for people who are significantly income constrained. With that, thanks everyone for your presentations, but also for your analysis of the project, and I'm pleased to support it. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple concluding remarks. I think really everything, our chair is correct. I mean, the criticisms actually, almost every single one is actually on what we're requiring. It's not, you've met the requirements, which is why you got as much support as you did. And I think I understand the housing, I guess it was the Housing Commission, I think, that had the abstentions. Again, it's our policies, and you're following our policies, so thank you. I don't want to neglect to mention Mr. Byrne comes all the time talking about milkweed and often telling us we've got the wrong kind of milkweed, and I'm hoping that that's something that we on our side can kind of figure out and fix if it needs fixing, because I think it does need to be addressed. I actually think moving forward, we need to be probably thinking a lot more about pollinators and the general environment, not just the energy part of it, but the whole general environment. But that, again, is not on you. We're so clearly in a transition period. Looking at the picture of the way it is now, I mean, I grew up in the 60s and the 80s, and that architecture just is horrible. Looking at it now, I'm hoping that what we're approving here doesn't look as bad to people 40 or 50 years in the future. I heard Ms. Koch, I think, who was not pleased with how the building looks, and I think maybe she is just probably maybe not aware of things like the Planning Commission and some different avenues that if she's got concerns about how we are building and how things look that she could participate in. So if she's listening, I hope she takes that to heart and maybe wants to get a little involved in things. But I think it looks fine, way better than it was before, and I'm really pleased to hear about the stormwater that we're working on. Actually, even if the requirements are a lot less, we're all realizing that we're facing 100 and 500 year storms quite frequently these days. So glad we're looking forward to that, and thanks for the good project.
Mr. DeFerranti, and then Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I want to pick up where Ms. Garvey, Vice Chair Garvey left off, and specifically thank the applicant for changing course over the past year. I think that's it's so important, and their efforts sometimes to work through under a similar design, and I just really appreciate this sort of shift from the first to the final project. I do think that we need to be considering how to address some of the Planning Commission, the concerns raised by the Planning Commission. The law is the law, but I do think we need to be seeking to ask for more. The question is, we have to go to Richmond to do that, and I would not put the odds as particularly high in the short term, but we do need to be doing that work. So that's the thoughts on housing. Happy to support the project. I appreciate the transportation improvements, as well as looking forward to appreciate the sustainability piece as well. Thanks.
Mr. Carantonis.
I will try to be brief, Mr. Chair. Thank you again. I know how much work this was to transform this project, to bring it to a good place. As always, the critique and not the criticism is about how we make the next project better. That's how we use your work to build the foundations of good work coming on in the next one. So therefore, we try to make, and I believe that the entire public process is also not only predicated on improving the specific building, but also future buildings, and create a culture of progress in Arlington. I mean, we have seen here a classic, situation or a classic evolution, a building that was a little bit more than 50 years old. It's now completely obsolete. It will disappear, and a new building will come in. And we are trying here to get more long-lasting quality buildings that have that take into account a a more uncertain future in all possible ways, especially the entire discussion about environmental specs, et cetera, it's facing this uncertainty and hedging against the odds. The discussion you hear about stormwater management, the discussion you hear about electrification, the discussion you hear about, reducing the parking ratio and making, trying to shift towards a better multimodal mix in Arlington. All this is part of that. It happens that your building is in a very prominent place in Arlington, and it looks great. I think it's good. The main building for me, it's actually a very good delivery, and I congratulate you for that, and I thank everybody who was involved, including our staff and our commissioners and everybody. Thank you, and I will support Mr. DeFerrante's motion.
And with that, seeing no other lights, I think we're ready to consider Mr. DeFerrante's motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Wish you all well on the rest of your day. We'll take a brief hiatus to do a set change. Take a breather, Ms. Jacobs, before you call the next item. All right, Ms. Jacobs, are you ready to call our next item?
I am. Items 57A through D related to the Arbor Motel at 2201 Arlington Boulevard includes item A, which is a general land use plan amendment to change the land use designation for a portion of the area from service commercial to low medium residential and low medium residential to low office apartment hotel, a rezoning request, as well as a site plan to construct a residential building and residential and retail building with modifications to the zoning ordinance, as well as an ordinance for vacation.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Schwartz, who will be handling our staff presentation?
The inimitable Peter Schultz has joined us. So over to you, Mr. Schultz.
The inimitable one.
Hi, I'm Peter Schultz from the Department of Community Planning, Housing, and Development. With me is Jane Kim from the Department of Environmental Services, again, representing this project. This is the ARVA site plan, 2201 Arlington Boulevard. We're asking for 3 requests: a GLUP amendment, a rezoning, and a site plan. The existing site is a 2 to 3 story motel constructed in stages in the 1950s and early 1960s at the corner of Arlington Boulevard and Pershing Drive. The existing zoning and GLUP are both split. C2 zoning on a large portion of the site, RA 615 zoning on the site fronting on Arlington Boulevard. Again, our requests are to change the GLUP, which has been advertised by the county board on June 2021 as part of a special study done for this site, from low medium residential and service commercial to low office apartment hotel, a rezoning to the equivalent zoning district to low office apartment hotel, and a site plan for this site for a mixed use project. The proposal is 251 dwelling units of up to 8 stories with approximately 3,000 square feet of retail and retail equivalent uses. Zoning modifications, additional density for the achievement of green building initiative incentives, as well as other provisions that the zoning ordinance permits for additional density to a site. Parking ratio, and as we'll see later in the presentation, for a sign modification, which you rarely see anymore. The special GLUP study was adopted in 2021 after a year of study by the comprehensive planning section of the Arlington County DCPHD. Key recommendations were that this be a residential site with some retail and retail equivalent on the ground floor, heights that are context sensitive and setbacks, new and enhanced public spaces, revamped Arlington Boulevard multi-use trail and additional landscaping, and a through-block pedestrian connection, a pedestrian and bicycle connection, on-site affordable housing, and preservation or recreation of historic features of the existing motel. Following slide shows a potential redevelopment scenario for the site as depicted in the special GLUP study. As you'll see from the developer's presentation, it largely follows the recommendations of the special GLUP study. I would like to talk about some of the project evolution throughout the site from the initial submittal to the current proposal that is in front of you. Staff and SPRC worked with the developer in order that this public 10,000 square foot open space at the corner of Wayne Street and Pershing Drive look more open and inviting, have more eyes on the street. So as you see on the left, on the right, the developer had added more windows as well as pulled back the row of townhouses in order that to the townhouses be more private from the public space to distinguish the two. The developer enhanced the landscaping throughout the site, as well as also eliminating a section of above-grade parking. Initially, the developer had proposed a slightly above-grade parking in this south block of buildings here. Arlington Boulevard is to your right. That, as you can see, where a car, that area there is also the through-block pedestrian and bicycle connection that connects Wayne Street and Arlington Boulevard's multi-use trail. After SPRC, the developer eliminated that row of above-grade parking, pushed it further underground, and thus eliminated the garage entrance at that location. So in fact, extending the period of, I should say, the area that are dedicated to both bicycles and pedestrians, but not cars, reducing conflicts. Developer did other things, including improve the landscaping at the south side of the building facing the Arlington Boulevard multi-use trail, moving transformers to a much more appropriate location on the site under the sidewalk in Pershing Drive. The developer worked with SPRC and our historic preservation staff to refine the recreation of the historic elements of the existing motel building. As you see on the left and on the right is a closer approximation and enhancement of the existing, returning back to the 1950s look of the motel after an inappropriate 1980s renovation, largely obscured the two-story lobby that was at the corner of Pershing Drive and Arlington Boulevard. The sign is also recreated in a more historically appropriate fashion. The developer is also committed to reusing some of the stone at the base of the lobby to accurately recreate the look as it was in 1957. Features and amenities of this site, the developer is going to design, construct, and fund the design, I should say, construct and maintain the 10,000 square foot public space at the corner of Wayne Street and Pershing Drive. Whatever you see there is just illustrative, but it gives an idea of what could be there. It will be a public process led by the Department of Parks and Recreation if this is approved. After approval, that the park will be designed and then ready to be constructed with the rest of the project and open with the rest of the project. Other features, and these are all features anticipated in the special GLUP study. The developer's proposal meets the special GLUP study with a couple minor deviations, as noted in the staff report. In this particular case, this meets the requirement removing the vestigial frontage road on VDOT right-of-way that serves only the motel. VDOT does not want to maintain it, nor will they continue to maintain it. The developer will take this out and construct a 12-foot wide Arlington Boulevard multi-use trail and plant double rows of trees instead of this 30-foot wide one-way drive and parking area. More features and amenities also include, as I said, recreation of the existing motel's features, as well as, after approval, we'll work with county's historic preservation staff on signage for this actually a very historic location adjacent to Fort Myer and on Pershing Drive, which is actually a historic road once known as Fort Road. Other proposed features and amenities: 7 2 to 3 bedroom sized committed affordable units. These are larger than we normally get. Protected bike lanes on both sides of Pershing Drive. And sustainable design elements. LEED Gold at the 0.25 level, which is one of the lower levels of LEED, but they are meeting all of the baseline prerequisites for this, including bird-friendly glass, Energy Star, and others. I'm not going to read all of these, but most notable feature is EV parking is at the standard requirement for the level of bonus they are requesting. 4% from day one of parking spaces will be EV ready, 15% will be EV ready, and the developer has actually added space for the transformers in the transformer area to add an additional transformer if necessary to support EV vehicles. The proposed project is compliant with adopted plans. The special GLUP study is the #1 plan for this site, and it provides the features and amenities and the design anticipated by this special GLUP study. Also, it meets many requirements of our affordable housing master plan, the green energy plan, the historic preservation master plan. The public process, this is excluding the LRPC process, which lasted a year between 2020 and 2021, culminating in the county board adopting the special GLUP study as the official guidance for this site and authorizing advertisement of GLUP change. We did have the online engagement to site plan review committee meetings, commission meetings, representatives of which are here today, culminating in the county board meeting today. The Housing Commission voted 10-0 to recommend that the board approve it. The Parks and Recreation Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval. The Transportation Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval. And the Planning Commission voted unanimously on all 3 items. I should mention there is a 4th item that we would also be requesting, as well as the GLUP change, the rezoning, and the site plan. Staff is also requesting that the county board adopt the ordinance vacating an old 5-foot sanitary sewer easement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. And I see Mr. Roberts here. Are you going to direct the applicant presentation?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Well, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Matt Roberts with Hirschler, here today on behalf of the applicant. With me at the table is Ashton Allen of Studios Architecture, Nan Patel with the applicant, and behind us, Gabriella Kennemar Clark with Land Design, and a couple of other team members are on the call to assist us along the way. Certainly want to start by thanking staff, Peter, Jane, and others for shepherding this through the process. As always, this has come out a lot better at the end for having gone through that. And also want to note at the top, we are very proud to be here, as Peter just noted, with the unanimous support from the Housing, Parks, Transportation, and Planning Commissions. Next slide, please. I won't belabor this one. You're pretty sufficiently oriented to the site, but we are talking about the Days Inn at Pershing Drive and Arlington Boulevard. Really, it's sort of a unique site in that it's this final component of that gateway into Lyon Park. Certainly has quite a bit of history to it as well, a bit of which we'll talk about along the way. We're very excited to be here and bringing this project forward with this board, as you all were the ones who approved our special GLUP study, although we do miss Ms. Crystal, and her absence is noted. That said, the special GLUP study for the project gave us quite a bit of guidance and goals along the way. It looks for a mixed-use redevelopment of the site to complete that gateway I was just talking about. And the guidance focuses on, among other things, open space on the site, height and density transitions that allow tapering into that existing neighborhood fabric, and also, again, embracing that site history to the extent that we are able. Next slide, please. Ultimately, our application, as Ashton is going to talk to you about, tracks that study. We are providing a mixed-use residential and retail project of approximately 251 units and 3,000 square feet of retail or retail equivalent space. And, the question always arises, how do you plan to achieve all of that? And this project comes with a number of substantial and important community benefits that were foreseen in the special GLUP study, and which really gave us our guidance along the way. So we are going to be achieving LEED Gold certification. We will be extending the Arlington Boulevard Trail south along Pershing Drive, including those micro-mobility features that Peter mentioned. There will be off-site protected bike lanes, both on our side of Pershing Drive, but also adding them on the north side of Pershing Drive where they're not existing today, as well as that 10,000 square foot on-site park that we will be planning and funding and ultimately constructing with this building. Just sort of a unique feature, I think, for a community benefit of that type. It will actually be delivered with the project, and so it's a community benefit that comes online as the building develops. And last but not least, affordable housing. This project does have a very substantial affordable housing component in the form of those 7 units, larger family-size units, as Peter mentioned, which again I think is fairly unique for a project of this size and type. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Ashton to walk you around the site and let you know a little bit more about the project.
Good morning, members of the board, members of the community. We're really excited to share and walk through some of the ARVA project development. This is an image from that special GLUP study that Peter and Matt had mentioned, floating over the corner of Arlington Boulevard and Pershing Drive. As Peter noted, the goal of the architecture was really to take that great planning forward. And here's a view of the design. Again, Arlington Boulevard is to the left with the new 12-foot shared use trail there with full of happy people, and then on the right that's Pershing Drive with the elements of the historic sign and stone elements, as well as potential markers of historic events that can get carried forward. Also, as Peter mentioned, focusing on delivering a lot of that vision that's been established over the past really 3 years from micro-mobility stations, taking advantage of space that is in the VDOT right-of-way that could be transformed to have a greater impact for the residents of Lyon Park and this greater community. So developing and finding locations for those. In this view, we've moved down Pershing Drive and are looking across from the north down through the south. Here you're looking between 2 bars of the building and underneath really the only vehicular access through the building to the kind of those little bits of cherry trees beyond. That path we're really proud of basically contains all of the vehicular motion for the project. The site as it is now is opposite that. It is an extroverted, parking-friendly 50s development that was all about you can park here easily. This development is looking forward at that mixed mode, pedestrian-centric, biophilic development that is, this is a place for people and cars can get here too. Flipping around to the corner of Wayne and Pershing, this is again a view from the GLUP where you see that the idea of that park space, the public access easement there in the foreground, and this view, which Peter had shared, has evolved over time, is looking over that park space from that corner and looking at how the architecture steps back from the community and starts to feather. The park space, as staff has mentioned, is going to be developed in a separate process, but we wanted to highlight some of the features that we're excited about bringing forward and have been part of the planning principles, not just for this area in our preliminary thinking, but throughout the entire site. Focusing on human relationship to nature, natural forms and shapes, the natural environment, and specifically species that are supporting pollinators and special urban habitat, and being able to develop those forwards, and then having the actual environment bring forward the natural patterns and processes of nature. In another view from the GLUP, this is floating above Wayne Street, looking through this, what I'll call the muse space, and this pass-through, which staff had mentioned, has evolved to eliminate any vehicular access through here. So again, this is a view of the project with this muse that represents vehicular traffic that turns underneath the building for that pass-through. But the muse itself is really a shared use, mixed mode, low speed, very residential street that connects through to that trail. These walk-up apartments here on the left has this low volume roof, which has a pool for residents, but also wanted to feature some of the exciting plantings that are being planned up here as part of that environment. Whereas it's not a green roof as traditionally used for stormwater management, it is a green roof that's being used to support the experience of residents and a biophilic environment. Now we've gone through this portal and are standing on the improved multi-use trail looking north along Arlington Boulevard, where you can see the environment of this kind of larger streetscape buffer to the right toward the building, and then plus another extended buffer that is the recreation of the VDOT right-of-way of that 30 feet of pavement that's there today. One thing that Peter had mentioned was the moving of parking, pushing it further and further below grade to essentially eliminate any above grade parking in this section. It was a great challenge with many pieces working against it, but we're really proud of what we've created, both providing an exciting stoop environment for the apartments that face Pershing Drive or face Arlington Boulevard to have that proper kind of stoop environment, but as well as optimizing the pedestrian and bike connections through that portal. This diagram, again, is looking to reinforce some of those ideas that we introduced in that park space, but how those are applying to both the VDOT right-of-way space as well as the private space within the property, those same features. Finally, this is a special GLUP view that's floating above Arlington Boulevard, looking north, where you're seeing some of the aspects of the GLUP that were very important. Stepping down of the mass toward the community, articulation along that face, and preservation of a recreation of that blade sign, and the development of the property that is looking to carry forward all those events or all those elements. We feel very successfully. We're very excited. And we're, like Matt said, very happy to be coming here with such great support and such great community engagement. So with that, thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. We're now ready to hear from our advisory groups, unless, was there anything else from the applicant? Okay, beautiful. So Ms. Bagley, you want to return?
Good morning again. This process included as staff and the applicant spelled out, the LRPC, which was chaired by former Commissioner Schroll, and the SPRC process by Commissioner Peterson. The points that we really discussed when it came in front of us were community benefits, sustainability, biophilia, transportation, historic preservation, and the special GLUP study. You have the summary of those. Probably the largest conversations were around sustainability. In addition to EV parking and a little bit more explanation on the green roof. I would say in general, the Planning Commission was fascinated and surprised to hear from the applicant that the gas coming into this building in this case would be more efficient than electricity. So there were a lot of questions about that. Under biophilia, one remaining issue is the bird-friendly treatment of the glass in the lower section, in the part that wishes to preserve things. So a little bit more information needed there. And then last, in the historic preservation, there was discussion about including some of the color from perhaps the previous sign, a little bit more a nod to the history there. In the end, the commission voted unanimously in favor of approving the GLUP amendment, approving the rezoning, and approving the site plan. And I am here to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bagley. Next, I believe we do have Ms. Hall Edwards from the Housing Commission, who did specifically want to speak on this proposal.
Yes, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Dorsey, Vice Chair Garvey, and members De Ferrante and Carantonis. I'm appearing before you today to share the Housing Commission's recommendations for the ARVA site plan project. The Housing Commission unanimously approved the ARVA site plan project during its June 1st meeting and recommends the County Board approve this project as well. The Commission supports the on-site committed affordable units included in the Arbor project, and particularly the inclusion of 5 family-sized units. As noted in the presentation, this is unusual for a project of this size, and we were impressed by that. That figured in our conversation during the meeting. The Commission is likewise pleased that this project is adding 3-bedroom CAFs to the county's affordable housing stock. The Commission also recommends the developer meet the base affordable housing ordinance requirements through on-site units as opposed to a cash contribution. The retro sign and many of the other features noted in the presentations that preceded me figured in our conversations as well. Overall, we're pleased with this project. In closing, I want to thank you, Chairman Dorsey, and Mr. De Ferrante for acknowledging recommended additions and changes to the Regional Fair Housing Plan, which was under the consent calendar, that we raised in our May 10th letter. Your commitment to working with the Housing Commission to address these important issues is very much appreciated. Thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saul-Edwards. And I believe, Ms. McIntyre, you're going to present this time from C2E2?
Yeah, give you a different face.
What's that?
Give you a different face.
Yes. A different but familiar face, so that's welcoming to all of us. Thank you.
I bet you get tired of seeing me all the time.
Never.
Okay. Well, good morning. Again, I'm Joan McIntyre, representing Climate Change, Energy, and Environment Commission. While the applicant is, again, participating in the green building incentive policy at the 2.5 level, we again find it, and as Chairman Dorsey mentioned, it really scores at about a 58%, which is about on par with what we're saying, which tells you more about the projects that are coming in versus the sustainability. As we've talked about repeatedly, is a key focus for ours has been on electrification. And again, the system is proposing using gas for both the HVAC and the hot water. I would want to start first focusing on the HVAC, is that basically they're using a hybrid system which will use gas for auxiliary heat during extremely cold weather. And there's alternative, and I would point out that for the project that we just looked at the Ballston Holiday Inn, they're using the exact identical system, and they have chosen to use electric instead of gas. If you look at the calculations in the model, which actually are identical between the two projects, number one, the greenhouse gas emissions are substantially lower than conventional either electric or gas systems, but there's really only a marginal difference between gas and electric when you come looking to it. It doesn't actually take into account probably the greenhouse gas of the methane leakage that's throughout the system, so it probably understates the greenhouse gas emissions from electric, nor does it allow for those systems to go to zero when the grid system goes to all renewable energy, which the county's goal is for 2035, which is well into the still younger stages of this project. So again, the potential there is to be electric. The other system, of course, is the centralized hot water. The plan actually there, the model shows that the greenhouse gas emissions of using a heat pump centralized boiler system is substantially lower than either electric or gas conventional systems. And they have indicated that they are planning on designing this to transition to electric. So the issue is, why not go and do it that way from the start? Similarly, on the energy efficiency, which again is something we tend to look at, is they're going for the 20% minimum requirement for the green building incentive program. We think they could do much better than that. We generally recommend at least 25%, and there's likely ways of really well-designing building envelopes, and especially then going with your high-efficiency equipment could get that even lower or even higher. And then we would mention just briefly on the electric vehicles, again, they're going with the green building incentive minimums. We do think that at least a 50% EV ready, which basically is making sure that the conduits are there. On this, I would actually highlight one issue that was raised by the applicant that we've heard on other projects. I think it's an issue the county itself has related with, and that has to do with capacity from Dominion. And I think there's an opportunity here for the county to work closely with developers and with Dominion to try to figure out how we get to a point where we have the transformer capacity needed to shift to electric systems so that we can then shift to zero emissions electricity as we move towards renewable energy. And also then again point out that does offer very attractive nature-based landscaping with the public park. We would encourage the applicant as they continue to develop out those designs to look for more opportunities for particularly tree canopy coverage. From my perspective, you can never have too many trees. And then just to wrap up, the other is also look for opportunities to reduce the carbon in the materials. Well, we don't tend to talk about this a lot, but this is, again, an important issue related to addressing climate change and reducing our carbon emissions. And to wrap up, I would say is I don't think can't remember the last time I turned on the national news and the lead story was not a climate-related issue. And usually it's multiple issues of extreme climate. In Arlington itself, we have had several days of very poor quality area resulting from climate-driven fires in Canada. We have, an ongoing heat wave across most of the south of this country. And also we've hit over the 4th of July weekend weather temperatures that were past anything that ever has been seen in thousands and tens of thousands of years. So we are in the midst of a climate crisis. This goes beyond just what's required by regulations and laws. It's the right thing to do is to build these buildings that get to removing burning of fossil fuels. I mean, that's the key issue of addressing climate change is to reduce our use of fossil fuels, which means looking at how we're designing buildings, looking at the systems that we produce, looking at the materials that were built. This is something that is imperative for addressing our future and that of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we do. Our first speaker is Bernard Byrne, followed by Ann Bodine.
Mr. Byrne, welcome back.
Mr. Byrne, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Now we can. Please be sure to speak directly into your microphone and go ahead and begin.
Pretty similar to previous statements, the same landscape architect land design. This project has too little biophilia. While there are a few small plant beds on the structure, there is no green roof. The structure instead contains much of synthetic turf, and wood decking, which will create stormwater runoff, and a real green roof. Add plants that hang from roofs and balconies or climb on trellises from the ground and ledges. Mowed lawns are not biophilic. They support tree colonies, birds, and other wildlife. Replace all lawns, including the lawn between the Arlington Boulevard bike trail and the building, with plantings of native shrubs, ground covers, and perennials that will support pollinators. The landscape sheets in the 4.1 submission identify the features location of trees, but not of any shrubs, ground covers, or perennials. Unlike the last project, this applicant has not presented anything at this meeting to describe to you. I've asked them to landscape officer to design this information, but it did not respond to my request. The land design is denied the public the opportunity to review this information. Some of its competitors, such as Studio 39, do this. The County Board's monarch pledge encourages these plants of milkweed and other native plants to support Ballston and other pollinators. You don't see this on the landscape plan. The eastern monarch butterfly population has greatly fallen. Several publications state that the migration depends upon the presence of common milkweed, Asclepias ciliaca. Require the applicant to restore this plant in all sunny areas, not milkweed as in the previous project. All All unpaved open space and tree trenches should contain common milkweed and other nectar plants that support pollinators. Plant few wind pollinated ornamental grasses, although the applicant states that they whistle through the wind whistles through this, these don't produce nectar, which pollinators need to survive. Create no mowed lawns, as these support few pollinators or other wildlife, and retain little stormwater. This, of course, will become an issue on the design of the public park. All tree trenches in the sidewalk and elsewhere should contain common milkweed. Elevate or place low fences around the tree trunk to protect plants from trampling and dogs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ann Bodine.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and all who are engaging on ARVA. I am Ann Bodine of Lyon Park. Most of you know me for weighing in on other topics broadly relating to upzoning like Missy Middle and Penn Place. Today, I'm speaking about my own neighborhood. I oppose the recommended change to GLUP zoning and site plan usage primarily because it overlooks that special GLUP and the site plan are two separate processes that both confer community benefits. I know this was part of the revision of special GLUP many years ago to segregate them into two parts, an inconclusive special GLUP study preceding a site plan review, but this has resulted in a lack of transparency. During the review of the special GLUP study, we are told we can't weigh in with community benefits requests because that comes only during site plan review. The board itself told me on May 13 I could not request community benefits during the review of the special GLUP study documents for Sunrise Senior Center. So when it got to site plan for this Arbor project, a special GLUP in my own neighborhood, imagine my surprise when the staff report implied that all the community benefits were a done deal. I nonetheless made my pitch and asked the Planning Commission on July 3rd for additional benefits. Combining the special GLUP with site plan approval gives developers two bites of the apple, while the community only gets one. I also add that Mr. Schultz's comment that site plan complies with special GLUP cannot be accurate, as special GLUP has not yet been approved. I am asking the county now to consider how to realign the process for fairness. The Civic Federation in 2022 wrote that GLUP amendment process has been normalized for upzoning requests from landowners. Special GLUPs are meant to be exceptions, but they have become routine and are granting one-off benefits to developers. It's time for a reset. Looking at this Arbor project, the combined list of community benefits for both a special GLUP and a site plan is underwhelming at best. Special GLUP comes with expectations of 20% affordable housing and up to 20% tree canopy. This project has less than 5% affordable housing, below even normal site plan levels, and no added tree canopy. That means we aren't even getting a full single bite at the apple. We are adding 8% of our current housing stock in our neighborhood, and there's zero concern or discussion for new services or community space. And calling this a completion of a gateway, in our community, we mostly see this as a choke point for routes to access east and west. And so we're more concerned about congestion there, but not much mitigation. I'd like the county to show its math for both sides' comparative benefits. The 7 affordable apartments is worth about $3 million, and the park is worth about $2 million. Days Inn already has bike paths, but the developer is doubling the number of stories and changing land use. It's worth a lot more than $5 million. When I attended the PC meeting, one commissioner undercut my concerns by noting that my civic association had been providing inputs. My civic association neither spoke nor submitted a letter to that meeting. I was the only resident on record. And in any event, my concerns stand on their own merits. I ask for respect when residents come before you having done their own homework and working on their own dime, and I hope you will engage me now on ways to improve special GLUPs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Modine. Are there any other speakers?
No, there are not.
Therefore, the discussion is with the board. Colleagues, I'll look to you to see if there are any clarifying or substantive questions that you have before we move to a motion. All right. Nope. Then we're ready to move to a motion. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I will try to be as succinct as I can. So this has got several parts to it. I will first move, and this is regarding the first 3, A, B, and C, referring to the board report dated July 7. And I move that we adopt the manager's recommendation, which is to adopt the resolution that is attached to that board report to approve the amendment to the GLUP to change the designation from service commercial and low medium residential to low office apartment hotel. and that we also rezone, adopt the ordinance, which is also attached to that board report, rezoning the property and updating the map as recommended in that attachment. And I also move that we adopt the attached ordinance to permit an 8-story, which is actually the meat of this, an 8-story mixed-use building with approximately 251 dwelling units, 3,000 square feet of retail or the equivalent, with modifications of the zoning ordinance subject to the conditions of the ordinance. And then for Part C, if I can go ahead and move that as well. And for that, this is referring to the board report dated July 3rd, and that we enact the ordinance of vacation and authorize the real estate bureau chief or designee to effectuate the ordinance.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. Do we capture everything? I think we did.
Hopefully.
All right. Ms. Garvey, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I'll just start just a bit. I mean, I think this is, it's fairly impressive. Unanimous approval from Planning Commission, Housing Commission, Transportation Commission. That's good. And we're seeing sort of more of these. This is actually a little similar to the project before because, again, it's a 1950s era kind of car-centric site that's being brought up to date quite a bit and is a big improvement. Thank you. Appreciate that. And in this case, we've got, I think it was 7 on-site affordable units, which is great. That was a concern with the project before. Glad you can do that. And particularly the 5 family-sized units. I think that is particularly good. I do agree with C2E2 that we can never have too many trees, so I hope as we work on the park that we get some trees and maybe big ones. And I was looking at the picture, I was thinking, how about a couple of big trees, not just little ones? And I did have one question, but maybe I can yield or I could ask my question.
Please.
Okay, and that is actually, and I don't know if we have it, I think we would have the answer for staff. We are working with Dominion, are we not, on capacity issues for, I mean, I believe Dominion and the whole region is quite aware that there's an issue with electric capacity for funding for powering all of the electric vehicles we're hoping to have and things. I sort of stated that we need to be doing that. I assume we are. Is there anybody who can answer that one? Maybe not. Maybe? Mr. Fusarelli? I mean, I believe I've been in some regional conversations that this is happening, as a region at least.
Ms. Garvey, I believe that is correct. We certainly have ongoing engagement with Dominion. Periodically, conversations or issues come up or arise as it relates in particular to some of the most intensive development proposals, the site plans that come before this board and other like applications. One of the issues recently that has come up is really the size of some of the vaults that are required and need to be incorporated into these developments. And from the county's perspective, a similar public interest in trying to mitigate impacts on what all the other things we're trying to fit into the streetscape. So that's one example. Certainly opportunities for ensuring that there's adequate electrical capacity is another topic of conversation. I believe it would be, again, the Department of Environmental Services that are engaging most directly with Dominion, but we can certainly circle back with them and ensure those conversations are happening, and perhaps if there's an opportunity to provide, the latest updates to the board, if that'd be of interest, we can
Thank you.
certainly do that.
And I think some of us are in regional groups that maybe we can bring that up with the regional groups and ask for just sort of a regional presentation from folks, because this is not just an Arlington-centric issue. And I see Ms. Kim here. Are we doing much work on district energy? A little more, working a little more intensely on trying to get more solar panels, more whatever, producing our own energy right here rather than having to bring it in from far-flung places?
I'm not fully aware of the efforts from our energy colleagues, but that's something that we can definitely get back to you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
I think I see a summer of briefings in my future. Thank you. But these are all really important topics, and I know there's a kind of a lot going on, and we're really clearly in the middle of a transition, which, as I said, this project and the other one is our real examples of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you. I will just make brief remarks that will summarize all my thinking on this. I really appreciate the on-site units and the Housing Commission's impact approval letter sort of indicates that. I want to, Ms. Bodine's concerns regarding the special glove study came up at the Planning Commission. I wonder if maybe you could speak to that briefly. Essentially, community benefits are in our code with respect to site plans. We do ask for the costs. There's a fee for special club studies, but I'm just not, my impressions, strong impression, and you could correct me, is that there's not a separate community benefits process because it's through the actual site plan that you have the development that creates the nexus that would allow us to, the legal nexus that would allow us essentially to ask for those benefits. Is that a fair understanding?
If I understand the question and Ms. Bodine's concern correctly, first I'd like to state on June 2021, the county board approved a special GLUP study, document. It was either June or July 2021. You adopted a document, the special GLUP study guidance document, which is the guiding for the site. It's a small area plan, almost like a sector plan. So that was something that the county board adopted. The county board then authorized advertisement of a change to the general land use plan map. So there's two different things. There's the guidance document, which you adopted, which is now the controlling document on this site, and the general land use plan map, which staff is requesting or recommending change to today. The special GLUP study lays out development scenarios that are appropriate and contextual in the site. It also lays out, with input from civic associations and neighboring potential, while it does not talk about community benefits per se, it does state there are features on the site that they would like to see. For instance, the special GLUP study recommended that 10,000 square foot public open space at the corner of Wayne and Pershing. It also recommended the micro-mobility hub at the corner of Pershing and Arlington Boulevard. It also recommended, and I would like to correct this, 20% of on-site affordable housing of the difference in the density between what could be achieved under the current GLUP and the potential GLUP that you are adopting today. So it's not 20% of all units, it's 20% of the difference. Okay. Now, there is some expectation that the developer will provide these things with a site plan, and that's for you to analyze. And so, because the developer is requesting additional density, higher level CPHD staff negotiates, what might be appropriate to achieve these GLUP goals. The developer can then earn their additional density. So while, yes, the developer is not granted any any rights by just adopting a special GLUP study, the special GLUP study lays out our expectations of what a future site plan should bring, and then community benefits are negotiated through site plans, not at the land use study level. Thank you.
Thank you for the context, and then the last comments that you made regarding that site plans are what actually earn the community benefits. So that's said, and I appreciate the help on the housing piece. Those are considering on their own merits. I'm happy to approve the project. I'm glad to see Line Park's letter overall. I think we want as much in the way of community benefits as possible as we have development, and that is our focus, serving the community, not separately sort of an adversarial process nor a overly favorable process, just benefits to serve the community. So, and I think the Line Park Civic Association's letter helps with that. Happy to support the project.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very good project and a very good place that has now a new, adds urbanism to a place that has been challenged for quite a while, and now this completes what is called Gateway, and I applaud you for that. This is a good delivery. Now, I definitely am not happy that it's not an electrified building. And I want to also state that, it's true that we understand that, changing the technology and going, into a little bit more risky place to electrify a building is not an easy ask. We get that, but this becomes now more mainstream, and I mean, for future development proposals, you cannot take, I mean, the future you cannot take for granted that nobody on this side of the dice won't take that as a deal breaker. At some point, it will become a deal breaker, and there are certain events that, I mean, Ms. McIntyre referenced that the sensitivity to that is beginning to be very high. So we are really we're looking at progress on this, and this is important to everybody here. Have one very small question. It's kind of a clarification, and I will offer just a few concluding remarks on that. In the family-sized CAFs, committed affordable units, there are some that are 2 bedrooms and a den, correct? Or am I wrong?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Yes.
So do they house more people? So I understand that a 2-bedroom CAF houses a family of 4. This is the official and the legal. And the 2-bedroom and a den, does it bring a benefit besides, a little bit more of a space?
Sure, Ashton can speak to this a little bit more directly, but what I would say is from a building code perspective, you cannot treat the den as if it's a fully fledged bedroom. But I think as a practical matter for families and, with small children and things like that, the den has a tendency to operate as something of a 3rd bedroom in those style of units.
Yeah, and I think that is an important part because we know that families right now need the additional space. People work from home, kids increasingly work from home, so this additional feature is an important one. I was really intrigued by this kind of delivery, and I congratulate you for that. Another one on the park. So what is the timeline, and how will the park, and that's also for our staff, how will the park design work with a timeline of construction of the main building? So is that...
Those are laid out in conditions 53 and 54. I can briefly go through it as that no later, it's tied to the submission of their civil engineering plan, and that no later within 3 months of their submission of their civil engineer plan, the Department of Parks and Recreation and the developer have to develop a public planning process in order to do that. In fact, the developer will provide DPR with a list of design firms 1 month after submission of the civil engineering plan. So everything is a detailed timeline in that condition 54. So at least 2 meetings, not more than 3 public meetings. The whole goal is to get the public design process done at the time that the civil engineering plan and final landscape plans are approved, and that's before construction.
Excellent. I trust that this will be made clear to the neighborhood, because this is exactly the point where the neighborhood's involvement is even more meaningful. And I mean the whole project, if I had to give one name to that, is neighborhood matters. I literally like how the project connects with the neighborhood, how it tapers down and adjusts to the scale and also to the feeling of Pershing as we go into Wayne and further. I think this little corner park is an amazing asset there, and an asset that I can imagine many very lively input on how this asset will be best used. I personally think that a proposal would be to really pack it with trees and do something different than the average mix that we have in other small parks in Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just provide brief comments overall. I am certainly willing to support this motion. Very superficially, as someone who spends a lot of time stuck at the traffic light heading west on 50 at Pershing, I am so looking forward to seeing this built. This will truly be a welcome gateway architecturally and a dramatic improvement. But beyond that, a lot of good things here. Being able to provide some community goals, protected bike lanes on both sides of the street, which is certainly welcome. And then, having this be truly a mixed-use site, I think will further create a sense of cohesiveness with some of the other retail that surrounds, and, taking the additional density and providing family-size on-site units is really a terrific way to approach fulfilling your requirements. I will say, broadly speaking, this is, I think, a continued example of how our GLUP study process is working better and better each and every time we do it. We went through a process a couple of years ago under your chairmanship, Mr. DeFerranti, approved a document that was very inclusive of lots of voices in the community. And I think, Mr. Roberts, I don't want to speak for the applicant team, but I think it sort of made your approach to pursuing a site plan a little bit easier than it might have been without having that process in place. And we were able to proceed to shape a project that seemingly is meeting with most stakeholder interests who are generally supportive. I do want to just ask about one issue that I was curious about before that the Lion Park Civic Association also mentioned, the rooftop amenity, the pool deck, I believe, that terrace. Can you tell us a little bit about how you plan to make sure that there's not significant noise encroachment on the surrounding homes that are about at that level of where that terraced amenity is?
Sure. I'll ask Ashton to kind of speak to some of the specifics of that. I think at the outset, it's important to note that even as a private amenity feature, that dog park and that rooftop space are subject to the county's noise ordinance. So at all times, there is a regulation in place that does govern that. So Ashton, I don't know if you have the opportunity to speak real quick to what we're doing up there.
Thanks, Matt. There are really two different spaces. There's the image that we showed, which was the pool space down low, which is landscape, and that's really intended to be for residents, but it's not really the party event space that I think is the source of concern. There is a separate space that's up on the rooftop at Pershing and Arlington Boulevard that actually captures more of the view, and it's really facing Arlington Boulevard and Pershing. That is more of that event space that would be more likely to cause noise, and it's extremely remote from the neighborhood. So as Matt noted, obviously the laws hold, but certainly those aspects were something that was sensitive, that we've been sensitive to in the design process, and has been, through our conversations with Lion Park starting back in January of 2022, things that we've been talking about. So appreciate it.
I do appreciate that. I will say that while I am not interested in making a condition, because I do not want the county to be in charge of moderating what is effectively issues that should be resolved among neighbors, I would highly encourage you to meet the Civic Association where they are and to work proactively to prohibit amplified music there, recognizing that it's not a part of how you intend for it to be used. I think you can go the extra step by assuring them that you will at least do what you can operationally to make sure it doesn't become utilized in a way that you don't intend and that's not compatible with the neighborhood. But again, I don't want to condition it because then it puts us in the ability of enforcing something. That should be neighbor to neighbor. And so broadly, thank you everyone who's been involved in the efforts, and appreciate the comments of critique. They're meaningful, and I am ready to support. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate your bringing up the issue with the Civic Association, because that was one thing that I had meant to bring up, and I did not. And I'm glad to hear the answer. I think your solution is a good one, and hopefully we can do that. I'd forgotten also to mention that I appreciate the historic nod with the sign and everything, and you didn't go overboard, which sometimes I think we sometimes do, trying to preserve parking lots and things like that. So this is really a big improvement and preserving kind of a cool thing that's neat to preserve and not going overboard. And I do appreciate your work with that. Thank you. It's a good project.
Okay, I think we're ready to move to a vote on your motion, Ms. Garvey. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it 4-0. Thank you very much and congratulations. Colleagues, I would like to, with your concurrence, consider the next item before we take a break for lunch. And what that would mean is those who are here to take part in the consideration of items 60 and 61, that will not occur. Though we will not begin consideration of item 60 before 1 o'clock p.m. So there you go. We're now ready to have the clerk call the next item.
Okay, and if I'm not mistaken, we will be hearing 58 and 59 together. Is that correct? So item 58 is an ordinance to amend, reenact, and recodify the Arlington County zoning ordinance, including Articles 6, 7, 8, 12, 14, and 18, to establish updated regulations for outdoor cafes and public right-of-ways and private property, as well as item 59, which is an ordinance to codify a new Chapter 70 of the Code of Arlington to authorize owners of occupants of property abutting public streets and other public streets, highways, roads, alleys, rights-of-way, and property interests dedicated to or conveyed for public use for outdoor cafes within limitations and upon such terms and conditions as prescribed in the chapter.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager, would you like to introduce the motion and the issue?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'm going to ask Brett Wallace, who is here today, joined by Betsy Herbst, to make the presentation on these items. Over to you, Brett.
Hi, good morning. I'm also joined by other staff from CPHD and DS that are on the call and also here in the room. So I'm here to present subjects related to the future of outdoor dining study, which include permitting outdoor seating in public spaces administratively. Currently, it's reviewed by the board as a use permit. Also, the ability for the board to modify parking requirements for seats located on private parking spaces. Other amendments to further the study goals and recommendations. We're also asking the board to authorize the manager to direct staff to develop an implementation framework and infrastructure by October 16th, and we'll speak to this on another slide shortly. The second item, number 59, is also the encroachment ordinance and the outdoor cafe license, which is a new chapter of the county code, which is an administrative process for outdoor cafes. So just a refresher, the food study purpose primary goals included staff looking to see what aspects of the temporary outdoor seating area, or TOSAs, could be included as part of a permanent outdoor cafe program. We also were looking to inform other changes to current regulations managing outdoor cafes. And above all, to create a clear pathway forward for current TOSA permit holders to transition to a permanent program. We also developed some overarching study themes that are listed here. So again, the TOSAs were established in 2020 during the pandemic to help businesses when seating was not permitted indoors. We developed flexible design and operational guidelines on online submission process. The TOSAs were approved by the county manager through the continuity of government ordinance. Currently, we have approximately 100 TOSAs, both public and private property, and the TOSAs will be expiring on August the 15th. So I'll just cover the first item, 58, the zoning ordinance amendments. So staff has identified and is recommending 3 typologies of outdoor cafes. The first being on private property. Currently, those are reviewed administratively by right by the zoning administrator. Staff is recommending to continue that practice. The second is the public rights-of-way or public easements. Those are currently reviewed by use permit, and we're recommending those also be reviewed administratively. And then the third is the privately owned public spaces, or the POPs. Currently, those are reviewed by use permit, and we're looking to continue that as well. So this slide just provides a quick summary of the proposed zoning amendments on the private property that I mentioned, in the public rights-of-way, and then the privately owned public spaces. Staff is also recommending zoning amendments to Articles 6, 7, and 8, mainly the use tables editorial changes to reflect the proposed changes in the approval process, and also to permit outdoor cafes and accessory to food establishments in the RA 18 and RA 615 districts. For Article 14, parking, also some more editorial changes to reflect the process and to resolve any conflicts where locating outdoor cafes and off-street parking spaces, and the ability for the board to reduce the parking by use permit. And then we're including a new definition in Article 18 for public space that's privately owned. This is to distinguish between other public easement areas. So I'll now turn over to Ms. Herbst to run through the county code chapter.
Good morning. My name is Betsy Herbst. I'm with County Real Estate Bureau, and I'm joined online also with Tim O'Hora of the Real Estate Bureau. I'm here to tell you about the new proposed Chapter 70 of the County Code, which is encroachment into public spaces. The purpose of the new Chapter 70 is that it will facilitate an administrative review and approval process for certain encroachments that meet specified standards in the new code. This will end up simplifying and accelerating the approval process for these certain encroachments by avoiding the need to obtain a separate encroachment ordinance by coming through the regular board process. The code provides a list of the features that are permitted without an encroachment ordinance or a license. And some of those include the physical encroachments that would be included in this code chapter include canopies, awnings, projecting signs, architectural features of a building, stoops and stairs, such things as planters, fencing, tables, chairs, benches, and other similar items, bicycle racks, and street furniture. And if they fall outside of this list and don't meet the standards, then applicants would still need to apply for a regular encroachment ordinance and bring that through the regular board process. And finally, part of the new Chapter 70 addresses specifically the outdoor cafes and licensing for cafes on public spaces. An outdoor cafe license will be required if it is located within a public space, and the cafe has to meet the design requirements that are set forth more specifically in Chapter 70. And some of the highlights include that no permanent fixtures be affixed to the real estate, that fences and barriers are permitted, however, they must be removable so that they can be capped and made flush with the sidewalk or the surface. And they may also not be located within bicycle lanes, travelways, fire lanes, loading docks, and those types of areas, emergency vehicle access areas. In addition to the outdoor cafe license, there will also be the regular requirements of obtaining a building permit and an occupancy permit. There's a separate application that will be required. It would require the consent of the owner if that happens to be different than the applicant, such as a tenant of a restaurant. And they need to submit detailed plans of the cafe area and include the payment of a $150 application fee. In later years, there will also be an additional license fee based on the square footage of the cafe area, so that the larger cafes will be paying proportionally more than smaller ones. Those fees would be adopted sometime in the future by the board, starting in fiscal year 2025. I'll turn it over to Brett to finish some other items here.
Okay, so now we're going to discuss the implementation and communication strategy. Again, I mentioned we're asking the board to authorize the manager to develop the infrastructure and the framework by October the 16th, which is approximately 90 days after the adoption of the zoning amendments. And again, this is to establish the process necessary to receive, review applications for outdoor cafes. We'll be working with applicants to prepare submissions. We'll also be completing the outdoor cafe design guidelines, which is an administrative document. And we'll be working to create step-by-step guides, how-to videos, FAQs, et cetera. I'm now going to turn it over to Mrs. Moore, who's a CPHD communications manager, to run through the process after the county board action.
Great. Thank you, Brett. Good morning.
We often get the question of what do the next 90 days look like for the restaurants, for staff, and the work that we'll be doing. So that will begin immediately pending board action today with an email communication on Monday that will summarize the actions you take today, and will share information specifically that TOSA holders do not need to do anything before that August 15th date. And we will be sharing a link to places where they can submit general questions about the board's actions today, but also a way for them to update any contact information about who should be receiving information moving forward. Important thing to note is that nothing in this plan is different than what we talked about in June, but this additional 90 days for the implementation framework gives us really a lot of time to make sure that we're connecting with restaurants and really walking them through the process and getting them the information they need to successfully submit an application. So in August, we'll continue our TOSA holder education, and we will be sending individual emails to each TOSA holder, either using the information that we already have or information that they update. And this will include additional information about the application period. We are actually working very closely with our colleagues in AED, Arlington Economic Development, and we will be providing each TOSA holder with a form that includes all of the information we have about their TOSA, so the information they would need to submit an application. We also, as Brett mentioned, are working on the design guidelines document, and that will be presented to them as well. We are also working with AED on an intake form where we can take specific questions from TOSA holders about their unique situations and their restaurant and outdoor cafe, and effectively triage them internally so we can get the right person to answer the question. This is also how they would request individual consultations so we can get the right people into the room to work with them. And then, of course, we will be giving them a list of what they need to do and the decisions they need to make based on their type of TOSA and the type of application they plan to submit to the county. The COGO ends, as you know, on August 15th, and we are calling this the application open deadline of September 1st. This is to coincide with the effective date of Chapter 70, as you heard earlier. And so in this period, we will really be doing a lot of those individual consultations, a lot of that hand-holding and walking restaurant through the process. And this is where we will do those in-person visits with that street team we talked about in June. And all of the information that we sent to them individually in August, we will share in person, as well as additional information that we are developing over the next few weeks. In addition, this will also give us time to really target any restaurants that perhaps we haven't heard from, that we know how to TOSA, are still operating, and have not yet engaged with the county to begin this process. It just gives us time to make sure everybody is coming into compliance. And we are calling that October 16th date the application deadline for TOSA holders. We recognize there are special situations, some very complicated, that perhaps need to be managed on a case-by-case basis. But again, just like we talked about in June, we are looking for that good faith effort and working with the county to come into compliance. And then, of course, this doesn't end on October 16th, so we will continue all of this work and have this information available for folks who want to apply for a new outdoor cafe October 16th and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. So in terms of activity that's occurred since the June RTA, we've met with the Transportation Commission. The Transportation Commission voted 7-2 to defer the adoption of the zoning amendments. They mainly shared concerns that were raised by the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and we've outlined those here on this table with the staff response. It's also in the staff report. The first being the clear sidewalk recommendation of 6 feet. There's concerns about enforcement. The 6 foot is a minimum that's required, that's been in place for quite some time. It's recommended in the Master Transportation Plan pedestrian element. However, if a wider width is required by site plan, that will need to be maintained. We also have zoning and enforcement inspections that are required for building permits and certificates of occupancy that could also help to review these outdoor cafes to make sure they're in compliance. And then finally, we have the outdoor cafe license. If approved, would be revocable if outdoor cafes are not in compliance. And as Betsy mentioned, it does permit railings or low fences that could be anchored to the sidewalk if they can become flush after removal. The second concern was the use of on-street parking for outdoor cafes, mainly along the curb space, parallel parking spaces. The concern was prioritization of vehicles over pedestrians for outdoor cafes. In consultations with the county attorney, we understand that there may be legal challenges with street easements for private use of public space. And we did note that there is a public parklet program that we have in place. However, those spaces need to remain open to the public. There was some confusion with the the encroachment ordinance with a conflict on some of the clear sidewalks for the encroachments. Staff has since resolved that conflict in the ordinance. And then there was also some confusion about the process after August 15th, which Erica just explained. And then staff met with the Planning Commission on July the 6th. They voted 7-0 to approve the adoption of the amendments with no additional recommendations to the main motions. This is just an example to illustrate some of the design guidelines that we're working on that will help applicants when they're preparing applications for outdoor cafes in the public right-of-way, for example. So this county manager recommendations are to adopt the proposed zoning ordinance amendments, authorize the manager to direct staff for the implementation framework, and then finally to enact and codify a new chapter of the county code. That concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wallace and Ms. Herbst and Ms. Moore, and I see Mr. Kreider here, Mr. Fusarelli, and everybody who worked on this. I'm sure it was a team even broader than those of you who were here today. Ms. Bagley, for the third time.
Good morning again. First, I need to thank and recognize Commissioner Steinberger and her son for stopping by to ensure that the Planning Commission was adequately covered today. So that was very nice of her. I would start with saying that we voted unanimously in favor of both motions so as not to possibly burden restaurants by not allowing them to move forward. So before I get into the discussion. However, there was a lot of sentiment expressed that the proposal still needs a little bit of work. And those were along the lines of the sidewalk width. That was also along the lines, there were a lot of questions about the gap between TOSA expiring and the new food regs beginning. And also that the system is unfortunately, but realistically, one of enforcement that is complaint-based and, you know, for the future sunsetting and what can we do down the road. So that was, those were our areas of conversation. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bagley. And do we have any public speakers, Ms. Jacobs?
We do. Our first speaker is John Musso, followed by Pamela Vanheim.
Good morning, members of the County Board. I'm John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Chamber, I would like to express our support for items 58 and 59 that are up on the County Board docket this morning. The temporary outdoor seating area program that was implemented during the pandemic has been a marquee success for Arlington residents, for our community, and of course for our restaurant businesses. They've been a really vital lifeline for restaurants as they navigated the depths of the pandemic and ensured that a lot of them ended up surviving. And currently, many of them are being used in a very vital way as much needed additional revenue as restaurants navigate new challenges such as workforce shortages, rising food costs, and general inflation. The success story of TOSAs, really from the get-go, have always made a very compelling case for making this type of framework on some level a permanent addition to the Arlington Code. And the Chamber has advocated ever since 2020, 2021 to achieve that exact effect. So we're very happy that this is finally being brought up toward the County Board. And we're also very happy that restaurants, once this is eventually implemented, will be able to invest long-term in these outdoor seating areas and make them a permanent addition to their business model. The Chamber supports the packages of amendments that are up to yay. We find that the framework in terms of what will be allowed and the processing is reasonable and in line with what we had hoped to see in terms of making this transition. As reiterated by some of the members of the Planning Commission, we expressed some concern with the gap between the end of the continuity government ordinance and the implementation of the new framework. However, we are happy to hear that the county will be pursuing no active enforcement of these regulations as this goes on. And as always, the Chamber is willing and able to help assist the county in terms of outreach for restaurants and for overall making this as seamless of a transition for our restaurants and businesses as possible. So we urge you to support these amendments, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Musso.
Our next speaker is Pamela Van Hine, followed by Ethan Kearns.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work and for providing this opportunity for public comments. I'm Pam Van Hine, an Aurora Highlands resident for 38 years and a pedestrian advocate. These are my personal comments on 3 issues: my personal experience with TOSAs, the GAP, and Ordinance 70. I love to go out to lunch once a month or so with my best friend, who lives in Alexandria. One of our favorite places is in Arlington, in a convenient, interesting neighborhood with a wide variety of restaurants. But the TOSAs obliterated the sidewalks on one side of the block and impeded access on the other. We were forced to walk on a narrow path in the gutter, often filled with stormwater, leaves, and other debris. The path has sharp curves and ramps that further narrow it. My friend is disabled. She typically uses a walker or wheelchair. Do you know how hard it is to do that in a gutter path? We had to walk in the street. We realized we can't go back there again until the TOSAs are gone. Sorry. I attached the Pedestrian Advisory Committee letter to the county manager about the food study. But the PAC did not have detailed information on 2 important issues at the time we wrote our letter: the GAP and Ordinance 70. I support outdoor dining. I appreciate the need for additional time beyond August 15th for staff to complete new food guidelines and implementation plans, and for restaurants to submit revised plans for outdoor seating. My understanding is that existing TOSAs may remain in place while their owners are actively working with county staff on new plans. My concern is continuing inaccessibility at TOSA sites that have blocked sidewalk access. Please find a way to provide 6-foot minimum with sidewalk access at these TOSAs as soon as possible after August 15th. Ordinance 70, encroachment into public spaces. The language for sidewalks needs to be consistent and uniform for all types of encroachments. It is not yet. I feel that the text is often inconsistent, imprecise, and insufficient for ensuring adequate clear zone sidewalk widths with allowed encroachments. General requirements for all encroachments 70-3 does not specifically provide guidance for sidewalk clear zone widths. Please add relevant text under C, general requirements. Cite all relevant guidelines, including the MTP as well. Please add a definition of a clear zone sidewalk in the definition similar to that in the proposed zoning regulations. If you use walkway, please define that as well. Don't use generic terms, be specific. Outdoor cafes license requires 75, section A.3 only refers to clear sidewalk space with no further details. Please be more specific. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Van Hine.
Our next speaker is Ethan Kearns, followed by John Lau.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Thank you all for allowing me to speak on this issue again today. Good to see you all. Apologies for not being there in person. My family's traveling, visiting family outside the country. As you know, my family has a good case study of managing the expansion of this program in a very specific use case when a residence is abutting an outdoor seating area, and we can offer unique perspective. So first and foremost, I'd just like to reaffirm what I stated last month. My family fully endorses the county's recommendation to prohibit sound and audiovisual entertainment when there's an abutting residence. And we also would like to fully endorse and thank the county for including a new recommendation related to hooded lighting. Both of these additions will go a long way in striking the appropriate balance between residents and businesses. In addition, we'd like to ask this board and the county to further limit hours of operations for cafes abutting residents. We understand this can happen on a case-by-case basis during the permitting process, but residents really shouldn't have to formalize this request in order to maintain the quiet they currently have. We'd ask for a reduction from the 10 p.m. standard to an 8 or 9 p.m., with additional reductions being case-by-case. It's been my family's experience that after 8 p.m., alcohol and volume control become a greater factor. And not tackling the 10 p.m. standard at this precedent-setting moment, I think, would be a mistake. I'd like to reiterate how detrimental this has been, especially in the case of our family with 2 young children. It took us several years and ongoing communications with multiple audiences to get an hour reduction, and our community members shouldn't have to learn this the hard way. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter, and also huge appreciation to the county and the staff that have gone through this process and really worked with businesses and residents alike to pay the path forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns.
Our final speaker is John Lau. John Lau.
Going once, going twice. Okay, the discussion is now with the county board.
Mr. Chair, in the
Mr.
spirit
Karantonis.
of the previous items, I would like to offer a lengthy, really lengthy motion.
All right, how about it?
And I'm sorry about that. It's really very long. It's legal text. So the motion is on both items, on item 58 and 59 of the agenda. On item 58, I move the county manager's recommendation to adopt the ordinance, attachment 1 of the staff report to this item, number 58, to amend, reenact, and recodify Articles 6, 7, 8, 12, 14, and 18 of the Arlington County zoning ordinance as shown in attachment 2 of the staff report to the same agenda item, number 58, to permit outdoor cafes and public rights of way by administrative review, to permit outdoor cafes to be located within private parking spaces required by the Arlington County zoning ordinance by use permit, to permit outdoor cafes as an accessory use to food establishments, to permit outdoor cafes associated with a food establishment as an accessory use within privately owned public spaces by use permit, to permit fixtures and furnishings associated with outdoor cafes on private property to be affixed to the ground, to prohibit sound, audio, or visual entertainment for being piped into or played so as to be visible or audible from an outdoor cafe or private property when located in a side or rear yard abutting or across from an alley from an R or RA district, to permit outdoor cafes as an accessory use to a food establishment in an RA 8 to 18 or RA 6 to 15 districts, to amend paragraph 8.2, general terms defined, to establish a new definition for public spaces that are privately owned, require any lighting located within or immediately adjacent to the outdoor cafe area, must be arranged and or hooded to substantially confine all direct light within the boundaries of the outdoor cafe area, and for other reasons required by public necessity, convenience, general welfare, and good zoning practice. Full stop. Next. In addition, to authorize the county manager to direct staff to establish by October 16, 2023, the administrative implementation infrastructure and framework necessary to operationalize the future receipt, review, and processing of applications for outdoor cafes in accordance with the recommended Arlington County zoning ordinance amendment, attachment 2 of the staff report to this item, number 58, and the proposed new Chapter 70 of the County Code regarding encroachments into public spaces, subject to the separate report for the July 15, 2023 County Board meeting. And now on to item 59. I move, in addition, the county manager's recommendation to adopt the ordinance attached to the staff report, so item 59, to codify a new Chapter 70, encroachment into public spaces, of the Code of Arlington County, Virginia, to authorize owners or occupants of property abutting public streets, highways, roads, alleys, rights of way, and property interests dedicated to or conveyed for public use for permission to construct, own, and maintain certain structures in, upon, and over such public property, and permission to use portions of such property for outdoor cafes within the limitations and upon such terms and conditions as prescribed in such chapter. That was the entire motion.
Well done, Mr. Karantonis. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. Mr. Karantonis, you have the floor.
Yes, I think we will have a brief discussion. I think this is a remarkable effort by staff and by our community and also by our small business community who worked over a very long time to get to this point, to simplify, clarify, and set some ground rules for how we deal with an essential function, which is actually enjoying the outdoors in our own urban space. I think that the pandemic has been an eye-opening moment for Arlington. We have now a new relationship to our outside space. We see our urbanism with different eyes. There are a couple of things that I like to highlight here in advance. I think that's a great statement to set a minimum of walkable pathway of 6 foot. I will comment on that a little bit later. I think that we have to think even a little bit more aggressively about that. But I like very much the fact that we arrived there. I mean, until very recently, 5 feet was was the recognized space of a pedestrian. That's the space that we allowed a pedestrian to occupy, which is literally almost insulting for any pedestrian. You cannot walk on a 5 foot with another person next to you. Ms. Sagenberger, who was here, wouldn't be able to do that with her son when he begins to walk. So 6 foot is for me a big improvement. I still think that we have to recognize a little bit more of space around that. So another, foot probably. And I will comment on that during the conversation that we'll have. So my motion is to go ahead with that. I'm also very happy to see in the staff report the detailed rollout plan. It is absolutely critical to talk and especially to the businesses who are minority owned or otherwise they're not continuously plugged in and they don't understand many things. I welcome slide 17 and that is really puts things in a very clear way and covers most of the use cases here. So I look forward to the implementation of that if we go forward and we vote in the affirmative.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Ms. Garvey?
Thank you. I had a few questions, and I appreciate the long motion, and I really appreciate all the work on this. I mean, we're really trying to kind of take the difficulties of the pandemic and get as much out of that crisis as we can and move things forward and make Arlington a better place. It makes sense in so many different ways. Could somebody, however, talk a little bit about Ms. Van Hein's concerns, that what she found and how this might address that? Because I'm pretty sure we do want to make things accessible, and I'm pretty sure we are. So if staff would like to address her concerns a bit, that would be helpful.
I can speak to that. This particular case where the outdoor cafes are taking up the entire sidewalk, we temporarily installed the curb wheel stops and the flexible bollards to create a pedestrian circulation path in the street in some cases. However, that's something that we're not looking to recommend to continue. So we will be dismantling and taking those down over this period where we're reviewing applications with the restaurants. So it's something we want to remove going forward.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that I assume that, but it's always good to be specific. And those will have to be gone basically by October 15. I think that's sort of the deadline. Is that what I'm picking up?
Yes, we're going to be working with the applicants to get their applications in by the October 16th deadline over the next 90 days. So we'll be working with each one of those restaurants, and then we'll be considering when it's appropriate to remove those features that I was just speaking to.
Okay, thank you. And as this is complaint-driven, if people are concerned about something like that, how would they file a complaint or a concern about a TOSA that seems to have not quite followed what needs to be done, is still making things more difficult than it should be for pedestrians?
Sure. We actually have Ms. O'Connor from our zoning enforcement and inspection staff on the call. Might let her speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So we will be working on complaint basis only. We won't be doing proactive enforcement during this time. So when we get a complaint, we will definitely go out and enforce it as we do all of our other complaints. So if there's a violation, we'll work to abate the violation with the property owner and the restaurant owners. And we'll work with them through the process to get them into compliance through the new process of getting the cafes approved.
Thank you. And how does someone file a complaint? Because not everybody knows, is there a number to call, a website? I'm
Sure.
assuming? Yeah, just to make it simple for people.
They can go on our website. They can also call the main number at 703-228-3883, or they can do the zoning enforcement email address for complaints. It's zoning enforcement, no space, at arlingtonva.us.
Thank you. Or just go onto our website, probably type zoning enforcement in the search.
And then there'll be a link to actually file the complaint there.
Thank you, thank you. And for Mr., back to just pursuing this issue, but a slightly different version, for Mr. Kearns, if he finds that this noise continues and it's still a problem for him, I'm guessing that we're not going to want to go to 8 o'clock, although perhaps, would you like to talk a little bit about his continued concerns? And I do appreciate, I know we have responded to a lot of the things that he brought up at the last meeting, which is very helpful, thank you. But he still has some concerns.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So that we do have a process in place for that as well, to file a complaint on a noise complaint, and that could warrant an inspection or a follow-up. Also, any restrictions on the hours of the outdoor cafe could be considered as part of a future use permit application.
Thank you. And we could go back retroactively and decide that that needs to be put in place, particularly I see a lot of head nods. Okay, so Mr. Kearns, wherever you are, there's still avenues, and we'll continue to work with you, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll take the nod as go forth. I'm happy to support this. I do want to thank staff for the combined work. I know this is all hands on deck and quite a bit of work. I want to, with respect to the request for deferral from the Transportation Commission and the Pedestrian Commission, I think there are reasonable concerns raised. I do think that the right role with respect to item 58 is primarily administrative. I certainly think that I just used the tool that Ms. O'Connor mentioned. Up popped the email, the page with the email place for complaints or concerns. You can also, of course, reach us. So I want to keep working to try and address some of the concerns raised by the two commissions. I will say that on slide 16, I think a number of that chart addressed a number of the concerns raised. I do think that the private property concern is certainly appropriate. However, the street would, of course, be public property. And so I think some of the issues raised by the Transportation Commission are still there in principle. I'm not saying that I think that the outcome should be necessarily that in each case we should be using street space. This specific example that Ms. Van Hine mentioned and your response, Mr. Wallace, kind of illustrate that sometimes it's not appropriate to use street space. But I just wanted to sort of share that thought with respect to that slide as helpful, and that one piece as perhaps responding to part of the concerns raised by the two commissions. I do think it's appropriate for item 58 to be, and much of this to be done administratively. I take the points with respect to the Ordinance 70, and I'm looking forward to following up and making sure that implementation of this balances our businesses' needs with those of pedestrians. Happy to support the overall motion at this stage. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis?
Yes, just briefly, Mr. Chair, I don't want to belabor that too much. For me, the core of the measure here is not only to bring order, but also to be expeditious, because we have a lot of businesses that are waiting for a resolution right now. Two things. On the 6-foot width, Full disclosure, I've worked in something very similar in my past professional career. What we did was, it was the international standard was 1.8 meters, so exactly 6 feet. And every single time we tried to regulate that, we recognize that there has to be a buffer space beyond that of about 20 to 50 centimeters, so 6.5 to 7.5 feet. Eventually, in high traffic areas like Arlington, for example, like where we are, 7.5 feet ended up being the standard. I just invite you to think about that, because right now we have 6 feet or whatever the site plan the site plan conditions stipulate. Another thing that for me is important, other buffers are towards. I don't believe that on slide 17 that there is any case where we would have an outdoor seating permit that wouldn't be next to the facade of the building. We don't have, for example, a case where between the facade and where the seating is on the curb, and there is nothing on the facade. That doesn't exist, right? That is not intended. There will be always seating on the along the facade. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Primarily.
Yeah, either or.
Either or.
Yeah.
So there is a case where the seating can be on the curb and the walking space is between the seating and the facade.
Actually, I apologize. I'm not aware of any case where the seating is just along the curb, but we do have cases where it's along the facade and along the curb.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So one thing that we always said is that if there is against the wall of the facade, there has to be an additional buffer for this, like about 20 centimeters there. And the third thing is, on slide 17, you're showing a bike lane that is exposed, not protected by parking. So the bike lane could be along the curb, in which case I think that a buffer between the bike lane and the seating should be considered at some point. So on enforcement, I worked in Urban Alliance, and so what we did, because the critical thing is for who is the user to understand that something is really encroaching into pedestrian space, because we citizens have solidarity with each other. We all are pedestrians eventually. So we would use little colored pegs, plastic bags, to actually put them on the sidewalk, that they would mark the width that is proper. And everybody eventually, after a few years, would know, so we are inside or outside that. And that's very simple to do. And so you give people, simple pedestrians, a visual guide to say, here is somebody's encroaching, they should correct that. And in 99.9999% of the cases, this is just a friendly conversation with the restaurant owner. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just say briefly from my part, I'm supportive of this effort overall, but do want to just put out a couple of thoughts for future consideration by staff and the board, and also for the community. During COVID and the implementation of TOSAs, we pretty much took the public out of the process for determining how the public right-of-way would be used by necessity. And I think we learned from that process that it wasn't entirely bad, and we want to maintain some level of the vibrance and viability that it would bring to commercial establishments in Arlington. But now we're able to properly balance the needs of the public for the right-of-way that is being utilized and encroached upon. And I believe that staff has come up with a really thoughtful way of doing this. I recognize that it's very nuanced and layered work, and I probably need to apologize for being guilty at some point in the past of maybe signaling that we should just get this done and get it done quickly. But I realize that your thoughtfulness is indicative of the complex nature of the work, and I think what you brought before us is really terrific. For people who have had negative experiences with TOSAs, I think that there are sufficient enough protections to ensure that those are not replicated in the future. And I'm very pleased at that. And, you know, we've heard from Ms. Van Hine. We've also heard from a member of the Arlington Mill community who have been a part of negative experiences that resulted in physical injury. And for that, I'm deeply, deeply apologetic. For Mr. Kearns' concerns about lowering the standard, that is not something that I am supportive of generally. I think we need to be in the business of you know, trying as best we can to not come up with arbitrary standards of time, replicating that issue and really focusing on the impact of what is being done. And, you know, besides limiting hours of operation until 8 or 9 p.m., I'm not sure that that's viable. But certainly, if are negative impacts, whether they occur at 10, 9, or 8, we need to be focused on trying to remediate those. And then broadly speaking, you know, to speak to the issue that have been raised by many, including the Transportation Commission and the Pedestrian Advisory Committee, and Mr. Carantonis, that was very helpful. You're talking about widths and buffers. The other thing that I'll just note for future consideration, regardless of the amount of feet or kilometers, we also have to make sure that the actual clear area is in good condition, in a state of good repair. As we're seeing throughout our county, there is a degradation in the maintenance and the condition of pavement conditions, both publicly and privately, that we really have to attend to. I don't care if it's a 10-foot buffer. If it's made up of obstructions that can hurt people, it's not really in the public's interest. And, you know, whether it be brick pavers, temporary asphalt patches, or just sidewalk that is in a state of disrepair, we've really got to attend to making sure that we're focused on those linear dimensions or those width dimensions, as well as the condition. But overall, I think this gives us a framework to move forward and think about the public right-of-way in a very thoughtful, balanced way that supports the public's interest while also creates new commercial opportunities. So I'm pleased to support. Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor on the motion by Mr. Carantonis, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. And items 58 and 59 are hereby approved. With that, the board is going to take a break and we'll resume here at 1 p.m. promptly with consideration of items 60 and then 61. Ms. Bagley, Mr. Striner, hope you had a good time with us this morning. Enjoy the rest of your day. Board is ready to resume with its agenda. We'll just await Vice Chair Garvey to return, and then we'll begin. Ms. Jacobs, will you please call the next item?
Item number 60 is the nomination of Tanya Talento as interim Arlington County Board member to fill the board vacancy until December 31st, 2023.
Thank you. I'll be handling the board report this afternoon for this unusual event that we don't deal with all the time. But perspicacious viewers will note that the county board has had 4 members presiding this afternoon because the 5th member of the board, Katie Crystal, resigned from the board effective July 4th. And as a result, the county board must, according to state law, particularly Virginia Code Section 15.2-705, must appoint an interim member to serve the remainder of Ms. Crystal's vacated term. Since her resignation became effective with fewer than 180 days left in her term, the only way in which the board could have the vacancy filled is through an appointment. If the vacancy were more than 180 days, it would have required a special election. But due to the timing, we are in the place where the board has to go ahead and nominate someone to fill the vacancy and approve it after conducting a public hearing. So that's what this item is all about. It was through this unusual process that the remaining members of the board decided that there were a few key considerations that would be important for filling this vacancy. One, that we not in any way interfere with the current process for electing 2 new members to the county board. And so with that as sort of a baseline guiding principle, we felt that it was important for not only this body, but for the community to present someone who has demonstrated an ability to appeal to the electorate at large, who understands the work of county government, who understands deeply this community, and who also has the ability to, with a very short runway, hit the ground running and serve capably in addressing the issues that we know are on our future agenda and anything that may come up. And it is with that we feel very fortunate to have identified someone who checks those boxes and many, many more. And the name of the person who the board is nominating, as contained in the board report, is Tanya Talento, who is currently the Northern Virginia Regional Director for United States Senator Mark Warner, but who is known to the Arlington community at large for her service as an Arlington County School Board member, including having served as chair and vice chair between the years of 2017 and 2020. That concludes the board report for this item. And with that, Ms. Jacobs, do we have any public speakers?
We do. We have one public speaker. That's Monique O'Grady.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs, and hello. Chairman Dorsey, Vice Chair Garvey, Mr. Carantonis, and Mr. DeFerente. I am so pleased to be here to stand before you to support your pending vote to approve Tanya Talento to complete the term vacated by the Honorable Katie Crystal. It was my honor to serve alongside Ms. Talento for 3 years on the Arlington School Board. During that time, I got to know her as a person, a colleague, leader, strategist, researcher, listener, problem solver, representative of the unheard, and investigator of truth. Tanya Talento is just honestly terrific. She is a leader extraordinaire. I saw this in action at every curveball that was thrown at her: a superintendent's retirement, an interim leader's selection, search for a permanent superintendent. And when you add in a once-in-a-century pandemic, that is a lot for a leader. And Ms. Talento was just unflappable. I don't want to give you the impression that I agreed with school board member Talento on everything. We didn't, but our disagreements were never disagreeable. All her positions were always well-researched, whether that meant walking proposed boundaries, digging through years-old research or the law, and she was always willing to listen to our community to inform her decisions. She is a collaborative and caring leader. When her school board term was over, Ms. Talento continued to serve this community on nonprofit boards and then transitioned her skills to help run Virginia Senator Mark Warner's Northern Virginia office, helping bring voice to the voiceless and her unique Latina leader perspective to decision makers creating national policy. And Tanya brings additionally, I believe, valuable expertise to this board because she understands our youngest residents. She understands our children's challenges, their needs, and their hopes for the future. This was evident to me as I learned during the pandemic that not only Tanya was not just passionate about school board policy, but she also opened her home to an APS 4-year-old preschooler student to serve as her remote classroom, with Tanya watching over her progress while the child's mom worked. While this will be a short-term appointment, I hope you each will experience and that my fellow Arlingtonians will continue to see that Tanya Talento is a true and valuable public servant for all our community. Thank you.
Thank you, former Chair O'Grady. Are there any other public speakers?
No, there's not.
All right, the discussion is now with the board, and colleagues, I will formally make a motion that we approve the nomination of Tanya Talento to serve as a board member to fill the current board vacancy that will expire on December 31st, 2023. Is there a second? Seconded by Mr. DeFerranti. I will speak briefly to it, but I will speak very briefly because, Ms. O'Grady, I think you said it best as someone who served with Ms. Talento, all of the ways in which she has demonstrated not only capable, but principled, and very much valued leadership in our community already. Very much suits her to serve in this role on the county board. It should be noted, as you mentioned, that during her tenure on the school board, there were a number of tricky issues that you all had to deal with, including multiple boundary changes, school renamings, the replacement of the school superintendent. And I know that through all of those various issues, not only was Ms. Talento involved, but served to help guide the school board in its ultimate decisions. And as you noted, with an eye towards making sure that those who are not typically included in such conversations, that their perspectives were well heeded and well considered, with a caring and attentive approach to detail. It was very much valued. I had the privilege of meeting Ms. Talento long before her service on the school board as part of her participation in challenging racism. And it was then, before it became something that became a guiding principle of our schools and our county, she really embodied the principles of what equity in a community should mean. And very much you could see at that time, even though serving on the school board, I don't believe was on her agenda, that our community would be very much better if she were to assume leadership roles. And we are grateful that the community saw broadly to elect her as an at-large member of the school board. And it is with my sincere appreciation that she was willing to engage with us on filling this appointment to the county board. I'll move next to Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, thank you. And I think we're all going to need to say a little bit of something, but I think we all know Tanya, and it's delightful to have her here. I am so pleased. We're really lucky to have qualified people in this county, and I think what Ms. Talento, I shouldn't call you just Tanya, sorry, I've known Tanya for too long. She brings to it her experience as being a school board member. It's kind of an odd thing to be on a board with 5 people and this sort of arrangement. This is how we do things. And sometimes when you're new to this, it can take a little while to get set up. And of course, she doesn't have to do that because she's lived it for 4 years. So just really delighted to support the motion and look forward to working with her for the months that she's with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Everything that has been said, I fully, wholeheartedly, deeply, emotionally agree with them, enthusiastically, I should say. And I just want to take a moment to highlight how the special honor is for this board to celebrate the welcoming of the first Latina to serve as a county board member. You know, diversity and representation matter, especially when they are paired with, bold competence based on a long, deep, and meaningful civic and political resume, and all Arlington resume. That's really extremely important to underscore many, many, many times. I don't expect less from Tanya than to bring in the perspectives and the voices of the constituencies that face high and often unsurmountable barriers to be heard. And this transcends, as former Chair Grady said, this transcends the class of people with immigration and minority background. This includes, obviously, the youngest Arlingtonians, the new generation, the emerging constituencies by definition. It's particularly meaningful for me, and it's a particularly meaningful time for this board, as we will be considering in these short 5 months, also the docket matters, right? We will be considering action on a major corridor plan, that's Langston Boulevard, that aspires to provide the foundation for a more diverse and welcoming community in a part of Arlington, the demographics of which, have been somewhat lagging behind until now. So this makes an additional sense to support this nomination. So finally, I want to recognize everybody who applied or who has been involved in this process. We have an embarrassment of riches, amazing people everywhere with amazing talents and skills. But at this moment, I think that this board has made the best choice, and I am really looking forward to work with Tanya Talento for these next very important 5.5 or 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make 4 points. There are 4 attributes that particularly I think make Ms. Talento a great choice. She's a hard worker, and the phrase that she always says is, I try to do my homework. That, in my experience, has been true, and I think that's a super important attribute. She's very thoughtful. She considers all the different perspectives, or as many perspectives as she can identify on each issue. So she will say, I need to think about that. And I think that's important. And then she is rooted in our community. And I think it is, if you learn about Tanya's story, it is a story that is an American dream type story. When you lose a parent in your teens, when you advocate for yourself to graduate high school, and when you make it in the legal world and then become a school board member, the roots in the community are so linked to your own life's story. And so I think that's being rooted in the community, in different communities, and overall in the community is super important. And then I think there's a deep integrity, and I wouldn't quite say it this way, and I hope this won't come off as too heavy-handed, but sometimes when there's a big decision, she'll say, I need to pray on that. And even though that's not how I'd say it, I respect that there's that deep questioning and trying to figure out what is right. And so those are the 4 attributes that made this choice the right one for me. Thanks.
Okay. Seeing no further comments, we are ready to move on this motion to appoint Tanya Talento. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 4-0. We are thrilled to be able to round out our roster with a 5th board member, Tanya Talento. She will be sworn in on Tuesday, July 18th at approximately 4:30 p.m. We appreciate that she has joined us for the entirety of this day to be a part of this meeting, even if she is not officially presiding, at least for this point. But beginning on Tuesday afternoon, you will be joining this roster, and we look forward to welcoming you. Okay, we're now ready to move on. I'm sorry, this somewhat feels anticlimactic to move on to another item, but we will. Ms. Jacobs, will you please call the next item?
Item number 61 is consideration of establishing ranked choice voting as the election method for the November 2023 County Board General Election.
All right, terrific. Speaking of things that are kind of different for Arlington, we get to discuss our being first in the Commonwealth of Virginia to implement ranked choice voting as part of an election, in this case, the June primary. And so we have, I believe, a combined staff presentation that's going to include our registrar as well as our communications director in the county board office. Who's going to begin?
I will be beginning.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Reinemeyer, welcome.
Okay, so as Chairman Dorsey said, that Arlington held its first election using ranked choice voting for the county board race during the June 20th Democratic primary. Ranked choice voting has been used in Virginia in party-run nominating events, but this was the first time ranked choice voting was used where all of the laws in the Virginia Code Section 24.2 applied to this election. The General Assembly authorized use of ranked choice voting in 2020, and the State Board of Elections established procedures for tabulation using their authority in the Administrative Code in 2021. These code sections specified that multi-seat ranked choice voting contests, like the one that we had during the Democratic primary this year, use a tabulation method identified as single transferable vote. This specific type of tabulation allows voters a single vote that is transferred in rounds of tabulation. Voters are asked to rank candidates in order of their preference, and their first choice receives the lowest number of votes, then their vote is transferred to their next choice on the ballot. Tabulation proceeds until candidates receive enough votes to win a seat, and then if a voter's candidate does win a seat, a portion of their vote can be transferred to the next choice on the ballot. The goal of this voting method is proportional representation so that each vote is worth the same as any other vote. Next slide, please. So to explain how this worked in this specific election, the threshold, or the number of votes that a candidate needed to receive in order to win, was 9,378 votes. This is around 34% of the votes cast in this race. As you can see, if you squint, I apologize for the size of the text, but in the first round, Jonathan Drumgoole received the lowest number of votes, and all of the ballots that had ranked Jonathan as their first choice were transferred to the next choice on that ballot. And you can see from this that in round two, you can see how many ballots each of the candidates picked up. Susan Cunningham picked up 120 votes, Natalie Roy 128 votes, Maureen Coffey 344, and J.D. Spain 361, and Tony 111 votes. In round two, the lowest vote receiver was Tony Weaver. At this point, he was eliminated from the race, and all of his ballots were transferred to the remaining candidates. This proceeded until we got to round four. At this point, Maureen Coffey she achieved the threshold of 9,378 votes and was declared the first winner in this race. Because Maureen exceeded the threshold, she had what is called a surplus of votes. So at this point, a fraction of each of the ballots that were with Maureen at this point in the race were transferred to the remaining two candidates, Susan Cunningham and Natalie Roy. In round five, Natalie Roy was eliminated, and the votes were transferred to Susan Cunningham. At this point in the race, Susan Cunningham achieved the threshold to win the second seat. Next slide, please. So when we in our office look at how voters understood, or some of the metrics that we look at to gauge a voter's understanding of this new system, the first metric that we took notice of was the number of spoiled ballots that we were seeing during early voting. A spoiled ballot is when a voter makes a mistake marking their ballot. If the voter is voting in person, they are offered the opportunity to mark a new ballot so that their vote can be counted. During the initial weeks of early voting, we were seeing around a 6% rate of spoiled ballots. This was higher than we do see in other elections, but because Virginia has such a long early voting period, we were able to adjust our instructions to voters, and we were able to dramatically reduce the number of spoiled ballots that we were receiving to the point where the last week of the election and even on election day, the spoiled ballots that we were seeing were voters who knew that they had made a mistake in marking their ballot. Essentially, they knew they filled out the wrong oval for a candidate, and so they asked for a new ballot before they ever got to the scanner to cast their ballot. And we believe that improved ballot design, specifically adding vertical lines between the columns of ovals, would help reduce this error. So at the end, when we looked at all of the spoiled ballots between Election Day and early voting, only around 3% were spoiled. It's important to note that this does not mean 3% of voters spoiled their ballots. Some voters spoiled many more ballots than one. I think our record was around 7 ballots during early voting. And once again, this is largely chalked up to voters that maybe need a little bit more of assistance just in general on how to mark their ballot, not necessarily with ranked choice voting. And this is roughly the same as we see in other elections. So. Next slide, please. So the other metrics that we look at to determine how well voters potentially understood how to mark their ballot is the overvote. So an overvote is what happens when a voter chooses more rankings than they were allowed. So essentially they ranked more than one candidate in a ranking. Voters who did this in person, once again, were allowed the opportunity to mark a new ballot, so we did not see very many, if any, overvotes during in-person voting. A bulk of the overvotes come from our mail voters, and as you can see, 44 voters marked more than one candidate than they were allowed in that county board race. When we look at all of the mail ballots that we received, our scanner did initially reject 228 mail ballots. When this happens, Virginia code allows election officers to review those ballots and to see if they can determine voter intent. And from those initial 228 ballots that were rejected, our election officers were able to determine how a voter intended to mark their ballot on 187 ballots. So this means voters maybe made a mistake, but they knew they made a mistake and they marked their ballot in such a way that we could reasonably determine how they wanted their vote to be counted. When we look at undervotes, these are the number of voters who just chose not to rank any candidates for county board. There were 721 voters that did not make a single selection in any ranking for the county board race. When we look at some of the other races on the ballot, Commonwealth's attorney was around 400 undervotes, and the sheriff's race was, I want to say, 1,200 undervotes. So it seems like voters were seeing both sides of the ballots and choosing which races they wanted to vote in and which ones they didn't want to vote in. Okay. In terms of outreach that we did, our office released an outreach plan in March of this year. And we do have limited resources for conducting outreach. We only have a team of 3 individuals to conduct outreach. That's myself, my deputy, Tate Fall, and our outreach and communications coordinator, Tanya Griffin. In our plan, we identified that a core component of outreach for this election would need to come from the help of community partners and a train-the-trainer type model. Leading up to the election, our office ran more than 20 different workshops to explain tabulation to the community. We spoke to both political parties, the accessibility community, the NAACP, Arlington Neighborhood Village, the Civic Federation, and several civic associations. Anyone who invited us to come speak, we made an effort to make it to this organization, make it to their meeting. And I'd like to specifically recognize 2 individuals from our community, Krista Rosa and Michael Shea. These 2 individuals took the materials that we produced and were running their own workshops in the community of their own accord. And that's exactly what we were hoping to see with the materials that we created. We were perhaps most successful in our outreach and communication strategy when we communicated with the media, as you'll see in David's comments after mine. Traditional media helped set expectations about the timeline that it would take to tabulate results and made voters generally aware of the Office of Ranked Choice Voting on their ballot. Next slide, please. So after the election, we conducted a survey with our election officers who worked the election. About half of our election officers did reply. And from those who replied, 92% that most voters were aware of ranked choice voting when they asked if they were aware. And then 89% of our election officers either strongly agreed or agreed with the statement that once voters were instructed on how to mark their ballot, they had little to no questions. Next slide, please. And then the final, we thought we would do a quick comparison of 2015 versus 2023 Democratic primary. The last time we had 2 open seats in a Democratic primary for county board. You can see that the winning 2 candidates in that nomination event received 22 and 23. Showing that at most 45% of the ballots in that election contained votes for a winning candidate. If we look at 2023, you can see that 86% of voters selected one of the winning candidates. With that, I will turn things over to.
Hello, everybody. My name is David Barrera. I'm the Acting Comms and Policy Manager for the County Board, and I will be going over the ranked choice voting public engagement results from our feedback form. So first, a brief overview of the feedback form, its participants, and the questions I'll be presenting on. We had a rather strong response with 2,450 individuals participating, and we received over 2,100 comments. We asked 4 main questions. How was your experience using RCV? How familiar were you with RCV before you voted? Using a slider scale, what's your general stance on RCV? And which statement reflects how you feel about future use of RCV in Arlington elections. The feedback form was live from June 17th to July 5th and was digitally disseminated. Next slide. Results revealed that, in general, the majority of respondents favor some form of RCV in elections. As you can see here in the pie chart, 47% supported in all elections and 7% only in primaries, for a total of 54%. The next option was 32% of the respondents opposing implementation in any elections, 12% stating they did not know enough to take a position. Another way that we gauge participant sentiment on RCV was through the use of a feeling thermometer. Residents were asked to use a slider to gauge their general stance from no support to full support. No support had a 0-point value, and full support had a 100-point value on the back end of our platform. As we get into the demographic section of this report, I will be showing those scores by demographic to give us a sense of how these populations were feeling as they were answering the questions. As you can see, overall, participants gave a 59 out of 100 on this feeling thermometer slider scale. Next slide. Looking at the question of how would you rate your experience using ranked choice voting and how familiar were you with ranked choice voting before you voted, we find that respondents generally had positive experiences and self-identified as being familiar with RCV. Specifically on the question of experience with RCV in your voting, 57% of respondents had positive or exceptional experiences, with 29% having negative and 13% having fair. On the questions of familiarity with RCV before voting, 56% stated they had heard about it and understood it, with 22% stating that they were familiar. 19% stated they had heard about it but didn't understand it, and 4% said that they had never heard about it. Next slide. We also asked participants to select all the different ways they heard about RCV. As you can see, the top 5 selected were news with 74%, advocacy or political organizations with 40%, friends and family with 30, the county website with 29, and the elections office education campaign with 27. You may notice at the bottom there is 15% listed as other. Responses in this category included individual research, exposure to the system in a college course, use of RCV in an organization or another jurisdiction that they lived in, and background knowledge due to their professional occupation. Next slide. We now move into reviewing responses by demographic. We'll be focusing on 3 of the 4 main questions. That would be the general stance, voting experience, and the future of RCV. And we'll be looking at this by 4 demographics. That would be age, housing type, zip code, and race. I do want to note that not all 2,450 respondents provided demographic information. We made all questions optional out of concern that requiring responses would discourage submissions. You may have already noticed this, but I want to point out that there is an N, or a number denoting participants per question, next to the graphs visualizing these responses. In the next section, you will see the participation drops and hovers around 1,300 per question. Thus, the following analysis are based solely on those respondents that provided demographic information. Next slide. Looking at responses by age, we find that of those that self-identified, respondents were older in general. 71% in fact were 50 or older, and 29% were 49 or younger. As stated previously, I've included the feeling thermometer, sense of sentiment number on the right-hand side. I'll keep this formatting throughout the table, the presentation for our reference, but one observation that immediately stands out when looking at this is the seeming inverse relationship between age and support. The younger the population, the larger the support, and vice versa. As you can see, there were also only 9 respondents in the 19 and under category. This is just an example of some low participation rates in some subcategories, and I'll point out whenever that's important later on in the presentation. Next slide. So these sentiments are reflected when looking at the response to the question of voter experience using RCV. The blue indicates exceptional, orange positive, yellow negative, and gray fair. And first, we can see 2 observations we've made prior. The first being that in every subcategory, respondents had more combined positive and exceptional experiences. Responses were generally positive. The second is that inverse relationship between age and negative sentiment. In the categories of 60 and above, you could see that while positive experience totals are highest, there are notably high negative experiences in that yellow. In the 39 and below categories, we see that the top experience selected shifts from just positive to then exceptional. Next slide. When asked about the future of RCV in elections, the results are similar. In every subcategory, the top response noted here in blue was that RCV should be implemented in every election, followed by the second most selected response being that it should not be implemented at all. Followed by I don't know enough to take a position, and that it only should be implemented in primaries. And as you can see in this bar graph here, that ranking order seems consistent across all age subcategories. Next slide. Moving on to these questions by housing type, 63% of respondents self-identified as living in a single-family home. This is followed by 26% in apartments or condos, 10% in townhomes or other attached homes. An observation from the table here is that single-family homeowners had the lowest support for RCV, and apartments had the highest. Next slide. When asked about their RCV voting experience, those individuals that lived in single-family homes had higher negative experiences, especially compared to those in apartments or condominiums. Positive and exceptional experience totals remained highest in each category. The same sentiments can be observed on the right graph, which is the future of RCV. Next slide. We also asked participants to provide us with their zip code information. As shown in the legend of the pie graph, 07, 01, 04, 05, and 03 zip codes were in the highest in terms of self-identified participation rates. If we move on to the next slide, we can visualize that sentiment a little bit better by zip code. As you can see, the strength was highest in 01, 09, and 06. Average support was upwards of 75%. And was lowest in 04, 07, and 03, with 01 being the highest at 80.51%, and 04 being the lowest with 61.94%. Next slide. This next slide's a little bit different given how many options there were, but I wanted to illustrate and make it easier to see the response percentages within zip codes when it came to voting experience. Again, consistent with the overall trend of those that self-identified, every zip code had more positive and exceptional experiences than negative and fair. You can see that zip codes with the largest percentages of negative experiences here visualized in yellow were in 04, 07, and in 13. Next slide. On the question of the future of RCV, it's a little easier to visualize, so we kept the standard bar graph. Trends remained constant. Every zip code had it should be implemented in every election as their top choice. Next slide. On our last demographic, race, you will see that the vast majority of our respondents were white at 89%. I do want to pause and note that smaller numbers often tend to larger impacts on averages, but still, Black or African American, Native American, and respondents that self-identified as other had notably low sentiment. You could see that as 37.48, 47.11, and 42.58 respectively. Next slide. Given the large relative volume of white respondents, I had to split up these visualizations. White respondents on the left generally had positive experiences with RCV, On the right-hand side, we can see that the sentiment for Black and African American, Native American, and those identifying as other is consistent with these groups having negative experiences, higher negative experiences. Next slide. Again, due to the large volume, I split up these visualizations, and the trends remain the same on the question of the future of RCV. I will note that on the right graph, it should not be implemented at all. It was highest among Black and African American, other, and Native American subcategories. Next slide. To wrap up, I wanted to provide just a qualitative snapshot of the spectrum of comments with the most negative and the most positive ratings, and then providing some of the comments I observed that surfaced somewhere along the middle. On the negative side of the comments, to give a sense of volume and intensity, there were 275 respondents that provided a general stance of 0. Notable or widely used comments were that RCV was too complicated in a too open seat election. There was concern that second votes aren't counted. There was the value that the top 2 vote getters should be the victors, and that the idea that a poorly understood system leads to a lack of faith in the outcomes of that system. On the positive side, there were 339 individuals that gave a score of 100 in terms of general stance. Notable or widely used comments were that RCV was easy to understand and that ballot instructions were clear. RCV forces candidates to appeal to a broader constituency to win rather than just their top supporters, and it provides more choice to voters. My first choice, an example, didn't win, but my second choice did. For all of these things mentioned, there was a general sentiment that this system improves the democratic process overall. And then there were those somewhere in the middle I observed, individuals that were either for or against or were unsure of how they felt about RCV, writing these comments that they had wished that the county had put out more information. They wanted to rank more candidates. There were 6. Why were they able to only rank 3? And they were wondering what the extent of the value added from this new system was, what the benefit was, and how this was different from our previous elections. And with that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Barrera and Ms. Reinmeyer, and I note the presence of Ms. Phillip and Mr. McGeary from the Electoral Board. Welcome. I hope you will all stay and engage in what I think will be a very robust discussion. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any public speakers?
Yes, we do. Let's see. Our first speaker is Joan Port, followed by Karen Delakia.
Hi, thank you. I'm Joan Port, President of the League of Women Voters of Virginia and an Arlingtonian. There's few things I could say that I already haven't said about ranked choice, but I do first want to thank the board for making us first in the Commonwealth, and I want to thank the hard work done by Gretchen Reinemeyer and her staff, who worked indefatigably over the time. We are, of course, in support of ranked choice at the League. I have mentioned this before. It requires a candidate to have a broad level of support. It leads to more positive campaigning. They don't have to just appeal to whatever their base is. It encourages voters to research everyone, and it doesn't allow for a spoiled vote. People don't feel that they're throwing their vote away. What I can add, and as we have just seen, according to the board's own survey, the majority of the responses were positive and supported some future implementation of RCV. The largest cries heard nationwide about RCV don't come from the people. It mostly comes from the far spectrums of either political ideology. In Alaska, Maine, and indeed in Virginia, the far right says that it just guarantees Democrats win. In New York City, the far left says it just elects moderates. It doesn't allow us. They're all wrong. It elects people with a wide variety and a wide band of support, and it puts power in the hands of the voter. And that has been the position of the League for the past 103 years, that the voters should decide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Okay, I'm sorry. Our next speaker is Karen Delakia, followed by Mike Cantwell.
Good afternoon, honorable members of the Arlington County Board. My name is Garun Dalakia, and I'm a recent graduate of Washington Liberty High School, and I'm here before you today to speak in support of establishing ranked choice voting as the election method for the November 2023 County Board general election. Ranked choice voting is 100%, without a doubt, a clear benefit to Arlington County. As seen by the recent primary, ranked choice voting ensures the nomination and election of candidates who better represent the diverse views of our county. It does this by limiting the negative consequences of the spoiler effect, allowing voters to express their opinions without the fear of inadvertently helping a candidate that they disagree with more. Voters are no longer forced to make tactical decisions at the ballot box, the most fundamental tool of a democracy. It creates an incentive for candidates to focus on positive and constructive messaging, rather than trying to engage in mudslinging to tear down opponents like we see in other places in this country. Lastly, in races with only one winner, it ensures that a candidate elected is someone who has a majority of Arlington voters' support, rather than just a small, select portion of the population who just happen to be a plurality. You can simply look at the present, where ranked choice voting has proven all of these benefits in numerous localities across the country and in the states of Alaska and Maine. In our current political climate, it is more important than ever that our system of elections is best able to reflect what voters want to see from Arlington's public servants and public office. It is for these reasons that I respectfully ask that the County Board approve the use of ranked choice voting for this year's general election. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Mike Cantwell, followed by Constance Porter.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Cantwell. I am the former president of Fair Vote Virginia, the Virginia lead for Veterans for Political Innovation, and former candidate for Arlington County Board, and a longtime Arlington County resident. I'm here today to talk about ranked choice voting and why the Arlington County Board should enact the ordinance to use ranked choice voting in the 2023 County Board general election and all future County Board elections. Exit polling and research shows that a supermajority of voters who use RCV like RCV. A supermajority of voters find the ballots easy to understand and use. RCV elections usually increase voter participation. RCV elections eliminate the spoiler effect, thereby encouraging more potential candidates to throw their hats into the ring. RCV elections have reduced negative campaigning and usually result in more positive issue-focused campaigns. RCV elections reduce the risk of fringe candidates winning elections and ensure the ultimate winner or winners will have broad support. RCV elections do not favor Democrats, Republicans, minor party candidates, or independents. RCV elections best represent the will of the voters. Christian, Matt, Libby, and Takas, over the years, you have all expressed your support for ranked choice voting, and you have all voted for the ordinance to use ranked choice voting in the 2023 County Board primary election. You now have the opportunity to do the right thing. Vote yes for using ranked choice voting in the November 2023 County Board general election and all future County Board elections. The people of Arlington, especially young Arlingtonians, are watching. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Constance Porter, followed by Christopher Hessler.
Thank you for allowing us to speak this afternoon on ranked choice voting. I am Constance Potter, co-president of the League of Women Voters of Arlington and Alexandria City, and we support ranked choice voting in Arlington County. 40% of people responding to the Elections Office online questionnaire noted that they had learned about ranked choice voting from advocacy and political groups. The League of Women Voters, a nonpartisan advocacy group, sponsored in-person training with staff of the Elections Office and also distributed handouts created by the Elections Office. When the board approves RCV for the November 7th general election, the League of Women Voters of Arlington and Alexandria County looks forward to working with Gretchen and her staff to continue the work of educating Arlington voters on ranked choice voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Especially appreciate your attempt at that Jedi mind trick. Well done. Well done.
Our next speaker is Christopher Hessler, followed by George Snyder.
Good afternoon. Christopher Hessler, 30-year resident.
Mr. Hessler, you can adjust the lectern and bring the microphone a little bit closer to you, up and down arrows on the right.
I don't think of myself as a special needs guy. Thank you for your leadership implementing RCV here in Arlington. I want to concur with all the reasons why people support this and encourage you to keep going. Let me add one other reason. You have now become, Arlington, we have now become part of a national discussion about improving the strength of our democracy and how to do that. It has worked very well where it's been used. I would argue that it in Arlington took what could have been a controversial primary election, and from conversations with my friends, it certainly seems no matter what side of the various issues they were on, they were fairly satisfied with the result and thought it was fair. The question now is, how does the national dialogue look at what Arlington does next? And I think this is very important, and it should be part of the conversation. If Arlington pulls back, people will say, well, there's reason to wait. If Arlington moves ahead, maybe gradually the rest of Virginia moves ahead. If Virginia moves ahead, maybe the nation does. This is a really important decision for reasons that have a lot to do with Arlington and have a lot to do with other things as well. So thank you again. Thanks to the staff for a great job implementing it, and encourage you to keep going.
Next speaker is George Snyder, followed by Carlos de Castro Perlet.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you for having us come and talk on this topic. George Snyder, I'm a resident of Douglas Park. First time speaking in front of you, and that's because this is a passionate topic for me. This is something that I looked at the primary, and I was passionate about getting out, understanding who these 6 candidates were, what they stood for, and how I could support candidates that I saw as having a forward vision for the county, who talked about topics I thought were most important. And even though some of the candidates I did not rank did not.
Sorry, can you turn on your mic?
That was fantastic.
Excuse me, Mr. Snyder, you inadvertently turned your microphone off. If you could, there we go. Perfect.
All right. Oh, much louder. Yeah. So as I was saying, even though the candidates I did not vote for were the ones who got the plurality, I was excited about that because at least I voted on topics that I thought were important, and I knew that those votes would be recognized by who got what votes and where they stood in the percentages they received. And seeing that the plurality of the county also voted for the candidates who got the nominations shows me that I do not need to listen to, I do not need to hear my neighbors say, well, I didn't vote for him, so therefore I don't really care. I don't really support what the county members do. The plurality of the people voted for the candidates that are going forward in the general election. That gives us all a commitment to understand what they're doing, track how they vote on topics, and look for ways to be more engaged in the future. I ask you to consider to push this forward. You've shown leadership in this area. You have the opportunity to continue to lead, keep going forward. As Chris said, this is something the nation's looking at. Take a chance, step out and lead, and let's put Arlington on the map. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Carlos de Castro Pertelt. Oh, I practiced. Second time.
Carlos de Castro
Followed by
Pertelt.
McLean Cochin.
That's good. That's good. Sorry to begin with for my very informal attire. I was outside enjoying the swampy weather. And also, let me start by thanking you for your civic duty to Arlington. I retired last year from the Army after 22 years of service, so I understand service. And in addition, the fact that as a migrant, I'm allowed to be part of these deliberations just fills me with pride, right? So ranked choice voting is one of the great initiatives to address this exhausting, sickening polarization that's affecting every facet of American life. As you have heard from all the different individuals, there's many benefits to this. Ranked choice voting doesn't benefit Democratic or Republican Party. It just benefits the voter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is McGlynn Cauchon, followed by Frank Lusby.
Thank you very much. My name is McGlynn Cauchon, and as of tomorrow, I will have lived in Arlington for 1 week. But I appreciate you letting me speak despite not having lived here for a while. So in my long years of living here, I really like Arlington. I like the urban planning, I like the design, I like the people, and I really like how it is not afraid to be bold. It's not afraid to be the first in Virginia to do something, one of the first in the nations to do something. And I really encourage you to approve ranked choice voting for the general election, for future primary elections. And while I know right now it's not allowed under Virginia law, if in the future it's possible for the other countywide offices, I would really like that as well. Ranked choice voting, as the others have said, has been used around the nation to great success. It has been used around the world to great success. Ireland uses the single transferable vote system. They have a parliament with all sorts of views from all sorts of angles. Australia uses it, New York uses it. There are many myths about it. Oh, it benefits incumbents or hurts them, or it benefits Democrats, Republicans. That's all not true. The only thing it does help is the people, because they are able to get a healthy discussion, a non-fighting race, a very positive race, and they get to use all of their choices. So I encourage you to continue and do what I like about Arlington, be bold, and approve it for the general election and all elections moving forward that you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your time in Arlington.
Our next speaker is Frank Lusby, followed by Liz White.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Lusby, 30-year resident of Arlington, and I'd like to present some concerns about ranked choice voting. First, the Arlington Election Office and Board did a great job implementing their mandate of implementing ranked choice voting. There are nonetheless concerns about ranked choice voting in general that I will present here, followed by some exit poll results. First concern, added steps to an already complicated election operation. This starts with the transport of media sticks from all the precincts' voting machines to the election office, where they need to be decrypted to create cast vote records that can be read by the RCV tabulation software. Normally, these sticks are sent directly to the clerk's office for safekeeping. The 58-plus decrypted files then need to be transferred to an additional computer where RCV tabulation software is housed. This requires both diligence and care. Then, a third-party RCV tabulation software, not certified by the state, as only voting machines require certification, is used to tabulate the results. Note, there is no current guidance from the state election office on what would justify a recount under RCV or how an audit could be conducted. So these additional steps add to an already complex election operation and create greater opportunity for errors which are harder to detect. Given this and the mathematical complexity of RCV, in a close election, voters might not trust that the election was performed correctly, even if it was. This can affect voter confidence, and in our system of government, the public must have absolute confidence in the accuracy and transparency of every election. Next concern is delay of results. So before RCV tabulation can take place, the election office needs to wait for mail-in ballots, Friday or Monday after the election, same-day registrations that need to be reviewed by the election office and the state board, review of all provisional ballots by the electoral board, which took several days in the midterms. Only then can RCV tabulation take place. This time was 4 days. It could easily extend to a week or more in a larger election. These delays can also detract from voter confidence, especially if a candidate was in a leading position in the first round and doesn't win, as was the case in the Democratic primary. Next concern, potential disenfranchisement of disadvantaged and vulnerable voters.
Voters who don't understand the RCV system and, for example, only vote for one candidate or don't rank all candidates risk being disenfranchised by having their vote become exhausted or eliminated. This happens when a voter's choices are eliminated in the initial rounds of RCV tabulation. In that case, their ballot is effectively cast aside and not counted in later rounds. According to estimates, up to 16% of the votes could have been exhausted in the past election. Real quickly, we did some exit polling. 41% of the mainly Democratic voters said they preferred a simpler system, and 59% preferred RCV. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Liz White, followed by Chris DeRosa.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We hear you.
My name is Liz White. I'm the executive director of Upvote Virginia, a nonpartisan democracy reform organization that supports ranked choice voting in Arlington and all over the state. I got to speak to this body last year in support of ranked choice voting before the ordinance was unanimously passed. And I'm so happy to be back now that the votes are counted, because it's clear that your experiment was a success. For the election officials who administered it, for the champions of good government who fought for it, and most importantly, for the voters who got to use it. It's hard to be the first to do anything, and we were thrilled to see that the registrar's office told a member of the media that they received no complaints about RCV on Election Day. And I think that speaks to how extraordinary Gretchen Redemeyer and her team are, and what a great job they did facilitating things. And as well as to how diligent so many of our partner organizations and individual champions have been in educating the public. And we want to add our voice to the chorus of thanks that have been given to them. As far as the voters, the post-election survey that was discussed earlier in this meeting indicated that Arlingtonians understood and enjoyed the new system, with a majority of responses being positive and supporting the implementation of RCV moving forward. And that matches our own exit polling and anecdotal evidence. The biggest question mark for Arlington voters seems to be centered around the vote tabulation method. And I will admit that that gets a little complex when you're talking about selecting more than one winner at a time. We're not used to talking about fractions when it comes to tallying votes, and that's an adjustment. As Ms. Redemeyer said, the tabulation method used is called single transferable vote. And not only is it the gold standard for multi-winner RCV elections, it is the go-to method used all over the country and the world. It's intended to produce proportional and representative results, which is exactly what it did in this primary. And it's only going to get easier from here. New York City just used RCV for the second time for their primaries, and it went so well that it hardly made the news. It was a very boring story. It just was easier. And that's because the first time you do something is always the hardest. And not to mention, after this year, Arlington won't face a multi-winner county board election until 2027. And that's plenty of time for thorough voter education, which we are committed to continuing. In closing, the board and the voters here in Arlington should really just be so proud of yourselves. You should pat yourselves on the back for being the first to do this and for doing it so well. The community should be proud, and it's our hope that Arlington will build on this positive momentum and that members of the board will commit to using RCV in the future. Thank you again so much for your time, and congratulations again on a job so well done.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Chris DeRosa, followed by Brian Huang.
I need to lower this. Okay, I think that works. Good afternoon. My name is Chris DeRosa. I'm a longtime Arlington resident, retired public school teacher, and a grassroots volunteer. I'm committed to making our democracy stronger, and I firmly believe that ranked choice voting will do just that. In May and June, together with other volunteers, I spent nearly every Saturday and Sunday, as well as some Thursdays, talking to hundreds of voters about ranked choice voting. I did Zoom presentations and also attended and assisted at public information meetings. Did we reach everyone? No. But did we try? Yes. I do want to extend my congratulations to you, the members of the county board, for taking that bold step 7 months ago to use ranked choice voting in the June primaries, the first one in Virginia to do that. That election went very smoothly. It does not appear that there was much voter confusion at all.
Nearly everyone who cast a ballot in June ranked candidates in the county board race. Informal exit polling revealed that everyone pretty much found it easy to understand how to mark their ballots. I also want to commend, Gretchen Renmeyer and her staff in the elections office for their tremendous efforts to educate our voters and their ability to run this election with integrity and professionalism. They devoted many extra hours and evenings to presenting information to community groups and training their workers. This was a tough challenge, being the first RCV election in Virginia. All eyes of Virginia were on us as we conducted this first RCV election. Those observers can now be reassured that RCV can succeed. Now they are watching to see what we will do next. Using ranked choice voting in the November general elections and all future elections will send the message that RCV is easy to use and good for democracy. If you vote no, the future of RCV in Virginia and elsewhere will be uncertain. Do not be swayed by dis or misinformation. Yes, those to RCV cite the tabulation process. It is complex. It does require some math. It took me, I'm not a math major at all, a little bit of time to figure it out. But that shouldn't stop someone from voting in an RCV election. I don't understand how my car's carburetor or hybrid fuel system works, but it's not going to stop me from driving my Prius. I don't understand how solar panels capture the sun's rays and convert them into energy, but it doesn't mean that it's not the right thing to do. So yes, more education will help to explain this new way of voting to our voters. I pledge my support going forward and will do all I can to help with this effort, because ranked choice voting offers greater choice and greater voice to we the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Huang, followed by Sue Mosier.
Hello, board members. My name is Brian Huang, and I'd like to speak on item 61, ranked choice voting. I'm a registered voter here in Arlington and also a research analyst at FairVote, a nonpartisan organization that studies and advances voting reforms to improve democracy, our democracy, including ranked choice voting. I voted in Arlington's ranked choice voting primary on June 20th, and I also analyzed data from the election in my role at FairVote. From both perspectives, it is clear to me that ranked choice voting is delivering on its promises in Arlington. Whether in this year's general election or in other future elections, Arlington should use ranked choice voting again. When I voted in the primary on June 20th, everything I saw indicated an overwhelmingly smooth rollout. There were clear and highly visible instructions posted at my poll site and on my ballot, and I heard the same thing from my other colleagues in Arlington. Of course, I also appreciated the ability to rank candidates. I could express more preferences and vote honestly without fear of spoiling the race. As a data analyst, I looked at the numbers to see if something is working. And on this front, it's also clear that ranked choice voting worked in Arlington. When I analyzed the results, I found that over 90% of voters who ranked a lower performing candidate as their first choice also ranked a backup choice. This shows that voters took full advantage of the opportunity to rank their choices. 84% of voters ranked a winning candidate first, second, or third on the ballot. In other words, the vast majority of voters cast a ballot for one of the winning candidates. Finally, even though this race had 4 candidates bunched closely together at the top, the outcome was truly representative of the views of voters. Ranked choice voting meant that this race wasn't decided by the presence of a spoiler or by vote splitting between similar candidates. On the most contentious issue, missing middle housing, it was clear that voters were split down the middle. Instead of one half of voters winning both nominations, pro-missing middle voters and anti-missing middle voters each consolidated behind their strongest candidates. One candidate from each side of the debate was nominated, exactly how single transferable vote ranked choice voting is supposed to work. I've shared my analysis as a supplementary document, and I encourage board members and anyone who's interested to read it. Again, it is clear that ranked choice voting has worked in Arlington, and I ask for the county board to commit to using ranked choice voting for future elections. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sue Mosier. followed by Terry Armeo.
Good afternoon, board and election staff and election board. My name is Sue Mosier. I cast my first ranked choice ballot 50 years ago in student government elections at the College of William and Mary. And I feel strongly that both as an instant runoff process and in the multi-winner version used last month, RCV makes our democratic process significantly better. Voters marking RCV ballots are more motivated to express their true preference rather than make a tactical choice. RCV broadens the appeal of running for office beyond the traditional or expected candidates. It is very effective in reflecting voter preferences, as Brian just stated. I am really moved by the fact that 90% of those who put a lower performing candidate first also ranked a finalist as either their second or third choice. Thus, RCV gave the vast majority of primary voters at least one board nominee who represents their views, even if it's not their first choice. Multi-winner RCV is designed to produce a result that proportionally represents the views of most voters. Not everyone agrees with that goal. Some would settle for a winning candidate gaining fewer than 23% of votes cast, as happened in the 6-candidate 2015 county board primary. I am convinced that RCV's preference for proportional representation is more in line with Arlington values and with the diversity of our community. As you know, implementing RCV means changes to the ballot and the tabulation process. Ranking one's choice of candidates requires no new skills. We make this choice every day as we shop and do other tasks. What is more complex is the tabulation method, but this has not been concocted out of thin air nor designed for obfuscation. It has evolved over more than 160 years, and it's precise and tested in substantial experience in other countries, as well as a growing number of U.S. jurisdictions. As Chris said, we have a lot of devices. We don't really know how they work. RCV is less complicated than those, although it does use fractions, but it substantially betters the democratic process. Arlington County has been shown it can be done and done well, and I congratulate all involved. I urge the board to authorize ranked choice voting for the November general election for county board and for all future elections where permitted by state law. Thank you for being a leader, not just in Virginia, but nationally on this issue.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Terry Armeo, followed by Jan Marie Pena.
Hi, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, the clock's already going before I started.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, I just heard some interesting comments and how your carburetor works or how your solar panels work is not nearly the same as voting. And people without understanding tabulation, they don't understand ranked choice voting because anybody can pick up a pen and fill in a bubble, but that is not understanding how this process works. And so I stood there at Walter Reed next to somebody who was hired or volunteering for the election department, and they were taking surveys as people came out, and I was standing a foot away, and literally nobody that came out that day was in favor of ranked choice voting. And I'm wondering what happened to that survey. And then the survey that David Barrera was mentioning, if they were going to throw out your survey because you did not fill out demographic information, that should have been stated at the top so people didn't waste their time. So literally, we threw out lots of data because somebody didn't want to say their age or their race or what zip code they live in. And that seems kind of like a bad idea to me. But anyway, you guys started this with the primary. And although I really don't like it, and most of the people that I've talked to don't like it or agree with it, I feel for the general election, you should do it. And then after the general election, you should never do this again. So this process was very flawed, and the elections department knew it. They actually said that they had outdated voting machines and software, and that the county board was briefed on this before the vote in January. And so specifically what I'm saying in a real world situation, if you look at Susan Cunningham's ballot, do we know who her second choices were? We don't. And so we don't really know what the electorate wanted. And the same with Maureen Coffey. We don't know who her second choices were. And those were the two top vote getters. And their ballots are a mystery because they were never looked at again after they became, after some of the tabulation was gone. So for the people that voted for Susan, their second choice was never looked at. I'm going to end with turning this on and off makes it look like you're trying to affect the election outcome. So do it now and then don't do it again.
Thank you, Ms. Armeo.
Jay?
We'll now move on to Ms. Pena.
Jan Maria Pena.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good afternoon. My name is Jan Maria Pena. I'm a resident of Gleebwood, and I'm here to express my deep concern with the adoption of ranked choice voting for the general election, especially given the low turnout and more diverse precincts. I am concerned the lack of outreach and education on ranked choice voting for the primary election possibly serve to discourage voters, especially Black and Latino voters. I'm concerned that the county cannot engage in the robust outreach and education necessary to give all voters full confidence in this voting method before the upcoming election. As of April of this year, with early voting just a month away, there was very little public information on how this new voting method would work in Arlington. Once outreach on RCV did start, it was very passive and minimally focused on meeting all voters where they were. This may very well have been from a lack of resources. When the board voted in 2022 to pilot RCV for the primary elections, they made a commitment to invest $50,000 in voter outreach and education. During a workshop on RCV in May, the elections office stated no funding for RCV outreach had been received as of that date. It is disappointing the board did not appear to follow through on this commitment. I heard from friends how the complexity of understanding how winners are chosen under RCV was making them think twice about voting. While I believe in the potential of RCV to lead to a fairer process in traditional voting, it is no use if voters are discouraged from participating. There is still much work for the county to do in clearly explaining to voters how their vote counts with this voting method and why it is more favorable for choosing board leaders than traditional voting. And I would also like to urge you to take caution with the survey results included in the board report for this agenda item, as it primarily represents the voices that traditionally dominate in this community, with the perspectives of voters of color, younger voters, and renters clearly absent. If you would like to get a true sense of the public's opinion of RCV for decision-making, please make a sincere effort to gather the perspectives of all residents, especially the perspectives of Black and Latino residents whose voices are all too often marginalized in this community. So with that, I urge you to not move forward with adopting RCV for the upcoming election unless there is adequate time, resources, and active efforts are dedicated to outreach and education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any more public speakers?
No.
Okay, the discussion and conversation is now with the board. Ms. Garvey, would you like to kick us off?
Sure. Thank you. First, compliments to our electoral board and Ms. Reinemeyer. I mean, it's just amazing how well this went. It really is. It went as it was supposed to. So I'd like to talk a little bit about how it's supposed to, particularly what I've realized is that ranked choice voting and its effect when there's one seat up and a lot of candidates is real different from ranked choice voting and its effect when there are two candidates up, two seats, I think. So would you talk a little bit, we use, and the state requires, single vote transferable tabulation method. Could you talk a little bit about the results that gets and what other methods there are? Because what I'd like to know is what other methods might we use to tabulate when you've got two seats up? What else is out there and what are the different effects of each of those ways of tabulating? Are you able to do that in a fairly quick way? I'm assuming there are not too many ways to do the tabulation.
There are an infinite number of rules and regulations that you can put forward to elections if you look globally. So every variation of any election that's run even in the United States has some tiny variations of the laws that are in place. I do know that I can speak to one of the other formats that has come up in conversations I've had with the community is this notion that since we're electing 2 seats, each seat should have been listed separately on the ballot. In my research, I have been unable to find where that has been done in the United States that way. I was provided information that it was similar, that there was a different method used in Utah a couple of years ago, and the method that was used in Utah to elect multiple seats has been described as proportional block voting. And this is a system where they elected 2 seats to their city council, and they just ranked them the one time. The threshold remained at 50% like it would in a single seat scenario. And they ran through tabulation. Once a candidate hit 50%, they used the same set of ballots and the same rankings, removed that candidate who had run the first seat, looked at the next choice on those ballots, and then tabulated from there.
So that in that method of tabulation, would that mean that the winner, right now, the 2 winners, their second votes, people who voted for them, their second votes never counted, right?
It's not true.
It's not true. Then explain to me how it works.
Yeah, so as you can see, when we ran through the tabulation of how it worked, Maureen Coffey was the first candidate to cross the threshold. She did so with the surplus of votes. So every ballot that was cast for Maureen had a fraction applied to that so the next choice on the ballots was looked like, and a fraction was applied and transferred to the 2 remaining candidates in the race. The next candidate to reach the threshold was Susan Cunningham. At that point, there were no more candidates left in the race, so there was no need to look at the second choice for Susan Cunningham.
Could it have changed if you'd taken the second votes that Susan Cunningham had, distributed them back? Could that have changed it?
Once again, there's an infinite number of scenarios that we can run with different tabulation methods, but the ones that we used. So Susan Cunningham she only achieved a surplus of support in that round 6. So had we run this round with 50%, I'm not sure which candidate would have crossed 50% first, at which point I'm not sure which candidate would have won if we had used the tabulation method that was used in Utah.
Yeah, thank you. And I will just say this is my biggest concern, is trying to understand how that, because I think if you've got a group of people kind of voting first and second all the way along, they're very unlikely to get the second vote, their second choice. And I'm not sure that that's a good thing. That's something I need to sort of think about, especially as I think about this country and how much we are right on the nib of there are 2 different sides. You've got really authoritarianism and you've got democracy, and that we're kind of really teetering on the brink. And I'm worried if you had 2 candidates in ranked choice, you'd be pretty sure to get one of each, and I'm not sure we would want that. I'm not saying that that's what we have here. I'm just saying I'm not sure how it all plays out with 2 seats up. I've been in a lot of elections. I've been in an election with 6 people running, and if they'd had ranked choice, I would have won, but we didn't, and I lost. And I'm fine with how that all worked out. But I've been in that, and then I've been in a number of. I usually ran with 2 seats in the school board, and everybody's always a lot. They are nicer, so there is that wanting to get other people. So one of the reasons I supported ranked choice was sort of a bit this idea that it really does get better behavior. Everybody kind of behaves a little better and works better more with each other. You get a little more collaboration and collegiality among the people running, and not so much negative campaigning, which I think is really healthy. That happens just anyway when you've got 2 seats up. So you don't need the ranked choice voting to do that. And the ranked choice voting when you have 2 seats up gets into this whole kind of section. There are a whole lot of people with their second votes maybe never count. In other words, you could have a group of people, there's no way they could get 2 people in, even if it's a really sizable majority. So uncomfortable, and maybe I don't completely understand it. And that gets to, I know I don't need to understand my solar, if I have solar panels, which I don't, and if I had an EV vehicle, which I don't, I wish I did, and I will one day. But I do want to know how my vote counts. That is really different. And for that reason, I am very uncomfortable doing this for the 2 seats up in the fall. So we'll see where we get with the discussion. But this is really important, and I'm not sure everybody really does understand it, and there's some discussions that we need to have about the ramifications of what happens when 2 people are up and how it is all tabulated. I think people understand doing their first, second, and third choice voting, but I don't know that they really understand the ramifications of it as it all plays out, and that makes me uncomfortable. So thank you. But that takes nothing away from the excellent job you did. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very interesting discussion. So first of all, in all honesty, your office and the electoral board have done an absolutely amazing job in the most, difficult, complex situation I can potentially imagine. I mean, if we see the entirety of the election and the number of candidates and the number of signs out there and how much confusion this may generate with different voters, etc. I really thank you for that, and I'm also cognizant of the fact this is the Democratic primary. This is the primary of my party, and so thank you for supporting our internal party democratic process in this sense. So I have to establish one fact and help me establish that. So that the method of tabulation is a matter before the State Board of Elections, correct?
So I believe because the code section passed by the General Assembly specifically discusses single transferable vote shall be used in multi-seat jurisdictions, my understanding is that once it doesn't define what single transferable vote is, but the common definition of single transferable vote is the one that we used.
When we say common, refers to what authority?
So once it's what's used most often when we talk about the voting method, single transferable vote.
Most often in the United States,
yes.
in local elections.
Internationally, So when single transferable vote method is applied, it refers to this method of calculating a threshold based on the number of open seats and then running through tabulation and transferring any surplus if a candidate goes over the threshold.
Okay, I understand. The second thing that I wanted to ask you is, I have heard a lot from voters who belong to minorities. And partially this was reflected in Mr. Barrera's reporting as well. They didn't really understand the process. It's not that they were not familiar with that, but it was still, there was a higher threshold for them to feel themselves suffering as a voter when they go to the ballot box. Is there, what did we do because we talk about that needs extra care and extra outreach. What did we do to reach out to these voters, to those who are, less prone to turn out, who are less white, who are, less educated, who are, have a higher threshold of accessibility to the political process?
So our office has to be very careful in any outreach and education that we do perform. Increased turnout is never one of our objectives because increased turnout can favor incumbent candidates. So our goal is to inform. And once again, it's very difficult for us to target specific groups because that could be viewed as trying to get higher turnout in communities that might support a specific candidate. So any outreach and education that we do has to be open and available to everyone, and that is why we produced our materials. Materials were available in Spanish, Korean, and Vietnamese. And every community group that asked us to go out to, we went out to those community groups. So if there was a community that felt like they needed more education outreach, we would have gone out at their invitation. So
correct, and I remember your focus on engaging other stakeholders here, like community organizations like the NAACP, like the Democratic Party itself, etc. So and I perfectly understand that. Now the issue is though that the uptake from minority voters seems to be low, and we see that also in the comments. I was quite impressed by the fact that 98% of the emails I received on this were from majority white voters, and this is very unusual on any topic. It's really as if it was only that. Granted, also that about maybe the majority, like 85% of these, were just unhappy for the fact that their candidate didn't win, and therefore they had a problem with the system. But still, the demographics were quite impressive for me. Normally, even in very controversial issues that may sort through racial, income, or other filters, they come more diverse when we see them. So I just have to say that I have to commend you. This was a very successful experiment, if you want that. But a lot of an intense outreach needs to happen, and we collectively we have to think how to organize that in the future. A final question for you: what is the since we're talking about now the general election, where we have two major parties and potential independent candidates? How do we engage with the political parties? For me, I mean, I'm kind of old-fashioned at that. For me, democracy is presupposes the existence and the full functionality and engagement of political parties. So how do we engage with them? Is it part of our goal to reach out to them and say, look, how do you feel about that? How do you see that? How do you testify on this?
So over the course of our outreach and education efforts, we actually did go in person to speak to Arlington Republican Committee and the Arlington Democrats. So we did engage with both political parties, even in the lead up to a Democratic primary. We would continue this in the fall. Independent candidates, we also make every effort when there are certain parts of the election cycle that are open for observation, and we make every effort to make sure independent candidates are getting the same notification that the political parties are, so that they're included and as informed as the political parties are over the course of the election. So,
thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis sort of has exposed the many dimensions of thought that I have on this issue, but it does start with what an incredible job and a well-earned feather in the cap of what I know is one of, if not the highest regarded Office of Elections in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Ms. Reinemeyer, tremendous job. The Electoral Board for your oversight and guidance. Going first is something that even our manager is sometimes loath to do, because it brings the spotlight, it brings all the smoke, as the kids say. And you accepted that, and you did a tremendous job, and from what I was able to see, executed an election that was flawless in terms of what you were required to do from the Commonwealth in statute as well as administrative code. You just did an excellent job. And I don't think we've mentioned yet the very helpful tutorial as you went through the method of tabulation on that Friday afternoon. So many people who were impressed just having an opportunity to observe that or even hear about how it was conducted. So well done. Then we get to the issue of whether or not we ought to do this for the general election. And I've been thinking about this up until and through this hearing and listening to all of the testimony. One of the things that made it certainly easier for me to look at RCV, particularly in this member election year, knowing that it was going to come with it, the more complex, needing to understand math with the single transferable vote tabulation method, was that this is something that at least as the primary became revealed to only be a Democratic primary, this is wholly consistent with the way Democrats have chosen their nominees for years, looking for RCV as the tabulation method. So the sort of ease of sort of seeing this with the existing norms of the way the party chose people felt consistent and felt real. It's a little different when I think about applying that to the broader community that has less familiarity with this, and to the extent that my own outreach has revealed among many diverse segments of our community, their familiarity with RCV is more akin to what they would see with the tabulation method in a single member year, the instant runoff type style. That's what most people get when they think about RCV. This has proved to be a little different. Not that it's bad, it's just different. And you know, while our feedback form that Mr. Barrera reported on was not a statistically valid survey, he caveated that, it's pretty clear that we didn't necessarily get all pockets of our community viewing this in the same way. So there's still some work to do there. So I am not supportive of carrying this over for the fall. However, I want to be very clear. I absolutely think it's important for the county board, even though I won't be a part of it, to absolutely do this again during the primary season next year when a single member will be chosen. I think it is incredibly important to have that experience, not only as an exercise and a data point, but to continue what ultimately I think is everyone's goal, is to have full community faith in the process for choosing people being one that is conducive to the best candidates running, and the community having the ability to exercise great discernment and choice in selecting who represents them. So while I don't really see it as proper and appropriate to continue this for the general, I do hope that everyone will agree, at least either later on this year or as soon as possible when 2 new members join the board, to commit to doing this again for next primary season and perhaps next general election, when I think our community education can be a lot more consistent with what people think they know RCV to be. And then thereafter, as you look towards successive years and the next multi-member election year, we will likely have new voting machines, which may allow, in fact, for a greater number of people who can be ranked, than what was currently permissible this year. And so I think while I know we've heard some people who have asked that we commit to it now and for every election thereafter, I don't think that's the proper thing to do at this point, while we're still gathering data, information, and socializing this with the community. And that's where I stand on that. Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of questions, and I may then want to yield before coming to concluding thoughts, and there won't be many on the concluding thoughts. But the first, and I haven't had a chance to voice this in some time, I took a voting rights class in law school, and I recalled at the time that saying that you're running in federal elections with allegiance towards 2 parties was not permissible under federal law because of the association rights of parties. And so that has left a lingering question for our county attorney that I think she's answered, and I won't ask for an immediate answer, but it's my impression that that there's no federal or there's no legal restriction on party association that would in any way hinder us from doing this in the general election. Maine does it in federal elections. The association rights of parties would not prevent us. from doing this in the general election. Okay. I was going to give you a moment just to be sure. I think I'd asked that, but it's been a month or so since I had. I have another question, but I think I should. I just want to echo the thanks to Ms. Reinmeyer and our electoral board and for an election that went so smoothly. I hadn't heard in some months or year that we have the best election team in the state, and I was pleased in the Commonwealth. I was really pleased to hear that. I heard that a number of times over the last weeks. I also want to thank Mr. Barrera for the survey, very helpful data, and I guess I would say we can have discussion as to the statistical validity, and there's the different pieces of it. A sample size of 51 is different from a sample size of 2,400, but I still think it's helpful. I guess the question to make sure I understand it is for you, Ms. Reinmeyer, it's about the fraction that was reallocated. It really is this tabulation question that I've been worried about last year and this year, and so it's a fraction of every one of Ms. Coffey's votes that would have been reallocated, not just the ones that exceeded the 9,000 total. Okay, so I'm sort of trying to piece that together with the concerns that have been raised in the community with respect to that Ms. Garvey referred to with respect to the second choices of Ms. Cunningham. Ultimately, those are sort of questions. But having those two questions in mind, if it's okay with you, Mr. Chair, just collect my thoughts on before.
Of course. Sure. Ms. Garvey, floor is yours.
Thank you. I continue to be, every time I have more thoughts as we go through it, which is why one of the reasons I'm not ready to quite move forward that. So I realized, Susan Cunningham got the largest number of votes first, round one. She's 25%. And then none of her second choices got counted the way it got tabulated. So the person who had the most votes, the people who voted that had a second choice with that person, none of those second votes counted. So the majority, in a way, you wouldn't call it it would be not the majority, but the largest number of people voting for number one had no say in their number two didn't count. Is that correct? Am I getting that correct?
So it's important to note that rankings and rounds do not necessarily mean the same thing. So you'd have to look at the number of votes that Susan Cunningham received in the first round. Those votes stayed with Susan throughout every single round of tabulation. Every vote that Susan Cunningham picked up in subsequent rounds, that was a voter's second or third choice on their ballot. So it is very likely that despite Susan Cunningham having all of those ballots at the end, that there were no other rankings beyond the ones, because once again, the ballot stays with the candidate until that candidate is either eliminated or crosses the threshold.
Yeah, so what I mean is, so they stayed with her. So if, so majority of people, I think, and in fact, actually, let's just say, I think a lot of people voted for Susan. Their second choice was Natalie, a large number. Those never got to Natalie because Susan, is that right? Is that correct?
Because she did, yes, that's correct. She never achieved a surplus of support. So the platform, our position, or her supporters, there wasn't a surplus of support for her. So that surplus couldn't be reallocated to another candidate.
Right. So it's just continues the complexity. Yeah. And I don't know how many people actually really understood that. If you voted for for one person, everybody else had their second vote, but your second vote never did count because of just how this kind of works out. Are we comfortable with that? Maybe, but maybe not. And I think it's clear. I don't think people really understand all of the different ramifications. So I am not prepared to support this for the fall. I absolutely want to be talking about it. And then, Ms. Reinemeyer, for you, I know, I believe I remember you saying that next time you order voting machines, you can have the possibility of tabulating beyond 3 choices for ranked choice. Is that correct? That's something that we need to ask for the new machines?
So yes, we have budgeted for new voting machines in the capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2025. And if the county board did set an upper limit, you would have to set an upper limit. We could certainly factor that into our selection criteria for new voting equipment.
Thank you. So this board member really wants us, just telling the community, move forward. I want us to have that possibility to do that. So I will be interested in that. So this isn't like no forever. I just think that, as I say, there's some real ramifications for how this plays out that I don't think people really have totally wrestled with, and we really need to understand before we move forward more. But I want us to have that capability because I think it really is good. And particularly, maybe I think it's very different when you've just got one seat up. That's a whole different, that's what I'm picking at. It's just a whole different animal. And I'm much more amenable to that one. That one's pretty clear. So thank you. We keep addressing it all to you. This is really more to the whole community. But again, you all just performed magnificently. I mean, to have this come out as well as it did, and most people really did understand it. They were comfortable with it. It's just this tabulation. You had no choices with that at all, and you handled what you were given. You handled absolutely perfectly. Thank you. So I'm not interested in doing this. So thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Garvey, this is not to rebut your point, but I think what you described as being another way of looking at tabulation is more akin to preferential block voting, which is not what people who typically advocate for RCV encourage one to do, because it could lead to a scenario where a minority of voters get to choose all of the seats, not representing the broader perspective of the community.
Good point. Well, again, see, I'm not understanding that up here. I'm probably not the only one who doesn't understand all of it.
It counts as proportionality.
Right.
So,
Okay, Mr. DiFranti.
Thank you. I appreciate all of those who've come in and worked so hard on this, and I think it's important. For me, last year I said, I know quite well the room I was in when Mr. Cantwell, you had a follow-up question that said, not only will you commit to supporting it in the primary, will you commit to supporting it in the general? And I said, not at that stage, and I want to be true to that. I also don't want to duck the significant majority, however you count it, of those who've testified today who have been in support of ranked choice voting. For me, it's the tabulation on the two at one time that is what leads me not to support this for the general. There are pieces of election law that are sacrosanct, beyond question. Baker versus Carr and the concept of one person, one vote in state legislative districts was a huge case, and it was a way that racism across the country in state legislative races perpetuated itself for decades and really a century. But there are things that are less clear. There are instances of multi-member voting, which was also, in my view, put forward as a tool for racism to continue in power. Getting this right, I kind of want to get it right. The question is said, let's do it, commit to doing it now and forever. That's not quite how democracies can work, in the sense that future Richmond could prescribe that we do this always. I would like to do it and start to do it in perpetuity, but I'd like to do it once I feel as though we have deeply and fully considered the tabulation methods in addition to the overall process. So that's where I come out. I am fully supportive of moving in this direction. I want to hear this debated. I have no doubt that some of the advocates in this room will be relentless over the next year. I actually think it's quite possible that that could lead to the sustained movement towards ranked choice that I instinctively am highly inclined towards in one-person elections. But it's the tabulation, I think a pause, full consideration, the advocacy from all of those perspectives is what I want to see first before moving beyond this at this stage. Thanks.
Okay. Any further discussion?
right. Maybe
Mr. Karantonis.
Two concluding remarks. I I'm a Democrat, small d and capital D, and that means we are very, very used to use ranked choice voting. We use it for everything we do, where we have full control on the electoral system as a party, so it's an internal selection process, and this is the normal process. I have participated quite a few times in this, and I'm extremely happy, and I cannot imagine a different way to do a democratic primary in the future, period. So what I really take away from this primary election is we need a lot more Arlingtonians, a lot more organizations, a deeper acceptance of the system and deeper understanding of the system and the positioning of the political culture and the repositioning of the political culture that this entails. People have to understand how they run for office, how they finance their campaigns. So, for example, we didn't talk at all about campaign finance reform and all these nice things. When you run, for example, by definition of the entirety of the territory, and you don't have to go through a primary, et cetera, you have to understand that there are certain, other burdens there that, let minorities behind and, promote others. More majority candidates or more white candidates, to put it in a different way. And I am kind of familiar with these burdens because as an immigrant, I had to overcome them for some time. So I need to see solid, 2/3 majorities in agreement and acquiescence on the system in order to go to think further on this. And I am absolutely certain that we'll get there with your all help. We have taken this from an initial idea to a actually very successful primary. You actually showed how proportional voting works, and I still not completely clear how the tabulation works. We will figure that out, and we will find ways to explain it better. And I very much hope that, also on the Commonwealth level, we will have a more clear and conveyable narrative to everybody who participates in the political process. So I'm right now reluctant to go to the general with the system, but I look forward to the continuation of this conversation towards the primary of 2024.
Okay, so is there any motion associated with this item that anyone would like to put forward at this time? Okay, seeing none, discussion on this item has concluded. What that means for everyone else is that the 2024 general election will be conducted in a manner that does not include RCV, and I'm going to just make sure I get this procedurally right by looking for a head nod from our county attorney. Without an affirmative action to the contrary enabling RCV for the election, the 2024 general will be conducted in the way that all previous general elections have, whereas the two candidates who get the largest plurality, 23 general election, thank you. The two candidates who received the largest plurality of votes, even if it does not constitute a majority of votes cast, will be declared the winners of that general election. Did I get that right? All right, thank you. All right. This item is concluded, but I would actually ask if the four people who were seated at the table would just remain there for 1 second. Because this occasion marks the very last time as a member of the Electoral Board, and perhaps in any other capacity, that Scott McGeary is going to appear here in this boardroom and address this board and be a part of our civic life as he has been for most of his life. We all know Scott, but a few things that I would just like to say about this gentleman. He is a mensch in every sense of the word. Someone who I have known, looked up to, and respected from among my earliest days of being involved civically in Arlington, not just because he was an ever-present presence at anything that was meaningful that was happening in the county, but because I gravitated towards his wise counsel, his incredibly generous spirit and nature, and I have to tell you, if you haven't had occasion to be a part of hearing some of his treasure trove of stories, you are missing out. He is a veritable font of information about Arlington's history, and even more importantly, about federal legislative history due to his early days as a page. I am going to offer colleagues a proclamation that I would like to enter into the record on the occasion of Mr. McGeary's retirement from the Electoral Board and moving out of Arlington County. I'm still not over that, Scott.
Maybe we could pass a resolution that he can't move?
I don't yet have that power. You all won't grant it to me. But anyway.
We can't annex Frederick.
What's that?
And the annexation of Frederick would be
There we go. There we go. Well, whereas Mr. Scott McGeary has served on the Arlington County Electoral Board for a total of 19 years across terms that have ranged from 1994 to 2003, 2011 to 2014, and 2016 to 2023, while consistently providing a professional and balanced perspective to the role. And whereas Mr. McGeary is a central figure in civic engagement in Arlington and across the metropolitan Washington region through his broad involvement in business and government endeavors, and whereas Mr. McGeary has brought expertise and insight to the business community through his notable engagement with the Arlington Chamber of Commerce, where he was a former chair, the Northern Virginia Chamber of Commerce, the Loudoun Chamber of Commerce, the Alexandria Chamber of Commerce, as well as the Virginia Chamber of Commerce. Are there any that you missed? Whereas Mr. McGeary was inducted into the Arlington County Business Hall of Fame by the Arlington Chamber in 2018 in recognition of his business acumen and leadership in the community. And whereas Mr. McGeary has played a pivotal leadership role at Washington Gas since 1999, and prior to that at the Northern Virginia Building Industry Association, and whereas Mr. McGeary has proven outstanding versatility in his skills not only in the business arena, but in a wide range of civic engagement roles through his service on the Arlington County Civic Federation, where he is a former chair, the Arlington Committee of 100, the Board of Zoning Appeals, the Arlington County Republican Committee, where he also served as chair and also as vice rector at George Mason University. It is with pride now, therefore, that I, Christian Dorsey, chair of the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, do hereby commend Scott McGeary for his distinguished service and leadership on the Electoral Board and on public bodies throughout the region. On behalf of Arlington County, we express our gratitude for your service and extend our best wishes to you, Linda and Joey, for fulfillment in all of your future endeavors. One story that I would like to tell, it's not going to live up to your storytelling, Scott, but it's among the favorite that I will repeat to anyone who will listen. So Scott McGeary, basically a lifelong Arlingtonian. And like most people, when he was a young kid in elementary school, his greatest desire was to be a congressional page. And he got to fulfill that dream by not only being a page, but also being head page, I think, if the story I remember is correct. And through that process, got to meet a number of notable individuals, and Scott, being true to his very curious and love of history, has collected a lot of mementos over the years of his interactions with notable political figures that he has met through his work. One such memento is from a gentleman who was then a senator, but is now the current president of the United States, who referred to Scott McGeary as his favorite Republican. And I couldn't agree more. To my favorite Republican and a true mensch, congratulations, Scott, and thank you for all that you've done. All right, Madam Clerk, is there any other business to come before the County Board? Today.
Not today.
Not today, all right. We'll be back at it on Tuesday afternoon, and we'll see you all then, including with our newest member, Tanya Talento. So until then, have a great weekend. We are now in recess until Tuesday.